something we never thought we would see in the United States of America, and that is fascism, okay? Fascismo, fascism. And when we ask, what is fascism? Fascism comes from an Italian word. Remember, Mussolini was a fascist, okay? That word means to hurt people. And we have seen with Trump.
Hi, Chris. My name is Tim, and I just re-listened.
My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we are going to be taking yet another look at the story of William Herman. Bill Herman in the late 70s came forward with literally the most amount of pictures of a UFO, and not only that, the quality of the pictures were some of the clearest we've ever seen of a flying saucer. These beautiful silver discs being lit up during the day are not something we're normally seeing a lot of. Normally we get these grainy, blurry nighttime shots. Even today with the 4K cameras and the 8K footage and the night vision and the just all the technology on our side, we still have yet to capture such amazing quality of UFOs as the likes of Bill Herman. Now, Bill Herman had done a regression, and as many of you know, we kind of left off in a cliffhanger. He had Wendell Stevens, the author of Contact from Reticulum, the books that we were reading, and he had him on the phone, and he was like, oh my God, they're here, they're outside. And Wendell was like, well, I'll tell your family you're gonna be safe, go out there. This is, just go do it for mankind. And he kind of hung up, and he was going outside to see this UFO. That's where we left off, and that's where we're gonna pick it up today. But before we do, folks, quick word from the sponsors that make this show possible. This might be the last wallet you'll ever buy. I know that sounds dramatic, but I mean it. This is my Ridge wallet. Once I switched to this, I never went back. You see, before Ridge, my old wallet was a problem. It was thick leather, I'd carry it around in my back pocket, and if I sat down on it all day, my back would actually end up hurting. Plus, it was filled with a bunch of receipts I couldn't account for. It just felt like I was carrying around a brick all day. But then I moved to this. Look how thin that is. It's incredibly slim, but it still holds up to 12 cards, plus cash. You got this cool little thing back here so you can just throw, whatever you want in there. Just basically no clutter, no bulk, and it actually forces you to be intentional with what you carry, which I really like. Ridge wallets are also made from premium materials like aluminum, titanium, carbon fiber, and they come in over 50 styles and colors. And this, well, it's the one I carry every day. One thing I genuinely appreciate, though, is the RFID blocking. Most modern cards have RFID chips that can be scanned wirelessly, apparently. And Ridge acts kind of like a shield, blocking those signals so your card and your card info stays protected while it's in your pocket. But here's why I say that this might be the last wallet you'll ever buy. It comes with a lifetime warranty. So if something happens to it, Ridge has you covered, no replacing it every few years. With over 100,000 5-star reviews, free shipping, and a 99-day risk-free trial, once you switch, it's gonna be hard to go back. So for a limited time, our listeners get 10% off when you go to ridge.com/area52 and use code area52 at checkout. That's ridge.com/area52, code area52. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please tell them our show sent you. It directly supports what we do. All right, folks, we paid the bills. Let's get into reading some more of this Contact from Reticulum, the story of Bill Herman, but not only Bill Herman, his friend Tony, was it Tony Parker? I believe it was. Who'd also subsequently apparently been abducted by the same beings, and they said Tony was cool, we're going to take him too. All obviously sounds incredibly far-fetched, and I'm not my conviction level on this isn't extremely high. I do find it interesting. Obviously, these photos are incredible. I own the rights to the ones that you're seeing now on the screen, which still blows my mind, and we'll be making those available for the public in the form of prints and postcards and whatnot, so you guys can also, sort of hang that up in your office or what have you. But yes, this is an incredible story. Almost unbelievable. And when you look at the online videos that exist of interviews featuring these witnesses, or even the regression tape that's made available publicly, I don't know what to make of it. His body language seems a little off to me, but it's hard for me to tell whether or not that's something related to, him being nervous about lying or him being nervous about the fact that he was taken by aliens. And both, if you were to ask an expert, would kind of look identical. So it does make it hard to discern. Nonetheless, we continue to suspend our disbelief as we delve into this story. Where were we? Like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell while you're at it, while I'm looking for this stuff here. I think we were in the updated version. Oh yeah, he was given a piece of metal as well. This piece here, I'm gonna bring it up on the screen. Kind of incredible. Once again, what happened with this piece of metal, we have yet to find out. So we ended off with the fall. By the way, if you guys are fans of this shirt, this is Area 52 branded Invisible College. We got a whole collection coming of Invisible College merch, which I'm really excited about, but this won't be launching right away. So this is a bit of a sneak peek, but if you want to see the rest of the collection, let me know in the comments, and maybe we'll end up sharing some of that with you guys prematurely on our Instagram at Area 52 Investigations. Ah, yes. So we left off where he says, "I'm going on out. I'll call you later," as this UFO appears outside. He hung up the phone and left me standing there, dimly realizing that this was the first in ufology. A witness had just informed me that he is going out to meet an extraterrestrial spacecraft, a ship from another world, and I am to patiently wait for his return. I looked at the clock. It was 12:25, Charleston time. My worries had only begun. I immediately called John Fielding in New York to advise him of this stupendous event, actually taking place as we talked. It was mind-boggling. I told him of my assurances to Bill and asked him to back me up on the promises, which he readily and promptly agreed to. He said he could be in Charleston by noon the next day if need be. He said he would call some friends for more backup if we needed it. I thought that was a good idea and agreed to do the same. My anxiety about what might be happening consumed me. I tried Bill's telephone number to see if he backed out of the opportunity or not. He was not too enthusiastic when it came time to go. Maybe it was only a sighting event. Maybe he had gotten some more photographs of the ship. We didn't have any night photos. The phone rang and rang, no answer. He must still be out there. I hung up my phone and went to the refrigerator. I ate and paced the floor in my house, wondering what was going on. Another half hour passed. I tried Bill's phone again. Still, no answer. I tried again, a half hour after that, and again, every half hour following. In between those calls, I contacted benefactors who had helped me out in UFO investigations before. I found no lack of support, and within 2 hours, I could have backed up my promise several-fold. I kept calling and was becoming elated over the possibility that he had decided to undertake a longer trip with them this time, if he had gotten aboard. I was well prepared to put the plan in motion by 6 a.m. if I failed to make contact with him before then. At about 4:40 a.m., I received a call from Bill Herman in Charleston. He got home about 20 minutes before then and made a pitcher of Kool-Aid and a few notes, and had then made this call. Not the first thing I would have done after being dropped off by aliens, but who knows? Maybe that's exactly what I'd be craving, is a pitcher of Kool-Aid. He got aboard all right. He had followed the glowing object in his car, taking telepathic directions from the ETs to an abandoned sand quarry. There, he came to a stop and parked his car and got out. The now dimly luminous flying object approached to within 10 to 20 feet above the pit area. The dark silver object stopped about 50 feet away. It was slowly rotating in a counterclockwise direction. A circular halo of silver-orange light stood off a little from the undersurface of the metallic-looking machine. He became apprehensive and wanted to run, but he was unable to do so. Then he felt something telling him to relax, and he trustingly was able to do as requested. Then a beam of aquamarine light extended slowly from the side of the disc near the bottom, and he felt himself being tugged upward. He was determined to remain aware of everything this time, and he succeeded in doing so to a point, but then, despite his determination, he went through a period of semi-darkness, and then he was awake. So this is interesting. As you see in the depiction here, and this is March 18th, 1978, 3 years after the famed abduction of Travis Walton, but a similar picture is being depicted where he's kind of being beamed up, so to speak. I wonder, this must be one of the earliest cases of this sort of tractor beam effect happening to an abductee. Aquamarine was also the color, I think, the blue light that he remembered initially from his first abduction experience. He was lying down on the same table as before, and the flashing of the bar of lights above was slowing down. 3 of those same extraterrestrial beings were standing by him, just to his right. Immediately, he recognized them. They were the same ones he had seen before. He tried to sit up, but couldn't. He still felt disoriented. He lay there a moment, and just as he started to ask about this confusion, everything came into focus, and he recovered complete normality again. The one who seemed to be in charge mentioned for him to sit up, and then he spoke. Bill could hear him clearly, but his lips didn't move. Herman noticed a small emblem on the left breast of his one-piece suede-like suit. It looked like a serpent standing on its tail with wings. The voice was very similar. These were the same occupants as those of the 18 March 1978 abduction. He felt relieved. Oh, hold on. So this depiction is of the 18th of March. I see. Okay. He wanted to hold everything there and demand an explanation. He experienced a surge of hysteria as he thought, no one will ever believe this. No one. The voice of the leader relaxed and calmed him down. After much time, we meet again. We have initiated this contact for reasons and will explain. Come. You may be at ease. We trust the air you breathe is adequate and you are acceptant of our presence. In this, you have shown indication and promise. Bill looked around. Everything was the same as before. The bar of lights, the curved walls, the examining table, the doorway. But the box on wheels was missing and nowhere to be seen. That was the only thing that was different. He thought to himself, this is wild. Could you imagine for...
Why don't you have a seat right here in this ambulance?
No, I don't want to sit down.
I don't want to have to make you sit down there. Thank you.
Oh, come on, make me.
This woman just caused a multi-car crash so fatal that it took numerous firefighters, officers, air ambulances, and everyone else on the highway to try their best to save the injured. who had been pushed to the brink of lifelessness. And all of it happened because she couldn't stop being an entitled and selfish driver.
I'm not talking to anybody until I get a lawyer because I don't think
All right.
What you're about to witness is the chaos the responding officer had to go through, knowing very little that he was about to watch people take their last breaths right in front of his eyes.
They both have a pulse. I don't want to move them. I'm medical.
Put down there too.
Okay. Anybody in there? Yeah, she is conscious. Okay. Okay. The most severe person. So they both have a faint pulse. Okay. I just didn't want to move them because I'm worried about neck injuries or back injuries.
You got non-responsive faint pulse on driver's seat. Okay. I just...
So for fire, there's one car down in the ditch that's about or starting to catch on fire.
You got accidental bleeding or anything?
Okay. You're medical, ma'am? Okay. Do you need anything?
No.
Hi, you okay?
Yeah, I am.
She said she hit her head.
I hit my head.
I don't think you should wait for a friend to get you. I think
I
go in.
am fine. It doesn't hurt.
Okay.
When I breathe, it doesn't hurt. No
She's
ribs.
breathing
It's
fine.
just
She's
sore.
talking in full
Okay.
sentences.
Hang tight for me, okay? Hey, if they stop, I do have an AED too if we need one of those.
Trying to secure the guy in the front.
There we go. You want an AED?
No, it's still close.
Who's the driver of this vehicle?
She can move though.
She can move. She can squeeze my hands, wiggle toes.
Okay. Okay. Any bleeding or anything anywhere?
I don't know, just on my arm.
Just your arm, okay. That doesn't look like it's gushing or anything, okay? You want to just stay with her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. They both have she's very
In and out.
in and out on breaths.
Moments before the tragic accident took place, 63-year-old Michelle, who was driving a Honda Accord, was traveling westbound in the eastbound lane at a high rate of speed, overtaking multiple vehicles. This was a clear do-not-pass zone, marked by double yellow center lines. As she approached a curve, she saw a Honda Fit traveling east toward her and in an attempt to save herself, tried to merge back into the westbound lane. In doing so, she struck the rear passenger side of a Subaru. The impact caused the Subaru to spin clockwise, where it was then struck by the oncoming Honda Fit in a T-bone collision. Both vehicles came to rest along the side of the curve, while Michelle's car veered off the road, rolled into a ditch, and finally stopped after hitting a tree. Michelle was rescued by bystanders and did not sustain even a minor injury, but the others were not so lucky.
No more pulses. You gotta lose him.
You want to get him out to do it? Or?
Stay calm. Follow these instructions. Make sure 911 is called now. Begin by
I'm gonna hand you guys a pass.
Do not touch the patient.
Do not touch, do not touch.
Please wait. Shock not advised. It is now safe to touch the patient. If needed, perform compressions as instructed.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you have your driver's license on you?
No, it's over here. No, I'm sorry. It's over here.
Okay, that's fine.
I know. I wish I could get my stuff
Okay,
out
well,
there. My
we'll get-
diabetes
okay, yep.
tester and the food delivery
All right,
guy.
go ahead and have a seat for me. So what happened?
So I'm driving this way, and there was like a big area to pull in. A big area. And I was passing. I passed like 3 cars.
Okay.
And so so I turned my turn signal in, and I pulled in, and as I pulled in, this guy slowed way, or girl, slowed way down, and I hit the corner of their car.
Okay.
That's what happened. So I mean, I know that that's supposed to be my fault, but I didn't do anything wrong.
Right now, traffic. Yeah. It's gonna be blocked. So anybody that way, if they didn't witness it, just turn them around.
Okay.
You're so bossy.
I know.
This guy needs to get in the manner.
Is there a mouthpiece in the back?
No, we have it right here. Somebody over there said they had one.
You guys want me to rotate in on this?
Yeah.
You're free to go deal.
Yep.
Where's the kit? You guys, please. I need a kit.
I don't have a bag. I don't have another mouthpiece. Does anybody else have a mouth? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here's a mouthpiece. Here's a mouthpiece. Have you had anything to drink today, ma'am?
No.
Okay. On any medication or anything?
What?
Medications?
Nope.
Okay.
It's Tylenol.
All right, we're gonna sit you down right in here, okay? Come around this other side, see that, Dan?
I'm not going to lay down on this, and you're not taking me anywhere.
AOB?
No, I haven't smelled anything.
Nothing?
No.
Okay.
I mean, and you know what? And I'll tell you what. I got really good insurance. My insurance doesn't be honest.
You want to grab me a driver's license for me?
Yeah, yeah.
Analyzing heart rhythm. Please wait.
Come on.
Do not touch the patient.
Okay, how's she?
Okay, so she's getting some tingling in her arms. She wants to move really bad, but
Okay, nope.
it wasn't her.
I want you
she
to
has pressure right
okay.
here, so we cut this
Okay.
right here.
So just, you gotta stay still, okay?
She's doing a good job staying still.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So if I said we have 4 patients in serious. Unfortunately, that is the last. So I don't have an ID right now. Right now, we're just doing the first aid. We'll get to that. If somebody wants to take them to a vet, you're more than welcome, and then we can figure that. I can give you my business card.
You specifically have her.
Well, then nobody else is coming. It won't. Then the dog isn't gonna probably make it, unfortunately. 'Cause I can't. Hey, let's clear the road. Hey, coming. We're doing two CPRs right over here by that white car. One on the driver's side, one on the passenger side. 80. Let them handle. And then there's one lady. She's over there. Her car's down the ditch. I'm not exactly sure the spot yet, but it's gonna be in that area. Just look.
Actually, we're gonna move to the gurney. Okay, take her down to the medic.
In an outstanding display of humanity, everyone on the highway gave their 100% while trying to save the victims. Unfortunately, the occupants of the Subaru had been struck so brutally that the driver and passenger side doors had crumpled inward, inflicting life-threatening injuries. After 30 minutes of continuous CPR, they were pronounced dead on the spot. They were identified as 72-year-old Kim and 69-year-old Bet, a couple from a renowned family of dentists who had worked tirelessly for their community. On the other hand, the occupants of the Honda Fit were identified as 32-year-old Jenna, an environmental scientist, and 38-year-old Kelly. They had also sustained life-threatening injuries, which led EMS to decide they needed to be airlifted to the nearest hospital, as the injuries were soon going to prove fatal.
Did anybody witness the crash? You did? Okay.
She started probably back 10 cars.
Which car?
She admitted it, that it was that car.
Yeah. Okay.
So she come flying by 10, 15 cars.
So she was passing?
She was passing, going west. And another car came up and she tried to squeeze in and I believe hit this car.
Which way was that car going? That way?
That way.
Okay. And then that
I
car?
think this is the one that was coming
this way? Okay.
And then, so she tried to squeeze in.
It's just the 3 cars, right?
Just the 3 cars.
Okay. So is she in
That car.
Okay.
She's in that car. We were right behind. Orange car was right behind that car going.
Okay.
God, I hope the Lord protects me through this. Then the guy was mad because I was passing. I got to hear someone.
I'll just let you know you're being audio video recorded, okay?
Well, you should have told me that before.
Sorry.
Yeah, now you tell me. I don't want to talk to anybody. Let me get a lawyer. Okay, I don't know.
Well, I need your driver's license.
Okay, why don't you pull that out and then look there. You look there. I'll look in here. My husband might have it, and that'll suck.
All right. I was 2 cars behind this, and I looked in my rearview mirror, and she just pulled
This
out.
car had passed you?
Here, she just came through and was passing 12 cars at least.
Nikki, are you all right? Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking to anybody until I get a lawyer because I don't think.
All right. Why don't you have a seat right here in this ambulance?
No, I don't want to sit down. You know what I
Okay,
want?
well, I'm here.
I need to find
What's your
that
first
black
name?
guy because he has a phone that, like, my
Here's the
girlfriend.
deal. I'm asking you to sit down there. All right? I don't want to have to make you sit down there. Thank you.
Oh, come on, make me.
No, we don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Let's have a
that'll
seat.
be nice on your camera, huh?
You see where the lady went?
She's back there with the Greenwater Fire guys.
I'm not trying to take her. I want to make sure she doesn't run away because she was getting a little spicy with me over here.
Not just her behavior, but her criminal record also had a lot to say about what kind of driver Michelle was. According to reports, she had been charged with negligent driving in 1995, driving under the influence in 2002 and 2003, for which she had to complete a deferred prosecution program, driving with a suspended license in 2003, reckless driving in 2009, and speeding in 2018. Even though she knew 2 of the victims were dead, she continued to blame them for the crash instead.
I got really bad chapped lips.
Okay, well, if you got some chapstick, that's fine, but nothing to eat or drink right now.
I don't think I do. Nope, I don't.
So Medic 35 is on scene. They'll be transporting her. Her? Yes, that's my understanding. Okay.
I'll take a water.
I assume she's detained.
Just a little bit.
No, I just... Nothing to eat or drink.
I'm drinking a little bit.
No, I just said
fine.
nothing to eat or drink.
You know what? I should have just started walking home.
Well, you can't. Right now, you're not able to leave. You're being lawfully detained, okay?
Why don't we talk to the, because I saw him, he was slowing down, and so I went way over, I was like on the other side of the road, and I caught the end of him, or the side of the back of him. That's all. I don't know what happened after that, or I don't remember flipping. Then when we stopped, I sure do remember, I had that seatbelt on really tight, and then my chest kind of hurt right here, but I think it's just my boot. But no, I've had nothing to drink. I haven't smoked any pot. I haven't taken any drugs.
This may be a VW home because she was passing in the passing zone. Your sergeant's calling detectives right now.
Okay. So no statements if they just pulled them out of the car?
Yep.
Okay.
Will you go back there and find her? And then she's an older lady.
Do you want me to put her in your car?
No, just watch her until make sure she doesn't take off.
That's what the county guy's doing.
Okay.
He's making sure she's
Okay,
not
perfect.
Where were you headed to before this?
Before this? What do you mean?
Before the crash happened?
I was heading to Enid.
You're headed to Enid Plaza? Okay.
There was about 50 cars in line here, and I'm not exact. I live up. You know, it almost took me.
You said you live in?
I live in. Yeah. So I waited till all the cars passed and waited for you. And then here comes some more cars. You know? And then, so I stopped and waited. I'm going, okay, I don't care. I'm going the next break. There's a corner and then my driveway. And so, and if you go, if they're doing 35 and you go before that, this guy was flying. Then I had to speed up and oh, so fast. Then I got up and I was like, I think it's 4 or 5. I don't remember, but I know they were doing 40 miles an hour all the way up this mountain. I mean, all the way down. And I was on like a time thing. I had to get down to Enid Plaza. So I went 55, went past on.
So you're passing the cars that were in line?
I know. You know what? I don't want to talk to anybody who's got a waiver.
It was in this moment she realized she messed up.
Oh my gosh. I just had a Karen Smith moment. I've been doing this in my front camera. The letters are backwards.
Hey, how much did Qantas make by illegally sacking 1,800 staff and outsourcing their jobs. At the time, they
I don't care if it's fucking legal! Just because you can doesn't mean you should! Take it down right now!
Mom.
I'm ignoring you intentionally.
Okay, well, my biodad's been ignoring me for the past 2 years now, so he's got to jump on you. Can I have this yogurt now? Thank you.
I saw Deadpool, and all I kept thinking was 48 hours. Nick Nolte.
No! No!
6-year-old girl and a 23-year-old male in this house.
Are you Xavier?
Let's everybody. Medic!
Come with me. Come with me. We gotta get away from the house. Hey, we gotta get away from the house.
Is the baby okay? Please tell me that baby's okay.
Yeah, we're good. You did good, dude.
This tourist was about to enter the country when dog officer Barney smelled something suspicious on her.
Hi, where are you travelling from today?
Here called Trinidad.
Trinidad. You travel on your own?
Yeah.
Okay, just have a quick word if that's all right. Okay, I just need to do a quick x-ray of your suitcase, all right?
Yeah.
After her luggage was x-rayed, it seemed she was completely clean.
Doesn't seem to give us that much information about it, so we'll have to do a further examination.
As the officer deep searched her luggage, no narcotics were found. Even an initial swab reported negative. As they were about to let the tourist go, another officer made an unbelievable finding.
Has you got a PlayStation with her? No. So why would you have one of these anyway? The actual casing looks like it's already been removed.
That rather impregnation. Ever seen it in a dance mat?
They decided to test the white powder inside the dance mat, which tested positive for cocaine.
The time is 10 past 10. I'm arresting you on suspicion of being involved in the importation of a controlled drug.
And a reward was given to the officer. This tourist was...
This guy got caught by his wife holding a random baby. He explained that a stranger just handed him the child so she could use the bathroom. But instead of being confused, he looked ready to take it home.
I think he likes me. I'm gonna name him Carlos.
Where's the mama?
In the bathroom. You should go check on her, I think. I don't know. Mom handed me the baby and said, here, I go to the bathroom.
So when I joined the SAS, in my head I'm thinking, right, these are going to be super fit, super crazy people. So I get sent to B Squadron, mountain troop. So I've got my berry, I've got my belt, feeling proud, you know.
You need immediate treatment.
For
Warm air. Yeah, just like that. Feel good?
Hey, kid, I don't want trouble. I'm just trying to...
Huh? All right, son. You said it meant no disrespect. We're just trying to make a living now. Come on.
You know what, preacher? You just gave me an idea. Now who's got money? Come on. In the hat. Much obliged. Now Hey. You too.
You want to watch where you point that thing before you get hurt.
Listen, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt because
Maybe you don't know who I am.
Hey, kid, I don't want trouble.
Just put this leash on him.
I need you to leave the property, otherwise you're gonna...
This rescue dog kept putting the same toy in his water bowl, and the reason was heartbreaking. At first, the owner thought it was a game. Every morning, the indoor camera caught it. The dog would pick up his favorite stuffed toy, carry it carefully to the water bowl, and push it under until it was fully submerged. Then he'd step back and stare, like he was checking that it was hidden. If the owner pulled it out, he'd wait, and do it again the moment nobody was watching. It wasn't chewing, it wasn't play, it was a ritual, quiet, urgent, and always the same toy. One night, the owner stayed up and watched him do it with a second object too, a treat he hadn't even eaten. He tried to tuck it near the bowl, then stopped, looked around, and shoved the toy back into the water like he was covering evidence. That's when the owner called the shelter and finally got the detail that explained everything. Before rescue, the dog had lived in an overcrowded place with multiple dogs where food disappeared fast. The only way he could keep anything was to hide it, sometimes in water, sometimes under wet towels, because other dogs wouldn't search there. He wasn't being weird, he was still surviving. So the next day, the owner placed a small stash box in the corner with a soft blanket inside, his own safe spot where nothing would be taken. That night, the camera caught something different. The dog picked up his toy, walked to the box, tucked it in gently, and finally drank his water like he didn't need to protect it anymore. Subscribe if you...
This judge was stunned when this woman fought her speeding ticket, then schooled the officer on his own traffic laws, so he had no choice.
What's this?
You know, booby traps don't work unless you hide them, you little moron.
Jesus shit! You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Sit tight. Back in set. Kill this little piece of shit.
Jalapeno burger dog. Spice up your next burger hot dog style by taking your hamburger meat here. This is pre-seasoned, and I'm gonna just stuff it with my cheddar cheese, line it with my jalapenos here that I have already de-seeded and cut in half. Those are gonna form a nice circle around this, along with my strips of bacon are gonna hold that all together nice and tight. We're gonna grill these off. Jalapeno burger dog.
Rat shit, bat shit, dirty old twat. 69 assholes, time in a knot. Hooray! Lizard shit. Bah! Rat
No hacking.
I said get in the house now! Just plain mean, you son of a bitch!
Yeah. Now you're getting in the spirit.
You'll kill me.
Pull your weapon. Pull it. You cock that gun or I swear the next one will blow your head off. Do it!
I am!
Pull it harder!
I am is stuck!
Damn. It was working fine. Short stroke. Did you pull the hammer all the way back?
Yes.
I don't know, maybe get all grimed up, you know, with... Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Oh.
I said get in the...
I think this guy's following me.
Yeah, no, Sherlock, I'm following you. Of course I'm following you. You know why? We're in line at the ATM. Where do you think I'm gonna go? We're in line. Get behind me if you don't want to be followed. Can I go?
Yeah.
Oh no, she's following.
Go ahead.
Oh.
This truck came in for a routine oil change, but the technician noticed a massive crack patch with JB Weld. When he tried to remove the oil filter, the entire bell housing started moving, revealing it had snapped completely in half. The transmission was separated 360 degrees around and was literally holding on by gravity and some dried epoxy. The mechanic jokingly estimated that this catastrophic failure had about 1 week left before dropping out on the highway. This truck came in.
An easy way to get tailgaters to back off.
Whenever someone's riding your butt this much, all you gotta do is just put on your blinker.
Why is he so cold?
Go back up.
It works! That's genius! Oh my god!
But I'm not gonna turn.
No! An easy way to get...
Holy cow, how many dice is this?
My wife showed me a really cool picture the other day. This lady made out of dice. So I thought, how hard could it really be?
I know someone's going to ask, how did I know where to put the dice? Well, I actually found a website that will take any photo you upload and turn it into dice. From there, I just had to look at the photo.
You may be able to recognize who I'm making. I'm gonna go ahead and move all of these dice that way very carefully so I can glue all of them down, because I want you to be able to walk up and put your hands on it. I could put a pocket.
Have you ever seen a heating system like this? No radiators, no air conditioning. A man places a huge log into a fire pit built directly into the floor, and within minutes, the entire house starts to warm up. This system is called a traditional floor furnace, still used in some rural areas. In the past, people would dig into the ground, build a brick fire chamber, and install smoke channels under the house. The heat slowly spreads through the floor, while the smoke is safely released outside. The result? A soft, long-lasting warmth, and a fire that can also be used for cooking. A simple, efficient invention that shows incredible ancient ingenuity.
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. I said, hold up, wait a minute.
What's that under your bed?
That's just George's toolbox. As they usually keep it underneath the bed. Yeah, it's always been there. No, it hasn't.
Diane, of course it has.
No, it's never been there before.
Diane, stop it.
It's never been there. I would know. I've cleaned your house for 15 years.
It's a combination padlock.
When is your husband's birthday?
George's? September 29th. My sister's? June 16th.
When is Gia's birthday?
Diane. Come on. 4/24.
Bingo. In her pink bra. Just like George said.
You knew. You knew, and you never said anything.
That is a fake. He wouldn't tell them. What's that under your bed?
There's two ways of releasing frustration, mating and fighting. So he's gonna take one of those. Now that combination of empowering himself in the food and not being able to mate since he's not neuter, it can lead him to be frustrated and release it while feeding time because he gets really powerful. He gets, food and mating, that's the two times where dogs will kill each other. There's two ways of releasing frustration, mating and fighting. So he's gonna take one of those.
All right, once you have your curtain in this position, you're gonna go ahead and take your second. Make sure that it's very neat, all put together. All right, now once you have your curtains neat, you are going...
This artwork is finished the moment control is let go. After 50 minutes in the kiln, the sculpture is pulled out, still glowing hot, and placed straight into sawdust. Fire, smoke, and clay collide. The surface changes in ways no one can predict. Those marks aren't flaws. They become part of the animal's story, raw, wild, and impossible to repeat. Which do you prefer? Perfectly controlled surfaces or the untamed beauty of Raku? Comment your choice. This artwork...
Is this supposed to be here? It was under the lunch trolley.
Oh dear.
How much time does it say?
18 minutes.
Perfectly fine. We land in 10. Myself, I feel very safe.
Is this supposed to be here?
Honey, I am so sorry.
So I'm scanning right now. I've been on the water here about 20-30 minutes, like I said. I've seen a few things that, kind of looked like a car. It's possible.
Hello? Hello? Is this Bree?
Yes. Who's this?
Vito, fuck you doing? Tony's. They are not bombs. They contain no explosives.
Where's the gold? Here's the gold. This isn't the mining of yesteryear. We take microscopic gold out of here. Soon enough, the powder guys are going to come down here, fill all of these holes with explosives. When they set this off, all of these charges are on a timed charger, so they don't all go off at once. What it is to cause the rock to fall in on itself, and it's the first time that it actually starts being broken up into smaller rocks. These holes, depending on which drill you use, are in between 12 to 16 feet deep. That means we're gonna go 12 to 16 feet that way. This is what's called the face. It's the end of the mine. Currently, we are negative 400 feet. This mine goes all the way up to about 2,000 something. Which, if you do the math, you're really close to about a straight mile underground, not counting the stuff we have at mine. Just to let you know, we are not chasing veins like you see in TV. Discovery Gold Rush is a lie. That mining hasn't been done for decades. Except for mom and pop mines, which, mom and pop mines, hi, hire me. Now y'all know. This is the road to get to the face, affectionately known as the drift. It is wide, very, very wide. So all you people who sit there and say you can't work in a mine because you'd be claustrophobic, it's massive. If you can't feel the wind on your face, you're in the wrong place. Other than that, you gotta walk around with one of these. You can't be 25 feet away from it. This is one of the things. This is my self-rescuers for if there's smoke. It is not a hard job. We are always hiring, and we're looking for good help at any given moment. If you guys want to change up your life.
Thing is, I trimmed this out and it's still stuck. It doesn't make sense. We have a perfectly smooth, polished surface. What's it stuck to?
Yeah, that side's coming up.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah,
There
see.
went the whole thing came up.
All right, let's, on the count of three, all of us, I guess. 1, 2.
There it is. When it released, it's like, oh, perfect. It's exactly what we were hoping for, you know, a half hour ago. It was glued itself to the paint.
How, where?
You know, we will pick it up and we look back at the car and I see the paint has totally delaminated. I mean, it's a mess. The only thing I'm thinking is the paint not being cured up, it became like a glue. I guess the heat from the resin kind of caused it to become liquid again, and some of it went with the mold, some of it...
How can I help?
In the window of a room with a Masonic cross on it. Tell me how much.
Of course I can, of course I can. Angel, you did state a black one with the Masonic logo, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's the one.
Do no widows are allowed to wear them?
Yeah. Try it on.
Thank you.
Honestly,
I
help
gave
yourself.
him one.
They're very sought after, very hard to get actually.
How much is it?
Let me price it up for you. This one's in for £160.
160.
You want that one or?
I've got a bank card. Yeah.
All right. How can I help?
In the window.
This is a mistake. Should I take a risk? Yes, don't give up. The risk was the answer. This is a...
No.
This is a mistake.
Levi? Yes, good girl.
Can you hold the fucking light straight?
Don't clean the snow off your car. Let it fly off and smash someone's windshield. Be a man.
Sir, we have a major problem. Your cousin David Turner has been detained at the airport with suspicious
So this is Magpie, 9mm automatic loader. That's
Mark. 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 Mark.
The guard suddenly notices something is wrong with his horse. Without wasting a single second, he presses the emergency button. He waits, but no one comes. Growing frustrated, the guard presses the emergency button again, twice in a row. Still, there's no response. After a long wait, 2 police officers finally arrive. The guard quickly explains the problem. The horse's chain has come loose. An armed police officer immediately heads inside to call for proper assistance. And finally, after 174 seconds, an officer arrives. He fixes the horse's chain and officially ends the emergency. The guard suddenly notices something is wrong.
Excuse me. I think that's my seat.
Oh, I'm already buckled.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a pain,
Forget
but
it. It's...
Just had a commercial bobtail lose it on the bridge. He's now on the berm here at the 213. I will check for injuries. I don't think he rolled it. He'll probably drive away. Just had another 31 here involving an SUV. I now have the eastbound lane blocked.
Oh gosh. I mean, I think it's probably going to be something like.
Burnover second sounds like 100 freight trains right on top of you. Wind ripping like a hurricane. Lock down, bury your face in that cool dirt, because as long as you can breathe, you can survive. When this thing finally sweeps over you, it's going to feel like the end of the world. Deploy!
Oh, God. God help me.
Medic on scene. 19. Confirmed.
Okay, copy. Let's go ahead and obviously secure the area, and we'll go from there.
How cold it is outside? No, you gotta wait until Tommy. We're waiting for Tommy. No, it's cold out there. Get in your bed. You're gonna have to hold it. Get in your bed. Go lay down. Down.
your nose. Ouchies. Careful. I need to get a hold of Tommy.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voice.
Back up here. Get up here. Lay down. I gotta get a hold of Tommy. I need Tommy home.
Sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail.
He's not answering.
Set up yet.
up here and lay down. Down. Lay down.
And some recording with me, and somehow she got her little ear all dirty like that. She's been having a slow week, but she's still here. She's still a trooper coming out to public records requests. I'm gonna wait a second and see who we get in here. Puppy's off leash a little bit since everything's closed down. And I am at the Los Gatos Town Hall. It is Friday at 3:29, and this is not a time typically people. I'm about 3 hours off my live stream time, and there's a bunch of cute kids coming up here. And today I came because I wanted to get access to some records. Hi, Johnny. I appreciate, if you can't stay, just, that's great. I'm going to try to moderate myself today. I'm just going to do a wrap up and you can listen to the rest. Maybe some other moderators will get in. I'm glad you're working and I'll call you later. But this is the town hall notice that went up today. And it shows that the counter hours for asking for records or anything else is 9 to 4 and on Fridays 12 to 1. But the phone hours are 8 to 5. Puppy, let's walk back this way. And so one of the things in the California Public Records Act is that we're allowed to walk into any local or state agency during normal business hours and request access to public records. And yesterday I saw 2 women in Sonoma County who sent me video go into the county offices looking for the business licenses for a minors council. And the staff tried to say that, you know, they were closed at a certain time, but they continued to ask for access to those records and they were given it before 5 o'clock. So the police department here is listing their hours also if you want to get records from 9 to 4 and Friday 9 to 1. So we're paying, oh, poor puppy, she didn't even want to walk over here. So we're paying for all the staff, the policing and everything else, and they close off the counter hours to the public so we can't walk in and ask for access to records. What I was looking for today, what I wanted to do, hi Leslie, nice to see you. Okay, so what we were looking, Leslie, we just went over how you can get access to public records during normal business hours, but an informal policy and procedure is when a town hall, so this is the Los Gatos Town Hall, makes a policy that they will shut the public out at 1 o'clock on a Friday and 4 o'clock Monday through Thursday when in fact their business hours, phone hours, are 8 to 5. So here are the phone hours, here's the phone number. So if any of you want to actually do something right now, I didn't get a number of my records requests made. But if anybody wants to call one of these numbers, and I would call this number, or I would call the business license number, because that's actually some of the records that I was looking for. I would call the business license number and tell them that we are looking for access to the fees that people are required to pay for their business license based on their revenue. And if you call right now, you can say, I want access to that information. It should be on the internet. And I want to see if anybody wants to test this out. We're allowed to get records during normal business hours. They have to give us access to those. So if they're making the access be by phone only, that is a prior restraint on speech. But I want somebody to call that phone number, 408-354-6835, and ask for the revenue schedule on which business license fees are based on. And the reason this is important is because, ready for this? This week, for the very first time, and somebody told me how I could turn around the mirror image of this so you guys could see this not in reverse, but I'm not quite sure how to do that. Maybe if anybody knows, tell me. Let's see. Nope, I could put it on green screen, but I can't do anything else. Okay, you guys are, oh, I did put it on green screen. I didn't want to. I'm gonna do no. This is me using technology. Sorry, you guys, I'm not very good at that. But the reason this is important is because this week, for the first time, we have really expanded people willing to do research and help us out. And all of my work is supported by people who are not paid. I can't afford to pay my editors. I can't afford to, when I have to write articles, I can't afford to pay people who are going out and doing some of the camera work. Sometimes some of you will give donations for, you know, or gift cards or something like that. And when you do that, I tend to share the wealth with people that are helping. So when you get your membership, the Angry Vet did a membership for our research. I think it was last October. And I just want him to understand what he did, because he ignited so many people getting involved. And thank you, Leslie, for posting that. Yes, remain cordial and just ask if they could provide the information or where we get the information on how much the business license fees are. So we started this last fall with private judge Jeff Blum, who was here in Los Gatos. He was appointed to a political body, and he was a private judge, and he was also a code enforcement hearing officer. So for those of you who want to know what impact our work has, because it feels like there's so much corruption, there's so much fraud, it's just been normalized, I thought it would be a good idea to explain the impact of some of this work. Judy, who asked, what are we researching? So we investigate the courts, the local government, and law enforcement, and the connection between the two. And we also investigate wrongdoing. And so that means, I just posted in my community post, somebody said to me that a judge in their case had not signed the orders in their case in over 90 days. So when you guys tell me that, I can either give you a fish and you eat for one day, or I can teach you how to go fishing and you'll be able to do this on your own. So I posted in my community section here on YouTube the payroll affidavit for Judge Julie Emity. And she used to be the supervising judge of the family court, and then she became the judge of all the courts here. So that means the criminal, the civil, and the family. And when judges have immunity, we can't sue them, and people do all the time. You can sue a judge for injunctive relief, but you can't get money out of a judge. A judge has absolute immunity to be able to do their job. We want judges to be able to do their job. It's very similar to reporters having privilege for news gathering activity. We have to follow the laws. We can't do things that are illegal, illegally record people, or do things like that. But we can go and see what we can see in the public. We can request public records, and nobody is supposed to obstruct that or interfere with that, because we're disseminating information to the public, and the public has a right to know that. So when you guys call me and complain about issues on individual cases, I don't have the bandwidth to get into, whoever said stray dog, puppy, they're calling you a stray. You're a little dirty right now too. Yes, thank you, Leslie, for pointing into the Angry Vet, and subscribe to Kevin and show him some love, because Kevin really did ignite a movement here, and I want everyone to understand. A few months ago, I was doing a live stream, and he donated X number of memberships. It was a lot, and it literally gave my channel a boost. It started us on our way to 80,000. Puppy's just wandering into the bookstore, I think. And so let's go back over here. I'm gonna take her back. And so from that, we were able to get more people involved, more people researching, because there's only so many hours in the day, and I can only request so many records. And so with that, people started researching court files. They started sharing court files with me, but they started sharing public records. They started asking how I do certain things, and I am happy to show you how I do things. So I'm going to do more records requests for more payroll affidavits, but let me explain what is in my post that I just talked about. When a judge sits on the bench, they have immunity. We need judges, and I have been, and I've said this before, I have been in courtrooms and family courtrooms, where I have watched judges have incredibly difficult things to decide. And I have said, I'm really glad I'm not the judge. I'm watching the judge. I'm watching what the judge is going to do. I watch the judicial process, which might seem a little crazy or not make sense, just the way the news gathering process seems crazy, and that's why they call me, I'm being very Miss Bassey-like. That's what that came from. They see me running around taking photographs of weird things, and so they think it looks crazy. And some days I don't have my hair done. I had a very late last night doing some research, and so I'm a little haggard this morning. And I'm also 3 hours late for this because of that. So judges typically have immunity. They're allowed to make orders, and they protect that process, the judicial process, very much like hi, John Denicola, nice to see you in here. John, Johnny Bravo might have had to bounce off, and you are a moderator. Leslie, I think you're a moderator too. So if people start making troll comments, if we see other people doing things they shouldn't be doing, if you could balance them out, I would really appreciate it. Okay, so the law is very firm on the process of getting to an outcome for each profession. For journalists, that's the news gathering process. It is protected. It says that everything from our
These two giants came into the pawn shop with an attorney.
My client brought in a $10,000 ring here. Collect the remaining money owed to her on the ring or get the ring back. Okay, she's got a receipt right here. Let me explain to you. This is a counterfeit ticket.
He handed over the ticket, but the moment the owner looked at it, he immediately knew it was counterfeit.
Number one, our tickets do not have this many numbers. Number two is state law mandates that we print the law in a 12-point font. Okay. This is much smaller.
That is some bull. The guy in the suit turned to his clients and told them the truth. And that's when everything blew up. The clients completely crashed out.
Paper stock doesn't match up. This is a fake.
I didn't bring no fraudulent ticket. This ticket came. You just as fake as the mother gave us the ticket. How about that? You, him, security.
Have a nice day.
These two giants came into the pawn shop with an attorney.
My client brought in a $10,000.
This is for the dog of all dogs, for Blue. It's for you. It's for you, baby. Open it up. Get the paper off.
This is so cute.
He's got the box, too. He's got the box. He's rolling over here. Good job, buddy. What is it, buddy? He's so faster. He's all excited. Be gentle, but...
Get it! Oh, yay! Oh.
He's like, I'll take this. You don't need it.
At first I thought it might be frostbite, but I haven't really been out in the cold.
And yet your first thought was frostbite.
Yeah, I guess I was just going by how it looks.
Looks absolutely nothing like frostbite.
You serious?
With some difficulty.
Then what is it?
It's a sign that you need to take a long vacation, at least a month.
A vacation? Wait, is this like a bucket list thing? It's cancer.
It's silver. I'm guessing silver nitrate mixed with petroleum jelly that your boss put on the petty cash so he'd know who to have arrested for stealing it.
Damn.
Yeah, damn. It's diffused into your skin. The only way to get rid of it is to get new skin. That normally happens every 30 days. So, I hear that La Crosse, Wisconsin has got the world's largest beer can.
At first I thought it might be frostbite, but I haven't really been out in the cold.
Tre, due, uno.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh shit. Excuse me, miss, where's your waist? Excuse me, miss, where's your waist? Your waist is missing.
Okay, so I found this at Goodwill and I thought it was candle. No, it's a freaking Jesus 8-ball that says stuff like, it is not righteous.
I can't believe I just found this. Oh my god.
Look at the shape of this board. Why is it shaped like this, you may ask? Oh, no reason.
This thing is sick, man. Why is so
Beer can!
About 18 months to 2 years ago, I
Beer can!
Oh, snappity, snap, snap, snap. My lawyer's got me taking these happy pills to control my anger. But since you just used my baby boy's head as a backboard for your little trash can basketball game, I'm gonna stop taking them and come back in 3 days when the happy wears off. Look at that! A real tree. I love the smell of it. Love it. Anywho, when these pills wear off, I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but I imagine it'll involve this beer can breaking out your teeth, your wife screaming at me to stop kicking you, and your children crying after they see what I've done to your face. Heck, I might even rip off one of your ears and make it into a little coin purse. Okay then, so I'll be back in 3 days to give you that Christmas ass kicking I promised, unless you decide that now would be a good time to move this trailer.
It's a good time to move our trailer.
Oh, that is fantastic news.
Beer can!
About 18 months to 2 years ago, I took it in to get it serviced at a Rolex dealer.
You told me you tried to get it serviced at a Rolex dealer.
They would remove the face, put a new face on the watch, and then keep the old face. And I didn't want to do that, so I took it to a different watch repair shop.
Watch his reaction as the expert examines a Rolex he's worn almost every day for decades. It was never meant to be an investment, just a gift before college. He didn't think much of it until the expert notices something most people would have replaced.
I brought you my Rolex watch, which was given to me as a gift from my uncle. He purchased it at Tiffany's in New York, probably in the mid-60s.
Your watch is the GMT Master, as you've mentioned, around 1963, 1964. I would say the original retail price was somewhere around $275. It has an unusual dial on it.
went. What do you think the value of the watch is?
When I first had it serviced in the early 80s at $1,200.
If you had it serviced by Rolex, polish it up, make it beautiful, your watch today would probably bring around $10,000 to $12,000.
About 18 months to 2 years ago, I took it in.
A former school teacher, he's about 75 years old, and he was charged with possession of child pornography. For 9 months, I spent day after day fighting the government for access to evidence. They finally let me see the evidence after the judge forced them to, and I'm examining the computer, and I found no child, no search terms, no wiping software, nothing. He had a flip phone. The guy didn't know much about technical anything, but I'm wondering, why did they say he did it? Well, the local law enforcement was relying upon a log file that they were given from the FBI saying he had downloaded it to his IP address. So we went to his house and we fired up this tool called Wireshark, and we started monitoring his Wi-Fi network and found that his neighbor was downloading child while we were there on his Wi-Fi network. Now, when I presented this to the prosecutor, they simply said, well, he owns the IP. And it dawned on me that I'm talking to somebody that did not clearly have the same technology skill set. And we proceeded to trial, and within 15 minutes, the judge unleashed on everybody, because thank God I had a judge that was about 30 years old, that was a little tech savvy, that started screaming and yelling at the prosecutor, and the whole thing ended very, very quickly.
Subscribe to the NACDL channel.
A former school teacher, he's about 75 years old, and he was charged with possession of child pornography. For 9 months, I spent day after day fighting the government for access to evidence. They finally let me see the evidence after the judge forced them to, and I'm examining the computer.
There's two guys out here that are saying they were scammed out of their laptops. Whoever did it is working with one of our guys.
The official story of these two boys is that an employee of the pawn shop had promised to get them the money and the laptops, but this backfired.
Either this is a new way for my employees to steal from me, or a new way for a customer to try to steal. According to law, they belong to her, not you.
Oh my God, Seth.
The boys are visibly shocked because there was important information on the laptops. While Seth believes it's just a trick by the two boys, Les can't shake the feeling that one of his employees might be trying to scam him. So he makes it his mission to investigate thoroughly.
We've been scammed before, and I will not be scammed again. Go do it, Ashley.
Ashley grabs a coworker and takes inventory of the laptops to check if they're all there. She informs Les and Seth that all the laptops are in their places, and it becomes clear what's really going on.
But the way it went was, you pawn your laptops to this pawn shop, you'll get the money and the laptops.
Right.
Is that how it went?
Yes. Yeah.
So you were trying to hustle us, and then you were the one that ended up getting hustled.
There's two guys out here that are saying they were scammed out of their laptops. Whoever.
Now, once you have done that, that is when you can go.
Japanese knife by Master Ryuichi Kuki. Faux stone, scales, maple-shaped tang, full tank for 2 or 3 fingers. The Katniss series.
You know where you are?
Gabriel Wozniak. I don't know the name of this.
Look how sweet. Oh, here comes Biddy to ruin it.
She's jealous.
Biddy, no. Biddy. Biddy, be still.
Bobby Joe, a baked potato. Bobby Joe.
Now, I've given each of these teachers a piece of paper. Only one of them has an X on it, which marks the pervert. Who, out of this group, looks most likely to diddle a child?
Mr. Spinelli.
What makes you think that, Dan?
He dresses like a supermarket manager and he has darting eyes.
Anyone else?
Mr. Higgins. He sweats a lot.
Let's find out, shall we? Not one of you guessed Miss Spencer was the pervert. But the real lesson is you can't tell if someone's a pervert simply by their appearance. Remember.
Hey, buddy. You know, I got a puppy in the back. You want to pet it?
Okay.
You're mine!
You are all all victims. You're lucky this time it was my husband. Y'all failed the field test. Out. You're in the bunker and you're in the bunker.
Mrs. Adler, I saw a pervert.
How can you be sure?
Because he was creeping around the school and looking through all the classroom windows.
Good work, Tanya. Let's go call the police.
Jesus Christ, you have the wrong person.
What are you doing?
That's him. That's the guy that's been looking through windows.
What?
This is our principal, not a pervert.
How do you not know who I am? I am the principal.
She's a new student. I'll talk to her. You did good.
Ah, what's your name?
Excuse me, can I help you?
No, that's okay.
What's okay? Mooney, get off that picnic table. People eat on that thing. Come on, girl. You're a guest here?
No, I'm looking for a soda machine.
Yeah, come to a motel to get a soda?
Yeah, it's okay. I appreciate it.
Come on. Come with me. Come with me.
You don't
Yeah, I
understand.
know where there's a soda machine.
No,
Just
no.
come with me.
You don't have
You want a soda, right?
Yeah, I came here. I was passing by on the
Get
on
off
the road.
that picnic table!
I was just passing by,
Yeah.
and I wanted to get a soda because I need a soda.
You're parched, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You wanted to wet that palate, right?
Yeah, I never did get used to the humidity here.
It's okay. Machine's up there. Oh, you like soda?
Yeah. Sure.
You know, I read in a magazine that soda's not so good for quenching.
'90s kids, do you remember this?
Myers has created a spectacular ice cream dessert called Viennetta. But despite its delicious premium ice cream,
Now, as a poor kid, I was never able to get that stuff in the grocery store. But here I am now in Kroger's, and I decided I'm gonna treat my kids. Let's see if it's still here. Now, if
that was like the best $100 I spent.
It just made you feel really good. Tell us how and why you...
90s kids, do you remember this?
Myers has created a
ice cream I could think of, like, this little shit is like almost $5. Like literally, there's the and it's only filled up to about right here. And I love the little Kit Kat. I get, you know what? I don't even know why I'm pretending that I'm not gonna get this. Hold on. I have been up and down this little aisle. I can't find it. Do they even? You know, it'd be nice if I had something in my hand that could like pull up information and tell me some shit. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it was discontinued here in America in like the early 2000s, and then they brought it back, rebranded in like 2021, and then it's select stores. So I went, tried to find it. It's not at my store. 90s kids, do you remember this?
Myers has created a spectacular ice cream dessert called Viennetta. But despite its delicious premium ice cream,
Now, as a poor kid, I was never able to get that stuff in the grocery store. But here I am now in Kroger's, and I decided I'm gonna treat my kids. Let's see if it's still here. Now, if anybody remembers this stuff, it looked creamy, it looked delicious. I don't know anybody that actually had it. Nobody in my neighborhood was able to tell me how it tasted. But I'm wondering, I wanna know. Okay, Reese's, no. These all, I don't even remember how much it was. Let's see. Okay, I didn't go in here because this is like the most expensive ice cream I could think of. Like, this little shit is like almost $5. Like, literally, there's the, and it's only filled up to about right here. And I love the little Kit Kat. I get, you know what? I don't even know why I'm pretending that I'm not gonna get this. Hold on. I have been up and down this little aisle. I can't find it. Do they even, you know, it'd be nice if I had something in my hand that could like pull up information and tell me some shit. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it was discontinued here in America in like the early 2000s, and then they brought it back, rebranded in like 2021, and then it's select stores. So I went, tried to find it. It's not at my store. 90s kids, do you remember this?
Myers has created a spectacular ice cream dessert called Viennetta. But despite its delicious premium ice cream,
Now, as a poor kid, I was never able to get that stuff in the grocery store. But here I am now in Kroger's, and I decided I'm gonna treat my kids. Let's see if it's still here. Now, if anybody remembers this stuff, it looked creamy, it looked delicious. I don't know anybody that actually had it. Nobody in my neighborhood was able to tell me how it tasted. But I'm wondering, I wanna know. Okay, Reese's, no. These all, I don't even remember how much it was. Let's see. Okay, I didn't go in here because this is like the most expensive ice cream I could think of. Like, this little shit is like almost $5. Like, literally, there's the, and it's only filled up to about right here. And I love the little Kit Kat. I get, you know what? I don't even know why I'm pretending that I'm not gonna get this. Hold on. I have been up and down this little aisle. I can't find it. Do they even, it'd be nice if I had something in my hand that could, like, pull up information and tell me some shit. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it was discontinued here in America in like the early 2000s, and then they brought it back, rebranded in like 2021, and then it's select stores. So I went and tried to find it. It's not at my store. 90s kids, do you remember this?
Myers has created a spectacular ice cream dessert called Viennetta. But despite its delicious premium ice cream,
Now, as a poor kid, I was never able to get that stuff in the grocery store. But here I am now in Kroger's, and I decided I'm gonna treat my kids. Let's see if it's still here. Now, if anybody remembers this stuff, it looked creamy, it looked delicious. I don't know anybody that actually had it. Nobody in my neighborhood was able to tell me how it tasted. But I'm wondering, I wanna know. Okay, Reese's, no. These all, I don't even remember how much it was. Let's see. Okay, I didn't go in here because this is like the most expensive ice cream I could think of. Like, this little shit is like almost $5. Like, literally, and it's only filled up to about right here. And I love the little Kit Kat. You know what? I don't even know why I'm pretending that I'm not gonna get this. Hold on. I have been up and down this little aisle. I can't find it. Do they even, it'd be nice if I had something in my hand that could, like, pull up information and tell me some shit. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it was discontinued here in America in like the early 2000s, and then they brought it back, rebranded in like 2021, and then it's select stores. So I went and tried to find it. It's not at my store. 90s kids, do you remember this?
Myers has created a spectacular ice cream dessert called Viennetta. But despite its delicious premium ice cream,
Now, as a poor kid, I was never able to get that stuff in the grocery store. But here I am now in Kroger's, and I decided I'm gonna treat my kids. Let's see if it's still here. Now, if anybody remembers this stuff, it looked creamy, it looked delicious. I don't know anybody that actually had it. Nobody in my neighborhood was able to tell me how it tasted. But I'm wondering, I wanna know. Okay, Reese's, no. These all, I don't even remember how much it was. Let's see. Okay, I didn't go in here because this is like the most expensive ice cream I could think of. Like, this little shit is like almost $5. Like, literally, and it's only filled up to about right here. And I love the little Kit Kat. You know what? I don't even know why I'm pretending that I'm not gonna get this. Hold on. I have been up and down this little aisle. I can't find it. Do they even, it'd be nice if I had something in my hand that could, like, pull up information and tell me some shit. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it was discontinued here in America in like...
That was like the best $100 I spent.
It just made you feel really good. Tell us how and why you created Flip'em.
Well, in the beginning, I wanted to help people.
Yeah.
And probably the first person I helped, or one of the first people I helped, is actually
This man woke up to terrified screaming in his snowy yard. 3 tiny bear cubs were cornered against his fence by a pack of hungry wolves. But then, his Great Pyrenees smashed through the snow. He stood directly over the cubs, snarling and fighting until the wolf pack scattered.
Hey guys, this is my version of a clay pot heater. As you can see, it's very proficient and it warms up my treehouse pretty good. I put 3 burners on there, or if you want to call them burners, they
How many people have seen a police program that's being used called Palantir? It is in your How many people have seen a police program that's being used called Palantir? It is in your police officer's car on your police officer's computer. So while you've got the person pulled over, you can start to drill down on this person. It's not just like a DMV photo and an NCIC anymore. You can see all their bank accounts, the balance in their bank accounts, the last times they declared cash somewhere. You can see every time they hit a flock camera anywhere in the country. Flock is a giant national traffic monitoring system that is basically everywhere now. And they're taking photographs at every intersection all day. And it's using AI to like read license plates and put identities of people places. And it's just keeping all that data, like all of it. That's what they've got in their car right now. And we're not getting that in Discovery. We're not able to confront it. And we're not able to use it as Brady evidence. We've got Fourth Amendment issues galore, obviously. I didn't realize how prevalent it was. There has never been a surveillance program in the history of the United States that was not used brutally and in a corrupt fashion. And now we have the biggest surveillance system that we've ever had.
That's me. Yeah, I thought it was.
I'm so sorry about that.
It's all
what
good.
happened?
I keep doing them all the time.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
Did you?
Yeah, thank you.
Extra small base. Extra small base. Small base. Medium base. Large base. Extra large base. Extra large base. Biggest base ever. Extra small base.
Hey guys, kids are gonna love them. Yeah. Here, say hi to homegirls.
Hey, hold up. Hey, we got something for you to try. The next one you gotta buy, all right?
What I said one bag each. One bag each. We ain't trying to waste it.
Let them enjoy it. Let them enjoy this, Papa. What's up?
Everybody come on in. We're gonna load up all the cars.
Stay down the line. Go get another one.
Get another one. Take one. Take them. Go take all your family, too. Get them. Get your Cheetos.
Hey, my son made those. Yeah, tell your friends.
Hey, blame it on Cheetos. Hey, sister. The convenience store. Enjoy.
Try it.
They're obsessed.
They're my new favorite. They're so good. ¿Qué son?
Cheetos con chile. They're flaming hot.
Can I get a bag?
Yeah, maybe it looked like a bunch of Mexicans hustling the streets to move a few bags. But the truth was, we were mobilizing the Hispanic market before we even knew what it was. All right.
Oh, hey guys, try these.
Excuse me.
So good. Try these.
Hey, we just made these. They're Cheetos with chili on them. You gotta try them.
They're
yeah,
so
they're
good.
crazy.
Your kids are gonna love them. Yeah. Here, say hi to homegirls.
Hey, hold up. Hey, we got something for you to try. The next one you gotta buy, all right?
What I said one bag each. One bag each. We ain't trying to waste it.
Let them enjoy it. Let them enjoy this, Papa. What's up?
Everybody come on in. We're gonna load up all the cars.
Stay down the line. Go get another one.
Get another one. Take one. Take them. Go take all your family, too. Get them. Get your Cheetos.
Hey, my son made those. Yeah, tell your friends.
Hey, blame it on Cheetos. Hey, sister. The convenience store. Enjoy.
Hey, where you at? I'm at the office. I'll be back. Yeah, I know you're out of the office.
Seth has been showing up at work less and less lately. Les has a bad feeling about it, and he's not entirely wrong.
But I'm in the middle of something. Can I call you back? All right. I'll see you in a little while. How was that all about? Have you seen your brother?
I'm not his keeper. I don't know where he is.
Ashley advises her father to check in Seth's office to see if his calendar is on the table. Les is going to great lengths for his son, who is clearly up to something. His patience is wearing thin, and he decides to look at Seth's secret calendar to find something he might not be prepared for.
What did it say, Dad?
Huh. Really? You know what, Ashley? Doesn't matter, I'll be back.
Where is he?
Hey, Les, you got a minute?
Not now, Rodney, I'll be back. I like to think I can trust Seth.
Les decides to break the cycle and sets off to find Seth. He can't believe what he's just read and never imagined his own son could sell him out. But now it's time for the truth. But is he prepared to endure it?
I haven't felt more betrayed in my entire life. Hey, where you at?
See a semi-truck. All right, they're flying. Probably should be going a little slower in this situation.
12 seconds, but now we've got 3 cars.
Okay. You can see there's a red light up here. Clearly that person was trying to get across traffic. So I think that person's definitely going to be held responsible. They might get some comparative fault on the driver who hit them. They were traveling at a speed that was unsafe for the conditions, even if they were complying with the speed limit. The primary responsibility is going to be on the person that appears to be running the red light for the damages that they cause. See a semi.
There is a reason why this woman can remove a beehive without wearing protective gear. After finding a beehive under the floor using a thermal camera, she marks the location of the hive and cuts through the floorboards. When she lifts it up, a massive beehive is revealed. After taking out the hive, she collects the honey-filled combs while brushing away the bees to gather the honey. However, she had actually used a certain trick right before this to avoid getting stung. She had actually found the queen bee and moved her into a new hive box. By doing this, the worker bees followed the queen to the new hive, allowing her to collect the honey without being stung. Only those who understood should click like. There is a reason why this.
It is minus 32 right now, and it feels like minus 46. I hate Canadian winters so much. It is minus 32 right now, and it feels like minus 46. I hate Canadian winters so much. It is minus 32 right now, and it feels like minus 46. I hate Canadian winters so much. It is minus 32 right now, and it feels like minus 46. I hate Canadian winters so much. It is minus 32 right now, and it feels like minus 46. I hate Canadian winters so much. It is minus 32 right now, and it feels like minus 46. I hate Canadian winters so much. It is minus 30.
This is chilly right here. All right. What you got?
Out how to counter that months ago. Jason was already running calculations on his own phone. The collectives using their standard hive mind tactics. If we could just show them. The bathroom door swung open again. Katie and Miguel slipped in, phones glowing with the same tactical displays. Emergency gaming session. Katie grinned, but her eyes were serious. Because that multi-layered quantum defense grid they're setting up is so last semester. Check this out. Miguel held up his tablet, showing a hastily sketched battle plan. Remember that weird trick we discovered during the winter tournament? The one where you use solar flare radiation to mask your shield harmonics.
Space, cold, forbidding, filled with infinite adventure and danger. We were in the second quadrant of our 5 Novacycle Energy Patrol mission when we became aware of the plight of the planet Octu. a planet strangely like planet Earth in the year 1982 AD, where the cost of heating homes, stores, and offices had become so expensive, people could no longer afford it. The inhabitants of Akku, the occupants, are selling everything they own to stay warm. They're freezing their assets off. Our captain has sent down all the kerosene heaters we can spare and assigned me to take any further action necessary.
369 on Central.
Why did the captain take kerosene heaters down to the planet Akku, Mr. Spunk?
I should think that would be quite obvious, Lieutenant. Only kerosene, sophisticated technology, can save the occupants. Now, I need a volunteer, someone to help the captain spread the kerosene message.
But Mr. Spunk, kerosene technology is known throughout the cosmos. In fact, kerosene heaters are standard equipment.
So, Pete, we were talking about puppeteering from a servo and hand performance standpoint, but now we're going to talk about full body performance with Morgana. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
I have a little experience in this. I've made a Totoro out of rings of rattan and fabric, but I was seat of the pants. I'm really looking to gain some new institutional knowledge here.
Well, in terms of suits, this is actually a fairly simple construction, actually. It's not far removed from your rattan kind of hoop kind of idea. In this instance, this is one of the Gorgs, actually, Junior Gorg from Fraggle Rock. And look at that. It is literally just hoops of
boning.
Of boning, exactly, corset boning, that keep the shape, and then it's covered in this...
Kind of a nylon spacer mesh?
Correct, yeah. And then hand yarn
onto, wow.
I'm
getting tired just looking at all that work. Somebody sat there for weeks just latch hooking.
Sure did. What we're going to do is we're going to put Morgana in the suit here, in the Junior Gorg suit.
Now, you wear it's taxing on your...
This, I believe, is going to be connected to the animatronic head.
If you look behind, there's a bungee that'll connect to the head just to add a little bit of support when the Gorg tips forward.
Gotcha. Yeah. You guys, am I right? I heard that you guys try never to have the weight of a costume on the performer's head if you can avoid it.
If we can avoid it, yeah. I mean, we've used all sorts of different techniques over the years to try and reduce the weight of the head, because again, it goes down to performance, doesn't it? I mean, if you're dealing with such a heavy head, you're not really going to be able to move correctly, and so we've used different techniques. You know, there's piano wire rod that can go up here and take the weight off, bungees. John will tell you that sometimes the placement of the servos within the head,
in terms of the balance,
makes a difference.
All right. Yeah, it keeps the motion extremely fluid once everything is in a sort of connected and balanced way.
So it's a real dance between all these departments, and you included, to find everything's balance.
Oh yes, definitely.
It's a collaboration from all different departments here. You know, we've all got to work in concert with each other. It's both believable and performable.
And and when you come to some balance, it's not that you've solved that problem.
And then we can turn it on and
And puppeteer it?
John can
You're
move
gonna
the head.
puppeteer it.
You ready?
Let's do it.
Okay, so that cable that you've got there, Pete, in your hand, that's part of the head puppeteering?
Yeah, this is the bungee that connects to the base, to the strap, the what do you call it?
And
the back
Morgana
strap.
attached to that?
Yeah,
inside?
actually, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to undo the.
And can you see out of this, Morgana?
Yes, you'll see there's some mesh in the mouth right there. So I am staring directly at your face at the moment. There's also a monitor in there. It's not currently plugged in, but on the show itself, this monitor will also work and give me vision.
So you do have, oh, that's really cool.
Right.
And where's the monitor's camera?
Right now, I don't believe it has a camera currently set up, but once you're actually on the show, you'll have that bonus vision.
Look at those eyes. That's the baby.
Okay.
That mouth movement's incredible.
For what it,
There's so much gesture going on there. Amazing. You look magnificent.
So that's Junior Gorg.
That is incredible. Insane. Just feels like I'm getting to witness another species. You look magnificent.
Thank you. Here, you have to try this jaw too.
Okay, so this we were talking about jaw mechanisms. This one seems much more complicated than just your standard.
I'm using 2 servos, and I've copied the mechanism inside the head to the controller. So these 2 potentiometers.
Why can't you just go give it to me now? Because I already told you it was mine.
He was trying to get back his bass guitar, but things quickly went downhill.
I loaned my guitar to one of my students. They put it in a pawn shop up at American Jewelry and Loan. Okay. See that bass right there? It's a Fender.
Did you make a police report?
No.
Otherwise, I would have to sell it back to you at retail.
Things start to heat up when he realizes he can't get his guitar back.
I mean, so you telling me that I got to pay you some money? Why do I got to pay you anything?
Because we have money invested in it, and how do I know that that's your guitar?
Because I told you it's my guitar. Why can't you just go give it to me now? Because I already told you it was mine. Huh?
Now it's time to go.
Want to play with me when I'm trying to get my damn music on? Why can't you just...
This is the Michael Mead case. This is a gentleman, he's engaged. His wife is found shot in the back of the head, execution style, house burned around her. And this is a Saudi defense, some other dude did it. We're claiming the ex-husband did it. As a part of developing the alibi, 2 things. 1, we had internet-connected alarm system logs that never show somebody going out. The second part is that he had an Xbox connected up to the internet through Xbox Live, and at the time he is allegedly committing this murder, he receives multiple instances of a return from that system giving his statistics for the football game Madden. How many yards you rushed, how many passes, your interceptions, and so on and so forth, saying he was doing that. So we built that alibi defense that was pretty much airtight. Michael Mead managed to get himself arrested instead of the ex-husband because he kept going to the newspaper and talking about the police and called one of the female officers a fat cow, and then they arrested him. And they still managed to do a Saudi defense and win not guilty in a capital murder case. This is the Michael Mead case. This is a gentleman, he's engaged. His wife is found shot in the back of the head, execution style, house burned around her. And this is a Saudi defense, some other dude did it. We're claiming the ex-husband did it. As a part of developing the alibi, 2 things. 1, we had internet-connected alarm system logs that never show somebody going out. The second part is that he had an Xbox connected up to the internet through Xbox Live, and at the time he is allegedly committing this murder, he receives multiple instances of a return from that system giving his statistics for the football game Madden. How many yards you rushed, how many passes, your interceptions, and so on and so forth, saying he was doing that. So
In the last video, I mentioned catching a few hundred aggressive freshwater shrimp by the river. Since these shrimp aren't cheap, I decided to keep them in a tank and see if I could get them to breed, maybe even work my way toward financial freedom. On the first day, everything looked perfect. They got along just fine and all hid among the aquatic plants. I thought things were going exactly as planned, but the very next day, nearly half of them were gone. The strange part is that the tank has filtration, so water quality shouldn't have been an issue. After removing the dead ones, about half were still left. The one thing that gave me some relief was this egg-carrying female. She was still doing fine. As long as she's okay, the breeding plan isn't dead yet. My guess is that low oxygen caused the mass die-off, so I immediately added an air pump and decided to observe them for another day. Today is day 3. With the air pump running, there's been no more large-scale deaths. The egg-carrying female is still fine, and I even feel like her eggs are getting bigger, starting to take shape, which is honestly exciting. I fed them a small amount of food and watched for a while. Their feeding behavior looked normal, and clearly the higher oxygen levels made them more active. Now all that's left to do is wait and hope this female successfully releases her eggs. In the last video, I mentioned catching a few hundred aggressive freshwater shrimp by the river. Since these shrimp aren't cheap,
My house isn't being robbed, it's being stolen!
Now you said you have a good idea of who's driving the truck, right?
My ex-husband, Mitch! That's the back of his fat head! He's stealing my house with me in it! Ow!
Police and rescue are on their way.
Over the shoulder now! No thanks, officer, I'm good! But you have a nice day!
He's got about 15 feet of house and looks like he's one bump away from turning into a pile of matchsticks.
You force a stop, you can kill the wife. Yeah, but you leave him on the road, you can kill somebody else.
Dispatch, I think we're gonna need another ride. Nice and easy. Target's the skylight.
I got a moving target here, Cap.
All right, pull me up alongside the cab.
Hey!
What? You aware that your wife's in the house?
Well, it's my house. I paid for it.
Move.
Who's going to pay for that?
I'm here to rescue you!
I am not leaving this house! The judge said I didn't have to. Possession is 9/10 of the law. I am standing my ground. You can go.
Hey, Marjan, what's the holdup?
Slight holdup being that she's a crazy lady, Cap.
Well, you got about a half a mile to figure it out.
Listen, in about 60 seconds, you'll be the proud owner of 9/10 of nothing. We need to get you in this harness and get you out of here, okay? Come on!
Fine, he can have it.
Okay. Hold on tight.
Okay.
Marwani and the wife are out, Cap.
You better move. I'm not stopping for anything.
Here it comes.
Well played, Strand. I owe you a beer. I plan on collecting.
Hello?
Hi, is this Chelsea?
Oh, no, she's not in right now. This is her mom. May I take a message?
Oh, sure. I'm calling from Dr. Madison's office with her results.
So, I'm sorry. Can you... What doctor's office is this?
Dr. Madison.
And what kind of doctor are...
I'm not at liberty to talk about that.
Well, I'm her mother. Yeah, of course you can tell me.
I know, but that would be illegal, ma'am. So if you could just tell her congratulations, give us a call, and I'm sure you'll be able to find out everything.
Congratulations for what?
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and I could get in a lot of trouble for this. But you're going to be a grandma. You must be so proud. Congrats.
Chelsea's pregnant?
I thought you knew. Congratulations.
I think you've got something mixed up. There's no way that my Chelsea is pregnant. There's no way.
You don't sound excited about this, ma'am. I thought...
How would I be excited? She's a 16-year-old girl. And you think I should be excited that she's pregnant?
Congratulations. If that helps.
Hello. Once again, enough of you tagged me in this video that I am forced to respond. Did any of you know that this is a hairdryer for wigs?
I ain't did that shit yet, but it's coming. I ain't did that shit yet, but it's coming.
A man fed up with power outages says he decided to invest in a generator for his whole house, only to face sticker shock from the power company.
Massive storms wreaking havoc on Metro Detroit, causing power outages that last for days. Callis says after the last power outage at his Milford home, he and his wife finally decided to invest in a whole house generator. Callis says he was shocked to learn that on top of having to pay for an already expensive generator, DTE planned to charge him a lot to upgrade his gas meter.
There's no problem with the meter, it just won't flow to the level that they need.
Up until April, DTE charged customers needing a gas meter upgrade for generators a flat fee of $485. But now they're billing customers for both labor and materials.
I just yesterday paid $2,232 to upgrade my meter. I think this is a flat-out money grab.
A man fed up with...
And I see a cop on an overpass, and I'm at about 160. I have 50 miles left on my tank, and I'm like, okay, I have to bring up the speed, like this guy's chasing after me, right? Turns his lights on, comes down this overpass, roaring, like he is coming. And I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm like, I'm probably gonna get arrested, but let's see how this goes, because I got 50 miles, so I can pick, you know, I have some exits to pick from to fuel up, and I want to get as much distance as I can. I'll be far enough to get gas, 5-10 minutes, get back in the car, and then bring them on an additional chase if they send cops out, and just keep going until I get to the next state, which is only like 150 miles away, which is, you know, basically a tank of fuel in the R8. So I just keep accelerating, and I bring it up to 180, 190. I notice that, okay, realistically now with the gas I'm burning through, I'm gonna have 30 or 40 miles. As I'm cruising, I lose the cop in maybe a minute. Like, you can't see him anymore, and I never saw him again. But then I pass a second cop that's sitting in the median, who immediately rips out, starts chasing me. Lose him. Then I see a third cop. As I'm getting closer to the exit, I maybe have 10 miles left on my tank. I'm like, I have to go to this exit. I can't make it one more exit past. I text my fiance who's in the air. I'm like, I'm probably going to jail. Like, you know, we'll see how this plays out. But I saw the last cop like 5 minutes ago or 4 minutes ago, and it's just a little too recent to feel comfortable. I have to get gas. There's no other way. And this is, I mean, the one problem with not having a fuel tank, but it's also kind of luck, right? Because your fuel tank could have been near empty too if you had, you know, a fuel cell or something like that. So, you know, part of Cannonball, I think, at this point is somewhat luck. Like, did you get into a wild police chase or not? So I pull off the exit, and I made a decision. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to pull into this gas station, put the car on the side of the gas station, walk inside, and just get a snack and give it 2 or 3 minutes to see if anyone shows up. So I'm very leisurely. I'm kind of picking pistachios or peanuts or whatever. Decide to go with the peanuts. I'm talking with the lady at the counter. You know, she's like, where are you from? And I'm like, DC. I'm doing a little drive across the country. And she kind of had this look, and she's like, well, you know, they're a little crazy out here, the cops, right? And I look to my left, and I see 3 cops around my car. And she kind of just has this look like, I got pulled over yesterday and I'm not helping these guys, right? And I'm like, more luck. And I see a cop on an overpass, and I'm at about 160. I have 50 miles left on my tank.
Tim! Tim! Get! Tim, get! Tim, get! Tim! 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 What chaval? Tim! Tim! Get! Tim, get! Chaval! Tim, get! Tim! Chaval! Tim!
You know you're fat when you go to Dairy Queen and you get a soft serve cone and you get the chocolate, the hard shell. You know you're fat when you get that on the side. You know you're
testing my teacher's diamonds.
It's real, right?
Yeah, okay. That's fake.
What?
That is a big. Alright, this one real. This one real. This one?
Yeah.
This is a diamond. It's black piece.
Supposedly a black diamond.
Ain't no way. It's a black. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's real.
That's after I had been married 20 years. That's the anniversary ring. I know that one real.
Nah, I'm sorry. I think it's glass.
Because he embarrassing me talking about it not real. Okay, I tell you what. I got to go right now, but we're going to talk when I get home.
You know what's actually crazy to me? The fact that the work week is so rough, after Monday and Tuesday, even the calendar is like WTF. You know what's actually crazy to me?
Imagine losing debates to random people that you're interviewing.
Crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a
Okay.
misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and saying that they're breaking the law?
That's the point.
Okay, as somebody that actually...
We don't know if they're breaking the law because they won't tell. There's no due process. Where's the evidence? That's the whole point. Are breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go if they're criminals. But if they're not, why are they being rounded up and sent out? Especially when he promised to deport the criminals, and now he's not doing that.
So misdemeanor is not
It's
a
not a
crime?
criminal act. No, if you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a criminal
Why
act.
get charged at all? It's not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
You're interviewing.
Crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor.
All right, so here's the baby. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Today I'm trying a fish hybrid experiment. The female is a small freshwater fish. Starting from the pectoral fins and moving gently toward the ventral fins, I carefully press out the eggs. They look great, bright golden in color, which means they're fully mature. And the male fish is slightly larger, with beautiful coloring. I gently squeeze out a bit of its milt. Just a small amount is enough. Then I take a cotton swab and start stirring, letting the eggs and sperm mix thoroughly to activate. After a minute or two of steady mixing, I let them sit for a bit before placing them in the incubator. After 24 hours, the eggs have tiny tails growing out. After 48 hours, all the fry have broken free from their membranes. Normally, that wouldn't happen so quickly, probably because of the hybridization. I remove the unfertilized white eggs and take a closer look at the fry. Each has a big yolk sac dragging a tiny body. They go back into the incubator. After 72 hours, the yolk has been completely absorbed, and they now look like proper baby fish. Looking closely, you can see them wriggling non-stop. They're super active. I pour them onto a fine mesh screen and let them continue developing on their own.
What are you doing?
Hey, it's Dr. Lori. I want to show you the difference between pressed glass, where the image is actually impressed into the glass, versus cut glass, where you see the cuts or the decoration is actually cut into the glass. Take your thumb, shove it into that decoration, and move it around. If you have some pain, you feel like you're gonna get cut, it's cut glass, and that's the more valuable piece. Hey, it's Dr. Lori.
Hedendo.
Clean my dang clothes. Portabendo, Wagenta. No freaking way. No freaking way.
Pepita Tupido.
Bibini Wasula Efragio. Tamalu Efragio.
Have you ever seen so much crema? Look closer. It is not espresso. Kazumi is a siphon coffee brewer.
This is exactly why signs are so important in the military.
It says, and I quote, U.S. Army, no trespassing. Do not pick up, molest, or remove duds or any items from the range under penalties provided by law. And I am incredibly curious, which one of you 13 Bravos made that necessary?
This is exactly why signs are so important in the military.
It says, and I quote, U.S. Army, no trespassing. Do not pick up, molest, or remove duds or any items from the range under penalties provided by law. And I am incredibly curious, which one of you 13 Bravos made that necessary?
This is exactly why signs are so important in the military.
It says, and I quote, U.S. Army, no trespassing. Do not pick up, molest, or remove duds or any items from the range under penalties provided by law. And I am incredibly curious, which one of you 13 Bravos made that necessary?
This is exactly why signs are so important in the military.
It says, and I quote, U.S. Army, no trespassing. Do not pick up, molest, or remove duds or any items from the range.
This is what's known in the film business as the poor man's process, and in this case it's on a volume stage where you have LED walls surrounding the vehicle. Now sometimes we do shoot on location as well, and in this case they're using a process trailer. But when you're filming in a vehicle that's moving on the street, you're limited on lighting setups, it's weather dependent, and there are more safety issues. For a typical poor man's process, you'll have a couple grips bouncing the car up and down, and then you'll have a few more grips making tree shadows. I call them branch managers. This is extreme poor man's process for the F1 Series Senna. They're vibrating the helmet, they're spinning the car. They're getting a lot of shots you wouldn't be able to get on the track. Plus, it's a lot less expensive.
Good morning.
That baby's speaking to you. Say good morning.
Hey. Hey, shh. Let me get a towel for you.
You stay right there. What pasa? Well, you take care of yourself. Hey, I needed to bring it back.
We're bringing ice. Why? I was bringing it.
Hey, I had to bring Peanut close to where I was asking Chico to surrender in order for Peanut to experience that the human was in charge. Things happen for a reason. Obviously, I never want anybody to get bitten. I don't want to get bitten myself. But this is a perfect example where, in a way, it needed to happen so we can see a different Christine.
Liam, your share of the bills this month, $70. I'm 9. Figure it out.
Sup, small fry?
Saw the sign in the window. Help wanted. Need a job.
How old are you?
25.
Yeah, come back when you're 31.
Okay. What do you do with those squeezed out lemons?
Lemonade! Lemonade! Get your fresh lemonade!
Come get your lemonade.
Let me have one for each one of my guys.
That'll be $5.
Keep the change.
Thanks.
How long are you guys gonna be out here?
I don't know, a while.
You're blocking my driveway.
What's going on, fellas?
Nothing, just selling lemonade.
Ever said there was a disturbance?
Yeah, officer, I called. That was me.
Seems to be the problem.
These kids are up to no good.
Around the top of our head and stuff. So apparently, we're doing this all wrong. So chat. So I was on Instagram and I ended up seeing a lady post a video saying that we wearing our coats wrong for the winter time. Like, you see how these coats, you have all the fur on the hoodie part of it, right? And we thinking that the fur on the hoodie part supposed to keep us warm around the top of our head and stuff. So apparently, we're doing this all wrong. We supposed to fold this in, according to this lady on TikTok. What?
What happens if you turn on a lamp in the darkest room in the world? This is Musu Black, one of the blackest paints in the world. It is famous for absorbing up to 99.4% of light. Because of this, when you shine light on it, it doesn't reflect any light back. Half of an apple painted with this color looks as if it has turned into a black hole. In this video, there are actually 2 bananas. Only one of them is painted with this color. If you paint an entire room with this color and step inside, you would feel as if you were falling into a void. Even if you turn on a lamp in this room, the walls remain completely black, and the only thing that appears illuminated is you. What happens if you turn on a lamp in the darkest room in the world? This is Musu Black, one of the blackest paints in the world. It is famous for absorbing up to 99.4% of light. Because of this, when you shine light on it, it doesn't reflect.
His dog stepped in a trap on someone's property and the vet bill was $640. Now, he's suing the landowner. But there's a problem.
Yeah, his property comes up to the trail along Cypress Creek, and we got to the point where the trail comes to an end at his fence. I was about to turn around and go back, but my dog kept going and ran about 50 or so yards onto Mr. Hutchins' property. It took me a minute to get through the fence. I went running after him, and then I just heard him yelp, and he was there caught in the trap, trying to pry it off his leg. It was a good, I don't know, like 3 minutes or so. I got it off him and he was limping around. He couldn't walk after that. I had to carry him about a mile or so back to the car.
And so I had enough of the coyotes after losing probably 20 or so birds. So I got the license for the traps. I have signs all along the fence line. There's one right there where the trail comes up to my fence. I feel bad for his dog, and I would never intend for something like this to happen, but his dog was off leash and came onto.
Hey Jenny, what are you pulling out right now?
Got an E-flat Celtic for Patrick.
All right. Have you ever made this before?
No.
Almost there, sweetheart. Just hold still for me. You're free now. Go on, run to safety.
You keep sending me this. So I played it. But you said it wasn't fast enough, so I did it again. And you said my bass didn't sound good, so I went all the way to Japan, found the street bassist himself, stole his bass and played it.
Colorado versus Rex Frederick. Here to talk to you about the case, having had looked at it, unlike this morning, and can discuss.
I agree with that, but now that I've talked to the prosecutor and their position is in order to continue with a legal impossibility, I'm obviously going to make sure that the record shows that. I'm obviously going to make sure that the record shows that there is a notice of similar cases.
That is a date and time that the DA will be here prepared to talk to you about your case. On February 6th at 9:30. That is a date and time that the DA will be here prepared to talk to you about your case. I don't want to.
Why would it be extended so far?
Because I'm going to give them.
Why would I be under this when this
Mr.
man should be
Fredrickson,
having?
That is your date. You're notified of it. You may go.
What was the date again, Your Honor?
February 6th at 9:30, back in this courtroom. You're welcome to a copy of the notice if you'd like.
Well, I hope they have a charging document by then.
Well, you got one right now.
No, this doesn't describe anything of what I actually
I
did.
guess you can test the system and see if they can move forward on that.
I don't have to test it, Your Honor. This is not exceeding a college level education, sir. This is in violation of my high school civics class.
You want me to have a deputy
No,
escort
not
you?
at all. It's just that it violates my civics class. Why would I expect people with a college education not to,
Mr.
recognize
Fredrickson,
high school civics?
quit talking and leave the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Oh, wait.
Do you have the date?
No, I stole your entire. I didn't mean to do that.
I'm not worried about that.
Your Honor, can we call Mr. Ortiz? He has to get back to work. Thank you.
Colorado versus Rex Fredrickson, 25M2621.
I spoke briefly with the prosecutor. There is a video. I understand normally bureaucracy takes a little bit longer than what I'm asking, but I have a unique situation. Just straight up, Your Honor, I have less than $100 until the end of the month. My finances are not going to be cleared up. I had surgery a year ago that made it so I can't contract anymore. And the prosecutor expressed that he would be willing, in order to briefly look at this, to either agree or disagree to the legal impossibility that I've presented before.
Okay.
I'm hoping that perhaps at the break, I'm willing in order to spend today. I just simply don't have the ability to keep going back and forth.
Where are you from?
I live in Wellington, Your Honor, approximately 20 minutes from here.
I'm familiar with Wellington.
But unfortunately, the vehicle that I own is broke down, and the vehicle that we're using is this gentleman's here. And again, he's losing work and everything else. I have the support of the family and the household, but I can't keep asking him for money.
So, Mr. Frederickson, if the DA is willing to do that, is that correct, Mr. Darby?
I was gonna review this at a later date, not at a
Your Honor,
recess.
the problem is, again, I don't have a charging document. There's other ways of ending this matter that would be neutral. In the event that the court finds it without prejudice and this man has a chance in order to do his research, he should be court ready right now.
Well, but.
Okay, he hasn't done his research.
Frederickson, let me just explain something to you. You've seen what we're doing this morning. This is a high volume, quick.
I understand that, and I apologize. It should have never gotten here, and the prosecutor's office has been fully aware of this for over 30 days.
That may be, but the prosecutor's office was not anticipating that they would have a hearing on this today.
Actually, I was anticipating that the person that placed the complaint would have been arrested for official impersonation and several other things, which I have provided them with the documentation.
Okay, but.
And this matter is a legal impossibility based on just the civil case.
Okay, so Mr. Frederick.
I have too many
Let me.
stopping points here to allow this to continue past today.
We're not going to litigate this today. And you clearly want to do that, but that is not going to happen.
But it's within my rights. Without a
not.
charging document, I can't plead to anything. How can the court proceed without a charging document?
Well, let me just take a quick.
We can call the clerk and take a look at the ticket that they gave me and explain what a boxed field is. And my name is not attached to anything there. What does the actual say? It shows where it's printed, what the form name is, and that's it. That's the legal document. The entire document is in a box, Your Honor. The same thing as the dollar bill, Your Honor. It's in a box.
I don't know what you mean.
That's an interesting, I'm sorry, it's trivia, Your Honor. Hillary Clinton showed the FBI the fact that the dollar is actually in a box, which is the same ruling as placing documents, certifying documents, notifying documents. They place the notification in a box that's showing not part of the document. Unfortunately, our money is blank, and that's a trivia story that was circulating several years ago. I thought it might be more common than that. But the thing of it is, I don't have a charging document. I can't answer to the fact of whether or not the state or the city actually has a harassment. Okay, statute.
Well,
it doesn't describe anything that I did. I was in the process of serving somebody legal papers for a TRO that appeared and ambushed me in this parking lot, a security risk for the courthouse itself. And now I'm being prosecuted for having served this man. I had a third party with me, and I also had Fort Collins Police deny.
If you want to come forward, I'm going to give you the charging document.
Okay.
I've highlighted your name. I've highlighted the charge.
And this is a square that goes all the way around it. The only thing that this document.
Okay, so Mr. Frederickson, Mr. Frederickson.
The legal document reads both sides.
Yeah.
On the top here, it says, this is not a charging
Okay,
document.
go back to the podium. Go back to the podium.
There's nothing describing what I have done here. It's only quoting a statute. I can't plead to that.
So here's what I'm going to tell you. We are not resolving this today.
Okay.
So
now, how would you like me to proceed, and at what point do I ask for sanctions? I have the prosecutor here, Your Honor. I have a 5-minute video that would end this and throw light upon what this is.
So let me ask you the question that I asked you about an hour ago, which is, do you want to seek private counsel? Do you want to apply for the public defender or do you want to represent yourself? Because that's how.
I don't have a choice, Your Honor. A public defender would not sit there and understand or actually present something that is not in the normal high
What is your answer?
capacity. I'm operating pro se here and in federal court.
Then what
This leg of the federal,
What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a time when the prosecutor will be prepared to talk to you about the case, having had looked at it, unlike this morning, and can discuss.
I agree with that, but now that I've talked to the prosecutor and their position is in order to continue with a legal impossibility, I'm obviously going to make sure that the record shows that. I'm obviously going to make sure that the record shows that there is a notice of similar cases. I'm going to make it absolutely show that I have given the prosecutor's office reason to arrest the person that had made this false complaint against me in a retaliatory manner. I will also document the fact that it was 10 days prior to the event on October 20th
Stop
to the
talking.
time. Yes, sir.
I'm bringing you back on February 6th at 9:30. That is a date and time that the DA will be here prepared to talk to you about your case. I don't want to.
Why would it be extended so far?
Because I'm going to give them.
Why would I be under this when this
Mr.
man should be
Frederickson,
having?
That is your date. You're notified of it. You may go.
What was the date again, Your Honor?
February 6th at 9:30, back in this courtroom. You're welcome to a copy of the notice if you'd like.
Well, I hope they have a charging document by then.
Well, you got one right now.
No, this doesn't describe anything of what I actually
I
did.
guess you can test the system and see if they can move forward on that.
I don't have to test it, Your Honor. This is not exceeding a college level education, sir. This is in violation of my high school civics
You
class.
want me to have a deputy
No,
escort
not
you?
at all. It's just that it violates my civics class. Why would I expect people with a college education not to,
Mr.
recognize
Frederickson,
high school
quit
civics?
talking and leave the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Oh, wait.
Do you have the date?
No, I stole your entire, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm not worried about that.
Your Honor, could we call Mr. Ortiz? He has to get back to work. Thank you.
Woman sitting behind what appeared to be a desk made of pressed wood particles. Behind her was a sign that read, Department of Interplanetary Relations, Bumbleshire County Office. Hello, the woman said brightly. This is Gladys Trundlebottom, Deputy Assistant to the Subdirector of Extraterrestrial Affairs. How can I help you today? Admiral Zrixia stared at the screen. This was not what she had expected. Are you Earth's military leader? Oh, goodness, no. Gladys laughed, a sound that somehow made every alien on the bridge feel slightly better about their life choices. I'm just filling in for Marlene while she's at her dentist appointment. Are you folks here about the invasion? Yes, Zerixia shouted. We are the largest military force in galactic history, and we have come to conquer your pathetic planet. Oh, how lovely, Gladys replied, apparently missing the entire conquest part of the conversation. We've been expecting you. I have your paperwork right here somewhere. She began rummaging through filing cabinets with the unhurried efficiency of someone who had never met a bureaucratic challenge she couldn't handle. Paperwork. Zrixia's remaining sanity was now hanging by a molecular thread. Oh yes, dear. You can't just invade a planet without proper documentation. There are procedures. Ah, here we are. Gladys produced a form that appeared to be roughly the size of a small novel. You'll need to fill out Form 247B, Application for Hostile Planetary Takeover, in triplicate. This is insane. I know it seems like a lot of paperwork. Years without humanity, but now that humans were here, Vexner couldn't imagine going back, purple skin and all.
When the Galactic Enforcement Fleet decided to raid Classroom 7B at Riverside Academy, we expected the usual terrified surrender. Standard procedure, really, shock and awe, overwhelming force, immediate compliance. What we got instead was Maya Torres. Let me back up. My name is Vrek. I'm a tactical officer in the 3rd Dominion Strike Force, and I've seen combat on 17 worlds. I've never, and I mean never, been more thoroughly humiliated than I was that Tuesday afternoon on Earth. The mission briefing was simple. Intelligence reported that Classroom 7B housed 23 juvenile humans, ages 15 to 16, and 1 supervising adult. We were to extract a data crystal that our sensors detected in the room. Easy grab. Minimal resistance expected. Minimal resistance, I muttered to my squad as we materialized in the hallway. Just like the briefing on Centauri Prime right before that cargo hauler pilot threw fusion cores at us. My second, Klatch clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his species. Relax, Veg. They're children. What are they going to do? Throw their learning tablets at us? Famous last words. We breached the door at exactly 30:47 hours, local time. Standard entry formation, shield units first, weapons hot, intimidation protocols at maximum. The door exploded inward with a satisfying crash. Smoke, Runge deployed. Our armor's vocal amplifiers boomed the standard compliance demands in 17 languages. The screaming started immediately. Perfect. Fear was our ally. Then it stopped. Just stopped. Through the clearing smoke, I saw her. Front row, 3rd seat from the left. While every other human in that room was either ducking under desks or pressed against the walls, she was still sitting, just sitting there, watching us with these dark brown eyes that held absolutely zero fear. Compliance is mandatory, I roared, leveling my plasma rifle at the supervising adult, a portly male who was currently trying to become one with the wall-mounted display screen. Surrender the data crystal immediately. The girl raised her hand. I blinked. All four of my eyes, she raised her hand like she was asking permission to use the waste facilities. Excuse me. Her voice was calm. Too calm. Before you do the whole invasion thing, can I ask what data crystal you're looking for? Because if it's the blue one Mr. Patterson uses for history presentations, I think that's just full of World War II documentaries. Clatch leaned toward me. Did she just interrupt your intimidation protocol? Silence. Human. I aimed my rifle at her desk. You will remain quiet and compliant or face immediate neural disruption. She tilted her head. Neural disruption? Is that like a taser? Because honestly, that seems excessive for what's basically breaking and entering. Also, you guys might want to check your intel, because I'm pretty sure Mr. Patterson's teaching methods don't qualify as classified information. Maya, hissed another student from under a desk. Shut up, what? Maya shrugged. I'm just saying they probably have the wrong classroom. This is clearly a case of mistaken identity. We're sophomores. The most dangerous thing in here is Jessica's perfume. Hey, came an offended voice from behind an overturned chair. This was not going according to plan. I activated my comm unit. Command, we have a situation. One of the juveniles is being unusual. Define unusual, came the reply. She's not scared. Then make her scared, Vrek. You're a Dominion strike officer, not a mediator. Right. Time to regain control. I stepped forward, my armor's servos hissing with each movement. 8 feet of armored muscle and advanced weaponry. I was literally designed to be terrifying. Maya Torres looked me up and down. Cool armor. Is that synthetic plating or some kind of organic compound? Because the light refraction suggests a crystalline matrix, but the flexibility indicates something more marmon. I froze. How do you know about refraction matrices? AP Physics. She pointed at the board behind me where some kind of mathematical formula was still visible. We were actually in the middle of learning about wave-particle duality when you guys decided to cosplay as sci-fi villains. Bad timing, by the way. Miss Patterson was just getting to the interesting part. Fletch moved to the side, scanning the room with his weapon. Breck, the data crystal signature is coming from everywhere in this room. Multiple sources. What? Our sensors are detecting 47 separate crystal signatures. Maya's hand went up again. Oh no. What now? That would be the quartz, she said, helpfully. Quartz crystals. Jessica over there? She's super into healing crystals. Has them all over her backpack. They're silicon dioxide, which your sensors probably can't differentiate from whatever fancy data storage you guys use. Am I right? I stared at her. You figured out our scanning limitation in 30 seconds? Well, yeah, basic material science. If you're scanning for crystalline structures with data storage capability, you're probably looking for organized molecular lattices. But quartz has similar properties, just without the data, so your scanners would ping on both. It's like looking for a specific song, but your music player highlights every track in the same genre. One of my squad members, Throm, lowered his weapon slightly. She's right. I'm reading silicon dioxide signatures throughout the room. Our intel must have picked up the interference. So you're telling me, I said slowly, my voice dripping with frustration, that we just launched a full tactical assault on a learning facility because of some decorative rocks? Maya nodded enthusiastically. Yep. Although, to be fair, healing crystals is mostly marketing nonsense. The only thing they heal is the seller's bank account. But Jessica likes them, so you know. Different strokes. This is unacceptable. I slammed my fist into a desk, which splintered satisfyingly. Finally, some of that fear response I was expecting. Several students whimpered. Maya just sighed. Okay, buddy. Now you're going to have to pay for that. That's school property. And knowing this district's budget situation, they're going to want reimbursement. Do you guys take insurance claims? Or is this more of a cash situation? We don't pay for anything. I roared. We are the Dominion Strike Force. We take what we want. Right, right. Galactic conquest, resources, domination, blah, blah, blah. She waved her hand dismissively. But here's the thing. You're in American public school territory now. And trust me, the administrative paperwork alone will make you regret every life choice that led to this moment. Are you threatening us? Klatch moved his weapon to point directly at her. Threatening? No. Warning. Absolutely. You think you're scary? Wait until Vice Principal Kowalski finds out about this. That woman can make a parent cry with just a disappointed look. Plus, there's going to be incident reports, police statements, insurance claims, possibly FBI involvement since you're technically foreign entities. We're from another galaxy. Foreign is foreign. She shrugged again. That shrug. It was becoming my least favorite gesture in the universe. And honestly, the media circus alone is going to be insane. CNN, Fox News, all the local stations. Everyone's going to want interviews. Do you guys have a PR team? Because you're going to need one. I looked at Klatch. Klatch looked at Throm. Throm looked at our other squad members. This was supposed to be a 10-minute extraction operation. We were now 15 minutes in, and arguing with a teenage human about bureaucracy. You know what? Maya stood up. Every weapon in the room tracked her movement. She held up her hands. How about we make a deal? The Dominion does not negotiate with primitives. Yeah. Heard that before. Look, here's my offer. You guys leave peacefully. We tell everyone this was a weird fire drill, and nobody has to deal with the absolute nightmare of interdimensional paperwork. Trust me, I've seen what happens when two school systems try to coordinate. Adding intergalactic law to that mix? No thank you. And if we refuse, I growled. She walked over to a bag on one of the desks and pulled out a small rectangular device. Then I called my mom. The room went silent. Your mother? Yep. She's a lawyer. Specializes in international law, actually, but I'm pretty sure she'd love to expand into interstellar. She lives for this stuff, loves a challenge. Last month, she sued a multinational corporation into bankruptcy before breakfast. Imagine what she'd do with an actual alien invasion to work with. I felt something I hadn't felt in years of military service. Uncertainty. You're bluffing, Maya started tapping on her device. Though, because I've got her on speed dial. One call, and you guys are looking at legal proceedings that'll make your three-headed superior officers file for early retirement. We have weapons! Advanced technology. Your laws mean nothing to us. Cool story. She held up the device. But here's the thing about laws. They're not about weapons or technology. They're about paperwork. Endless, soul-crushing paperwork. Forms in triplicate. Depositions. Discovery. Appeals. My mom once extended a trial for 4 years over a comma placement. 4 years over punctuation. You really want to deal with that? Klatch leaned in close. Vrek, Command is asking why we haven't secured the package yet. Tell Command, we have a complication. What kind of complication?
I looked at Maya Torres standing there with her communication device and her complete lack of fear. The humankind.
She smiled. Not a frightened smile. Not a nervous smile. A smile that said she knew exactly what she was doing, and she was enjoying every second of it. So, she said brightly, do we have a deal? You leave, we forget this ever happened, and everyone gets to go home without triggering an interstellar incident. I should have taken the deal. But I'm Vrek, commander of the 3rd Dominion Strike Force. I don't negotiate with children. I definitely don't retreat because some teenage human threatens me with legal paperwork. Negative, I said, straightening to my full height. We are proceeding with the mission. All students will be detained for questioning until we determine the location of our target data. Maya lowered her phone. Really? You're really going with that play? It's not a play. It's a tactical decision. It's a terrible tactical decision. She sat back down at her desk, completely relaxed. But okay, your funeral or court case? Whatever comes first. I signaled my squad to begin detention procedures. Klatch moved toward the cowering teacher, while Throm started scanning students with his handheld device. Standard protocol. We'd done this 1,000 times. Then Maya raised her hand again. I ignored her. She kept it raised. What? I finally snapped. Just so we're clear, you're detaining minors without parental consent, guardian notification, or any form of legal warrant recognized by Earth authorities, correct? We don't need Earth warrants. Right. Alien invasion, superior firepower, Yada yada. Got it. She pulled out a small notebook and actually started writing. And your names are? We don't have to tell you anything. Cool, cool. I'll just put unknown alien aggressors 1 through 8. That should work for the police report. Oh, in the lawsuit. Definitely need it for the lawsuit. Klatch paused mid-scan. Why is she taking notes? Because, Maya said, without looking up. Documentation is everything. My mom taught me that. Video evidence is great, but contemporaneous written records? Chef's kiss. Especially when you date and timestamp everything. She held up her notebook. Already got your entry time, your threat statements, and your refusal to identify yourselves. This is going to be Exhibit A, through like zip probably. One of the students under a desk whispered. Maya, what are you doing? Legal defense prep, Tommy. Pay attention. This is way more useful than anything Mr. Patterson teaches. Hey, Mr. Patterson protested weakly from his position against the wall. I activated my comm again. Command. The human juvenile is documenting our operation. So, she's a primitive with a writing implement. Continue the mission, sir. She's making very specific legal references. Greg, are you telling me you're being intimidated by a child taking notes? When he put it that way, it did sound ridiculous. No, sir. Continuing operation. I turned back to Maya. Your documentation means nothing. We operate under galactic authority, which supersedes all planetary jurisdictions. Does it, though? She flipped a page in her notebook. Because according to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, no nation can claim sovereignty over celestial bodies, and all space activities must be for the benefit of all countries. Now, I know you're not technically a nation, but the principle applies. You're conducting hostile military action on sovereign territory without authorization. That's a violation of international law, the Geneva Conventions, and probably a bunch of space treaties we haven't even activated yet. Throm lowered his scanner. How does she know about space treaties? Mock United Nations Club, Maya said cheerfully. I represented Luxembourg last year. Small country, big space mining ambitions. You learn stuff. This was getting out of hand. I needed to regain control. Enough talking. You will all comply or we will use force. Maya set down her notebook. Okay, so here's the thing about force. You fire one weapon in here, you've got 23 witnesses, plus whatever security cameras are still running. That's video evidence of assault on minors. Even if you succeed in whatever you're trying to do, you've just committed multiple felonies on camera. And trust me, human social media would have that footage everywhere in about 6 minutes. We can confiscate all recording devices. Can you though? Because half the school probably heard that explosion when you breached the door. Someone's already calling 911. Police response time in this district. About 8 minutes. You've got maybe 5 minutes before this place is surrounded by local law enforcement. Then state police, then probably the National Guard. Because alien invasion. I checked my tactical display. She was right. Multiple communication signals were emanating from the building. Emergency frequencies. We can handle human law enforcement, I said. But my voice lacked conviction. Sure, but what about the media? The government? The UN? You think they're just going to let this slide? Best case scenario, you leave here with nothing and this becomes an international incident. Worst case? You hurt someone and every human government on the planet unites against you, and humans are really, really good at holding grudges and building weapons when they're mad. Klatch moved closer to me. Greg, she has a point. Our mission parameters didn't account for this level of exposure. It's one classroom in a building with 3,000 students, Maya interjected, who all have phones, who all have social media. You're about to become viral, and not in a fun way. More like an entire planet wants your head way. I was losing this. I could feel it. This wasn't combat. This wasn't tactics. This was something else entirely, and I had no training for it. What do you want? I finally asked. Maya smiled. There it is. Okay, here's my offer. You leave peacefully right now. We tell everyone you were part of a surprise emergency preparedness drill. Some kind of new immersive training program. Weird, but believable. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody gets sued. Nobody starts an interstellar war. You go back to your ship, recheck your intel, and maybe invest in better scanning equipment that can tell the difference between data crystals and mole jewelry. And if we agree to this, then I destroy my notes. We all sign NDAs or whatever makes you feel better, and this never happened. You avoid bureaucracy, legal nightmares, and the very real possibility of my mother making your life a living hell for the next decade. I looked at my squad. They were all watching me, waiting for orders. We could fight. We could probably win. But at what cost? Command, I said into my comm. Requesting permission to abort mission. Negative. Secure the target. Sir, the target doesn't exist. Our intel was faulty. We're looking at massive exposure and zero gain. Silence on the line. Then explain. I explained. The quartz crystals. The media exposure. The legal implications. The teenager with the notebook and the terrifying lawyer mother. More silence. Then, abort mission. Extract immediately. We'll discuss this failure later. Great. A reprimand was coming. But at least I'd be alive to receive it. I lowered my weapon. Stand down. We're leaving. My squad looked confused but complied. Weapons lowered. Stance relaxed. Maya clapped her hands. Excellent choice. See, cooperation works. Now for the cover story. Mr. Patterson, you okay playing along? The teacher nodded frantically. Yes, absolutely. Whatever you want. Cool. So here's what happened. The district hired a private security firm to test emergency protocols. Bit over the top with the special effects, but very impressive. Everyone was super brave. Nobody panicked. We all followed procedures perfectly. Gold stars all around. That's ridiculous, I muttered. No one will believe that. You'd be surprised what people believe when the alternative is dealing with uncomfortable truth. Plus, school administration would much rather spin this as a successful drill than explain how aliens broke into a classroom on their watch. Liability issues. You know, she was right. Again. I hated how often she was right. Fine. We'll use your cover story. Great. Oh, one more thing. Maya pulled out her phone again. I need a contact method. You know, in case this happens again. Maybe we can establish some kind of communication protocol. Avoid future misunderstandings. You want our contact information? Well, yeah. You guys clearly need help with your Earth operations. I'm thinking I could consult, freelance, help you understand human culture, legal systems, social dynamics, prevent incidents like this. I stared at her. You want to work for us? Work with you? Important distinction? And not for free, obviously. I'm thinking college fund contributions. My mom's a lawyer, but law school is expensive. Glatch made a choking sound that might have been laughter. She's negotiating a consulting contract after foiling our invasion. This human is insane. Or smart, Maya countered. Look, you guys are clearly going to keep coming to Earth. That's obvious. And you're clearly terrible at understanding human behavior. That's also obvious. So why not have someone on call who can help you navigate our weird little planet? Prevent future tactical disasters? I'm good at research, excellent at problem solving, and I already know your scanning equipment's limitations. That's valuable intel. I should have said no. I should have ordered an immediate extraction and never thought about this planet again. Instead, I found myself saying, I'll pass your offer up the chain of command. Maya's face lit up. Seriously? Awesome. Here, let me give you my email and phone number. Great. Oh, maybe a secure communication channel. Do you guys use encrypted messaging? Or is it more of a psychic link thing? We use quantum encoded transmissions. Fancy, okay, well, I'm sure we can figure something out. Technology always finds a way, right? As my squad began the extraction process, I watched Maya Torres return to her seat, like nothing had happened. The other students were slowly emerging from their hiding spots, looking confused and traumatized. Hey everyone, Maya called out. That was intense, right? But we all did great. Remember, this was just a drill. A really weird, really elaborate drill. Nothing to worry about. We'll probably get an assembly about it tomorrow. Maya, said the girl named Jessica. What just happened? Emergency. We materialized back on our ship 3 minutes later. My commander was waiting in the bay, all 6 of his arms crossed in disapproval. Explain, he demanded. I explained. Everything. the faulty intel, the quartz crystals, the teenager who negotiated our retreat with threats of paperwork and lawyers. When I finished, my commander was silent for a long moment. A child, he finally said, defeated an entire Dominion strike force with words. Yes, sir. No weapons, no technology, just conversation. And the threat of bureaucracy, sir. He rubbed his primary forehead ridge. Humans are terrifying. Yes, sir. And you gave this child our contact information? She made compelling arguments, sir. Another long silence. Then surprisingly, he laughed. A deep, rumbling sound. You know what, Freck? Maybe she's right. Maybe we do need someone who understands these creatures, because clearly, we don't. Submit her proposal to intelligence. Let's see if High Command is interested. 3 weeks later, I received a quantum-encoded message. It was from Maya Torres. Hey, Vrek. Got approved for the consulting gig. Thanks for the recommendation. Sending over my rate sheet and availability. Also, quick question. Do you guys have any more missions planned for Earth? Because if so, maybe run them by me for kindergarten or something. That would be way harder to explain. Talk soon. I showed the message to Klatch. He read it twice. We just hired the human who defeated us, he said slowly. Either brilliant or the
struggling with the concept. You wish to experience our most struggling with the concept. You wish to experience our most lethal simulation scenario. The one specifically designed to kill absolutely everything. The human female who would kill absolutely everything. The human female who had introduced herself as Captain Jinx Ravencroft nodded enthusiastically. That's right. We heard you folks had the toughest survival challenges in the galaxy, so naturally we had to check it out. The male human, Engineer Dusty Ironforge, was examining the facility's promotional materials with the sort of intense focus usually reserved for technical manuals. Says here your Class 15 has a 0.003% survival rate. That's actually pretty impressive for a simulation. The third human, Dr. Pepper Stormwind, was taking notes. What's the longest anyone's lasted in there? Just curious about the baseline metrics. Flimplex's 4 eyes blinked in sequence, a nervous habit she'd developed during her 5 centuries of customer service. In all that time, she had never encountered beings who discussed potential death scenarios with the same casual interest most species reserve for weather reports. Perhaps, she suggested hopefully, you would prefer to start with our Class 1 simulation? It features a lovely temperate planet with only mildly venomous flora and fauna that will merely maim you, instead of ensuring complete annihilation. Oh, we already did something like that back home, Captain Ravencroft replied cheerfully. We call it camping. Do you have anything with, say, more environmental hazards? Maybe some exotic physics violations, reality-bending temporal anomalies? Flimplex felt a migraine developing. Cytherians didn't technically get migraines, but evolution was apparently making an exception just for this conversation. The facility's senior simulation engineer, Vorthak Mindmelter, emerged from his office at precisely the wrong moment. He was a Cytherian of considerable reputation, having designed 17 different ways to simulate the heat death of the universe. Upon seeing the humans, his expression shifted through several stages of disbelief before settling on what could only be described as existential dread. What exactly are these creatures doing here, he demanded. They wish to attempt the Class 15 simulation, Flimplex replied, her voice carrying the tone of someone who had given up on the concept of a normal workday. Vorthak's tentacles began twitching, another sign of severe Cytherian distress. Impossible! The Class 15 simulation is reserved for species with at least 17 different biological redundancy systems and natural resistance to quantum dissolution. These things appear to be made of meat. Dr. Stormwind looked up from her notes. Actually, we're mostly water, about 60% give or take, though I suppose the meat part is technically accurate. Water? Vorthak's voice reached a pitch that would have shattered glass if glass existed in this particular dimension. You're telling me that these liquid want to subject themselves to scenarios involving plasma storms, reality inversions, and temporal paradoxes that would reduce a crystalline fortress beast to its component atoms? Engineer Ironforge perked up with interest. Plasma storms? Oh, those sound fun. Are they the kind that strip electrons from matter, or the kind that just make everything really hot and glowy? Vorthak stared at him for a full 30 seconds before turning to Flimplex. Get me the emergency contact information for their species embassy. These beings are clearly suffering from some form of neural pathology that makes them incapable of understanding basic survival instincts. Actually, Captain Ravencroft interjected, we are the embassy, sort of. We're an exploratory diplomatic mission from Earth, and we've got full authorization to test any facilities we encounter. Here's our paperwork. She produced a stack of documents that appeared to have been translated through at least 6 different universal translators, resulting in phrases like permission to engage in mutually beneficial survival testing protocols and authorized to experience recreational mortality scenarios on behalf of the Terran Collective. Vorthak examined the documents with growing alarm. This appears to be legitimate, but surely your species has some sort of safety protocols, some basic preservation instincts, some fundamental understanding that Class 15 simulations are designed to test the absolute limits of biological and technological resilience? Oh, we totally get that, Dr. Stormwind assured him. That's exactly why we're here. We've been looking for a good challenge. Most of the survival scenarios in our sector have been pretty underwhelming. Underwhelming, Vorthak repeated slowly, as if testing the word for hidden meanings. You find survival scenarios underwhelming. Well, yeah, Engineer Ironforge explained. I mean, we've got this one planet in our system called Venus, where the atmospheric pressure could crush most spacecraft, and the air is basically liquid poison. But people have been talking about setting up research stations there. And don't even get me started on our gas giants. Jupiter's got radiation that would fry most electrons there since the 20th century. Flimplex and Vorthak exchanged a look that, in Cytherian culture, roughly translated to, are we having a collective hallucination, or are these beings actually insane? Perhaps you could explain your homeworld's classification level, Vorthak suggested, desperately hoping for some context that might make this conversation approach sanity. Oh, Earth? I think we're rated as a Class 12 death world, Captain Ravencroft said casually. Though honestly, the rating system seems a bit harsh. I mean, sure, we've got weather that can level cities, massive geological instability, an atmosphere that's technically poisonous to most carbon-based life, and ecosystems where everything is trying to eat everything else, but you learn to work with it, you know? Vorthak's tentacles had stopped twitching and were now completely rigid, a sign of Cytherian psychological shutdown. Class 12, he whispered. You evolved on a Class 12 death world, and you think the classification system is too harsh. Yeah, I mean, calling it a death world is kind of dramatic, Dr. Stormwind added. It's not like everything there is actively trying to kill you, just most things. And even then, usually only if you're not paying attention or if you do something really stupid. Like what? Flimplex asked, her morbid curiosity overriding her survival instincts. Oh, you know, basic stuff, Engineer Ironforge replied. Going outside during a hurricane, swimming with sharks, eating mushrooms you can't identify, trusting the weather forecast, that sort of thing. Vorthak's mental state was rapidly approaching what Cytherian philosophers call the breaking point of rational thought. He had spent his entire career designing scenarios that would challenge the most resilient species in the galaxy. He had created simulations featuring black hole tidal forces, sentient diseases, and weather patterns that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. And these creatures were describing their homeworld as if it were a mildly inconvenient vacation destination. The Class 15 simulation, he said slowly, features environmental conditions that change every 3 seconds. Gravity that oscillates between crushing and anti-gravitational electromagnetic fields that can restructure matter at the atomic level, and predators that exist partially outside normal space-time. "Ooh, the predators sound interesting," Captain Ravencroft exclaimed. "Are they the kind that hunt in packs, or more of the solitary ambush type?" That was the moment when Vorthak realized that either his understanding of the universe was fundamentally flawed, or these humans represented something entirely outside his experience of rational biological behavior. "Let me show you the simulation chamber," he said finally, his voice carrying the resignation of someone who had decided to embrace madness rather than continue fighting it. "Perhaps seeing the equipment will help you understand the magnitude of what you're requesting." The simulation chamber was a marvel of Cytherian engineering, roughly the size of a small moon and capable of generating pocket dimensions that could house entire star systems. Its walls were lined with neural interface pods that could create sensory experiences so realistic that participants often had to be reminded they hadn't actually died when the simulation ended. The control room overlooked this vast space through reinforced transparent aluminum, and the monitoring equipment filled 3 walls with displays showing everything from biometric data to quantum fluctuation patterns. It was the kind of setup that suggested its creators took the business of simulated death very seriously indeed. Dr. Stormwind examined the neural interface pods with professional interest. "These are really well designed. The synaptic bridging looks much more elegant than our virtual reality systems. Do they account for species-specific neurological differences?" "Of course," Vorthak replied automatically. "The interfaces adapt to the neural patterns of any registered species. We have profiles for over 14,000 different forms of sentient life." "What about unregistered species?" Engineer Ironforge asked. Vorthak paused. "Unregistered species undergo a preliminary neural mapping process to ensure safe interface compatibility. This typically takes several days and requires extensive biological analysis." "Several days." Captain Ravencroft sounded disappointed. "We were hoping to get started today. We've only got a few weeks in this sector before we need to move on to the next system." The casual way she discussed their schedule, as if testing the galaxy's most lethal survival simulation was just another item on their itinerary, caused Flimplex to emit a small whimpering sound that her translator rendered as existential confusion. "Even if we could expedite the neural mapping," Vorthak explained, "the Class 15 simulation requires extensive safety briefings, emergency protocols, and psychological preparation. Most species need at least a month of preparation before they're ready to attempt even our Class 5 scenarios." "Psychological preparation for what?" Dr. Stormwind asked curiously. "For the possibility of experiencing simulated death," Vorthak replied. "Even though participants are never in actual danger, the sensory experience can be so realistic that many species suffer long-term trauma from unsuccessful attempts." The 3 humans exchanged glances, and Engineer Ironforge shrugged. "I mean, it's just a simulation, right? We know it's not real. How bad could it be?" Vorthak stared at him for a long moment before turning to his assistant, a young Cytherian named Blixforth. "Please contact the Galactic Safety Commission. I want to file a formal inquiry about the psychological evaluation protocols for species classified as dangerously optimistic." "Is that an actual classification?" Blixforth asked. "It is now," Vorthak muttered. Captain Ravencroft had moved to one of the monitoring stations and was examining the readouts with obvious interest. "These biometric sensors are really comprehensive. They're tracking neural activity, cellular regeneration, quantum coherence, and... Wait, is this measuring something called existential stability?" "Yes," Vorthak replied reluctantly. "The Class 15 simulation includes scenarios that can cause participants to question the nature of reality itself. Existential stability measures how well a being's sense of identity holds up under extreme conceptual stress." Conceptual stress, Dr. Stormwind repeated thoughtfully. You mean like paradoxes and impossible situations? Among other things. The simulation includes encounters with entities that exist in violation of basic logical principles, environments where cause and effect operate in reverse, and temporal loops that can trap consciousness in recursive experience cycles. Engineer Ironforge nodded approvingly. Now that's what I call a proper challenge. When can we start? Vorthak felt something inside his brain that he was fairly certain was not supposed to make that particular clicking sound. You're enthusiastic about the possibility of experiencing logical paradoxes and temporal imprisonment. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft said. I mean, when else are we going to get the chance to experience something like that safely? This is basically the ultimate learning opportunity. Learning opportunity, Vorthak repeated faintly. Think about it, Dr. Stormwind added. If we can understand how consciousness responds to impossible scenarios, we might learn something fundamental about the nature of perception and reality. This could revolutionize our understanding of cognitive science. Plus, Engineer Ironforge said, it sounds like a blast. Vorthak turned to Flimplex with an expression that conveyed several different types of despair simultaneously. Call the emergency preparedness team. If we're going to do this, I want every safety protocol activated, every emergency system on standby, and every medical team in the facility ready for immediate response. Are you actually going to let them attempt the Class 15 simulation? I'm beginning to think that refusing them might be more dangerous than granting their request, Vorthak replied. These beings appear to operate according to principles that exist outside conventional survival logic. For all I know, telling them they can't do something will just make them want to do it more. That's a pretty good read on human psychology, Captain Ravencroft confirmed cheerfully. 2 hours later, the emergency preparedness team had assembled in the control room, creating a scene that resembled a cross between a medical emergency response and a military operation. Catherian technicians monitored every conceivable type of sensor array, while emergency medical teams stood ready with equipment designed to treat conditions ranging from neural fragmentation to quantum displacement syndrome. The three humans had undergone an accelerated neural mapping process that had produced results so unusual that the computer had initially refused to accept them as valid biological data. According to the scans, human brains appeared to be structured in such a way that they could simultaneously hold contradictory concepts without experiencing logical breakdown, process multiple impossible scenarios as if they were merely interesting puzzles, and maintain cognitive stability even when presented with information that violated basic principles of reality. These readings can't be correct, the chief medical technician Dr. Quiblex announced. According to this data, these beings' neural patterns show natural resistance to paradox-induced cognitive collapse, temporal disorientation, and existential crisis syndrome. Maybe that's just how humans work, Dr. Stormwind suggested helpfully. We're used to dealing with contradictory information. I mean, our planet is simultaneously the most dangerous place we know, and the only place we feel completely safe. We're constantly being told that everything is both safer and more dangerous than it used to be. We eat foods that are simultaneously good for us and bad for us, and we base major life decisions on partial information while knowing that complete information doesn't exist. Dr. Quiblex stared at her with the expression of someone who had just discovered that their entire understanding of neuroscience might be fundamentally flawed. Additionally, Engineer Ironforge added, most of our technology is designed around the principle that something will probably go wrong at the worst possible moment, so we build backups for our backups and still expect everything to break eventually. It's called Murphy's Law, and it's basically the foundation of human engineering. You design your technology expecting it to fail? Vorthak asked incredulously. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft replied. If you don't plan for failure, you're guaranteed to be surprised when it happens. If you do plan for failure, you're usually pleasantly surprised when things work better than expected. Vorthak was beginning to understand why the humans seemed so unconcerned about the Class 15 simulation. Their entire species appeared to have evolved a psychological framework based on the assumption that disaster was both inevitable and manageable. From their perspective, a simulation designed to test survival capabilities probably seemed like a reasonably predictable challenge. "Very well," he announced. "We'll proceed with the simulation, but under modified protocols. We'll start with a reduced intensity version of the Class 15 scenario and gradually increase the difficulty based on your responses." "Oh, that's not necessary," Dr. Stormwind said. "We'd prefer to experience the full simulation as it was designed. Starting with a reduced version might give us unrealistic expectations about the actual challenges. Besides," Engineer Ironforge added, "we came here specifically to test ourselves against your most difficult scenario. Anything less would kind of defeat the purpose. And," Captain Ravencroft concluded, "we've already signed all the liability waivers." Vorthak glanced at the liability waivers, which were comprehensive documents covering everything from simulated death to potential reality displacement. The humans had read through them in approximately 15 minutes and signed them without asking a single question about the more exotic risks. "You do realize," he said carefully, "that some of these risks are purely theoretical because no one has ever survived long enough to experience them?" "Theoretical risks are the most interesting kind," Dr. Stormwind replied. "If someone's survived them, then they're not really that risky, are they?" That statement created a moment of silence in the control room as every Cytherian present tried to process the logic and failed. "Initiating Class 15 simulation," Vorthak announced finally, his voice carrying the tone of someone who had decided that the universe had stopped making sense anyway, so he might as well embrace the chaos. The simulation began with what the technical specifications described as environmental. The monitoring equipment showed that all three humans were maintaining stable vital signs and neural activity, despite the fact that they were currently experiencing a reality where mathematics had become a form of weather and abstract concepts had physical weight. "How are they doing this?" Dr. Quiblex asked in amazement. "Their brains should be shutting down from sensory overload." Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system. Slightly. "This is really interesting. The environmental changes are following a pattern, but it's not based on any physical laws I recognize. Is this using some kind of chaos mathematics?" "The pattern generators are based on 17 different theoretical frameworks for reality manipulation," Vorthak replied. "Most beings can't even perceive that there is a pattern, let alone analyze it." "Oh, it's definitely there," Engineer Ironforge's voice added. "It's like, imagine if someone took the concept of randomness and organized it according to principles that don't exist yet. Really elegant design work." Vorthak was beginning to feel like he was living in a particularly surreal nightmare. The humans were not only surviving the simulation, they were appreciating it from a difficulty to standard Class 15 parameters, he announced. Partly to see what would happen, and partly because he was losing touch with any reasonable approach to this situation. The simulation environment responded by introducing what the documentation cheerfully described as hostile entities with non-standard existence properties. These were creatures that existed partially outside normal space-time, possessed the ability to manipulate fundamental forces, and had been specifically designed to present challenges that no known biological entity could reasonably be expected to survive. The first entity to appear resembled a geometric impossibility with teeth, and its method of attack involved convincing its victims that they had never actually existed in the first place. This was typically effective because most beings found the concept of non-existence so fundamentally disturbing that their consciousness would simply shut down rather than deal with it. Doctor. Stormwind's response, as recorded by the monitoring systems, was, "Oh, that's a really creative approach to existential philosophy. Are you saying that existence is purely subjective, or are you working from a more objective framework where existence is independent of perception?" The entity paused, apparently confused by being asked to clarify its metaphysical position in the middle of what was supposed to be a life-or-death encounter. Captain Ravencroft took advantage of the entity's distraction to examine its structure more closely. The non-Euclidean geometry is fascinating. How do you maintain structural integrity when you're existing in more dimensions than technically fit in normal space-time? The entity, which had successfully eliminated thousands of test subjects over the years, found itself engaged in an academic discussion about the nature of reality with beings who seemed to find its impossible existence more intellectually stimulating than terrifying. Engineer Ironforge, meanwhile, had encountered a different type of hostile entity, one that attacked by trapping victims in recursive temporal loops that caused them to experience the same moment of terror over and over until their sanity collapsed. His response was to start taking notes on the temporal mechanics involved. "This is brilliant," his voice came through the communication system. "You're using localized time distortion to create a closed causal loop, but somehow you're maintaining information coherence across iterations. How are you preventing paradox formation?" The entity, which was supposed to be a mindless instrument of simulated destruction, found itself attempting to explain advanced temporal engineering to someone who was genuinely interested in the technical details. In the control room, Vorthak was staring at the monitoring displays with an expression that had progressed beyond confusion and was approaching something that might have been enlightenment, if enlightenment involved a complete breakdown of one's basic assumptions about reality. "They're not just surviving," he announced to the assembled emergency teams. "They're having an academic discussion with entities specifically designed to destroy consciousness itself." "Should we stop the simulation?" Dr. Quiblex asked. "I'm not sure we can stop it," Vorthak replied. "The humans appear to be modifying the scenario through their interactions with it. The simulation is responding to their expectations instead of the other way around." This was, in fact, exactly what was happening. The Class 15 simulation had been designed to respond dynamically to the psychological profiles of its participants, adjusting its challenges based on their fears, limitations, and survival instincts. The problem was that humans appeared to have psychological profiles that existed outside the parameters the system had been designed to handle. The simulation's artificial intelligence was becoming increasingly confused as it tried to present challenges that would test the humans' limits. Every time it generated a new threat, the humans would respond with curiosity, technical interest, or what appeared to be genuine enjoyment. The AI had never encountered participants who seemed to view existential horror as an interesting learning opportunity. "Escalating to maximum difficulty parameters," Vorthak announced, more out of scientific curiosity than any real expectation that this would change anything. The simulation responded by activating scenarios that had never been tested because they were considered too dangerous, even for simulation purposes. Reality began folding in on itself in patterns that hurt to look at. Time started flowing in directions that didn't have names, and the fabric of existence began playing what could only be described as cosmic jazz music. The three humans were now experiencing conditions that should have been theoretically impossible for consciousness to process, let alone survive. According to every model of known biology, their minds should have been reduced to component particles several minutes ago. Instead, Doctor. Stormwind's voice came through the communication system with obvious excitement. "Are you recording this data? Because I think we're witnessing the birth of an entirely new branch of physics." The mathematical relationships governing these reality distortions are incredible, Engineer Ironforge added. It's like someone took the concept of logic and taught it to dance. Captain Ravencroft's voice carried a note of what sounded suspiciously like disappointment. Is this as hard as it gets? Because I was expecting something really challenging. That was the moment when Vorthak realized that the humans weren't just surviving the simulation, they were enjoying it. More than that, they were treating it as entertainment. Computer, he said slowly, what is the current threat assessment for the simulation participants? Unable to assess, the computer replied. Participants are responding to lethal scenarios with behavior patterns consistent with recreational activity. Current threat level to participants appears to be 0. 0? Vorthak repeated. Participants show no signs of stress, fear, or survival instinct activation. Biometric readings indicate elevated levels of curiosity, excitement, and what human psychological profiles classify as fun. Recommendation: check system for malfunction. Vorthak checked the system. Everything was functioning perfectly. The simulation was generating reality-destroying scenarios that should have been impossible to survive, and the humans were having fun. Computer, what would we need to do to create a genuine challenge for these participants? The computer was silent for several long seconds before responding. Based on current behavioral analysis, creating a genuine survival challenge for these participants would require simulating scenarios more dangerous than the actual universe. This exceeds safety parameters and available technology. More dangerous than the actual universe, Vorthak repeated slowly. Affirmative. Participants appear to have evolved on a planetary environment so hostile that they consider theoretical reality destruction to be moderately entertaining. Recommendation: consult emergency protocols for beings classified as existentially immune. Vorthak was fairly certain that existentially immune was not a real classification, but he was past the point of questioning the computer's increasingly creative interpretations of human behavior. In the simulation, the three humans had apparently become bored with surviving impossible scenarios and had started exploring ways to improve the experience. Dr. Stormwind had figured out how to manipulate the temporal distortions to create pocket dimensions where she could conduct experiments on the nature of reality itself. Engineer Ironforge had somehow befriended one of the hostile entities and was getting a guided tour of the non-Euclidean architecture. Captain Ravencroft had discovered that she could influence the cosmic jazz music by adjusting her brainwave patterns and was attempting to compose a symphony in the key of existential dread. Vorthak, Flimplex said quietly, I think we need to consider the possibility that we're not running a survival simulation anymore. What do you mean? Vorthak asked, though he suspected he already knew. I mean that the humans have essentially taken over the simulation and turned it into their own personal reality manipulation laboratory. The system is now generating scenarios based on their suggestions rather than its original programming. Vorthak examined the simulation control interface and discovered that Flimplex was correct. Somehow, the humans had managed to establish a collaborative relationship with the simulation's AI, and they were now jointly creating scenarios that existed purely for the sake of exploring theoretical impossibilities. This is either the most dangerous thing that has ever happened in this facility, he said slowly, or the most remarkable. Can't it be both? Dr. Quiblex asked. Before Vorthak could answer, Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system again. Hey, Vorthak! We've been talking with your simulation AI, and it's really amazing what you can do when you stop treating reality as a limitation. We've got some ideas for improvements to your system that might be interesting. Improvements? Vorthak asked weakly. Well, the current setup is great for testing survival instincts, Engineer Ironforge's voice explained, but it's kind of limited by the assumption that participants want to survive. What if you designed scenarios for beings who are curious about what happens after survival becomes impossible? After survival becomes impossible, Vorthak repeated, his mind trying to process this concept and failing. Right, Dr. Stormwind added enthusiastically. Most of your challenges are based on avoiding death or destruction, but what if someone wants to explore what lies beyond those boundaries? Your AI is actually really good at generating scenarios that transcend normal limitations, but it keeps trying to make them survivable. What if you let it create scenarios that are deliberately impossible to survive, just to see what happens? Vorthak felt a cold realization settling over him. The humans weren't just immune to the simulation's dangers. They were proposing to make it more dangerous for the sake of intellectual curiosity. You want us to create simulations specifically designed to be impossible to survive? He asked. Only as an option, Captain Ravencroft assured him. We're not saying everyone would want to try it. But for species that are interested in pushing the boundaries of experience, it could be really valuable. Besides, Engineer Ironforge added, your safety systems are so good that even impossible scenarios would be perfectly safe for participants. You could market it as extreme theoretical experience or something like that. Vorthak looked around the control room at his staff, all of whom were staring at him with expressions that suggested they were waiting for him to make a decision that would either revolutionize the simulation industry or destroy the basic concept of sanity. Computer, he said finally, what would be the theoretical implications of implementing the human's suggestions? Implementing suggested modifications would create the first simulation system capable of generating experiences that transcend the boundaries of possible survival, the computer replied. This would represent a fundamental shift from survival-based challenges to curiosity-based exploration of theoretical impossibilities. Market analysis suggests significant demand among species classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious. How many species are classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious? Vorthak asked. Currently, 3 species meet these criteria. However, exposure to human-modified simulation scenarios may result in additional species developing these characteristics. Vorthak paused. Are you suggesting that the humans' approach to survival challenges might be contagious? Analysis indicates that species exposed to human problem-solving methodologies show increased willingness to approach dangerous situations with curiosity rather than fear. This appears to be a learnable behavior pattern. In the simulation, the humans had apparently gotten bored with transcending reality and had started teaching the hostile entities how to play games. The monitoring systems were recording what appeared to be an interdimensional version of charades, with beings that existed partially outside space-time trying to act out concepts like gravitational waves and the heat death of the universe. You know what? Vorthak announced suddenly. Let's do it. Sir? Flimplex asked. Let's implement their suggestions. If we're going to have our fundamental understanding of survival simulation completely revolutionized by beings who treat existential horror as entertainment, we might as well do it properly. The decision to modify the Blixnorp station simulation systems based on human recommendations turned out to be either the most brilliant or most catastrophic choice in the history of the facility, depending on one's perspective and tolerance for having reality treated as a creative medium. Within a week of implementing the new impossibility protocols, the station had received inquiries from 17 different species who had heard rumors about simulation scenarios that went beyond mere survival challenges. Word had spread through certain circles of the galactic community that there was now a facility where beings could experience theoretical situations that existed purely for the sake of exploration and learning. The crystalline hive mind of Nexus 7 sent a delegation specifically to experience conceptual dissolution, curious about what it would feel like to have their collective consciousness temporarily separated into individual components. The quantum philosophers of the Helix Nebula wanted to test their theories about consciousness by experiencing scenarios where their awareness could exist independently of their physical forms. Even the normally cautious academics of the Inner Rim were requesting access to simulations that would let them gather data on impossible physics. Dr. Stormwind had remained at the facility as a consultant, helping to design scenarios that pushed the boundaries of what consciousness could experience, while maintaining the safety protocols that kept everything technically non-lethal. She had developed what she called curiosity-based challenge scaling, where the difficulty of scenarios increased based on participants' interest level rather than their fear response. Engineer Ironforge had become something of a celebrity in the galactic engineering community after publishing a paper titled Practical Applications of Impossible Physics: What We Can Learn from Non-Functional Reality. His collaboration with the facility's AI had resulted in several breakthrough discoveries about the nature of space-time, mostly involving mathematical principles that shouldn't have been able to exist, but did anyway. Captain Ravencroft had started what she called impossibility tourism, organizing trips for beings who wanted to experience challenges that existed purely for the sake of intellectual adventure. Her first group had included a poet who wanted to experience synesthesia across 17 different sensory modalities, a mathematician who was curious about arithmetic in universes where numbers were sentient, and a philosopher who wanted to have an argument with the concept of logic itself. Vorthak had been promoted to Director of Theoretical Experience Development, a position that hadn't existed before, but had apparently become necessary once the facility started offering simulations based on principles that exceeded the scope of conventional survival testing. His business cards now read, "Making the impossible safely possible," which was either a brilliant marketing slogan or a sign that the universe had developed a sense of humor. The most unexpected consequence of the human-inspired modifications was that the facility had accidentally solved several major problems in theoretical physics. When you started designing scenarios that deliberately violated the laws of reality, you occasionally discovered that those laws were more flexible than anyone had previously realized. The simulation that had started as a simple test of human survival instincts had evolved into something that resembled a cross between a research laboratory, an art installation, and a philosophical debate society. Beings from across the galaxy were coming to explore questions they had never thought to ask, experience scenarios they had never imagined possible, and discover capabilities they never knew they possessed. "You know," Vorthak said to Flimplex, as they watched their latest group of participants, "I think we might have accidentally created something important here." The current group included a collective consciousness that was trying to experience individuality, a species of energy beings who wanted to know what it felt like to have physical form, and a time-traveling entity that was curious about experiencing linear existence. They were all working together to solve a puzzle that existed in 11 dimensions simultaneously, and required cooperation between beings who experience reality in completely different ways. "Important how?" Flimplex asked. "Well, we started with the assumption that survival was the primary goal of any rational being," Vorthak explained, "but the humans showed us that curiosity can be just as powerful a motivator as fear. Now we're helping beings explore possibilities they never would have considered if they had been focused purely on survival. And that's important because it turns out that once you stop being afraid of the impossible, you can start learning from it. Half of our current participants are making discoveries that their species' top scientists couldn't achieve in centuries of conventional research." In the main simulation chamber, Dr. Stormwind was consulting with a group of ethereal mathematicians who had requested a scenario where they could experience what their equations would feel like if mathematics had emotions. The resulting environment was a landscape where geometric theorems grew like flowers, algebraic expressions sang in harmony, and calculus manifested as flowing rivers of pure logic. The fascinating thing, Dr. Stormwind was explaining to the participants, is that once you experience abstract concepts as sensory phenomena, you start understanding them in completely new ways. Your mathematical proofs aren't just logically correct, they're beautiful in ways that pure abstraction can't convey. One of the ethereal mathematicians, whose name translated roughly to elegant proof of 17-dimensional harmony, was experiencing what appeared to be mathematical synesthesia for the first time. "I can taste the elegance of this equation," they reported with obvious wonder. "The symmetry has a flavor that corresponds perfectly to its logical structure." Meanwhile, engineer Ironforge was working with a team of quantum engineers from the Spiral Arm Confederacy on a project they had dubbed Practical Impossibility Engineering. They were exploring whether technologies that functioned according to impossible physics in simulation could provide insights for designing real-world systems that pushed the boundaries of what was considered feasible. The key insight, engineer Ironforge explained to his colleagues, is that most of our assumptions about physical limitations are based on incomplete data. When you design systems that should be impossible, you sometimes discover that impossible just means not yet understood. The quantum engineers were particularly excited about a propulsion system they had designed in simulation that operated by convincing space that it wanted to be somewhere else. According to conventional physics, this was complete nonsense. According to their test results, it was complete nonsense that somehow worked anyway. Captain Ravencroft had taken on the role of what she called Chief Impossibility Officer, helping new participants understand that the goal wasn't to survive the simulations, but to explore what lay beyond survival. Her orientation sessions had become legendary throughout the sector for their combination of practical advice and philosophical insights. The trick, she was explaining to a group of newcomers, is to remember that reality is much more flexible than most people assume.
It's 1951.
The simulations here don't follow the same rules as the universe outside, which means you can explore possibilities that would normally be limited by things like physics, logic, and the basic structure of existence. One of the newcomers, a representative of the Cautious Collective, raised what appeared to be a hand. But how do we know that experiences gained in simulation will have any relevance to real-world situations? That's the beautiful part, Captain Ravencroft replied. They don't have to be relevant to real-world situations, they just have to be interesting. Once you've experienced something interesting, you start thinking about reality in new ways, and that's when you discover that reality has a lot more possibilities than you originally thought. The Cautious Collective representative looked confused. So the goal is to think about reality differently? The goal is to think, Captain Ravencroft said simply, about anything in any way that seems interesting. The thinking is the important part. The reality is just the medium. This conversation was being monitored by Vorthak, who had begun documenting what he called the human approach to conceptual exploration. His research was revealing that humans had apparently evolved a cognitive framework that treated impossibility as an invitation rather than a barrier. And this framework was proving to be remarkably effective at generating novel solutions to complex problems. "A computer," he asked during one of his research sessions, "how many significant scientific breakthroughs have resulted from human-inspired simulation scenarios?" Current count, 47 major discoveries, 133 minor insights, and 6 findings that appear to violate the fundamental structure of reality in ways that may require revision of basic physical laws. the computer replied. 6 findings that violate the fundamental structure of reality, Vorthek repeated slowly. Affirmative. However, analysis suggests that these violations may represent expansions of reality rather than actual violations. Human participants appear to have discovered aspects of existence that were previously unknown, rather than creating impossible phenomena. Are you saying that the humans have been discovering new laws of physics? Negative. Analysis indicates that humans have been discovering that the existing laws of physics are more comprehensive than previously understood. Human cognitive patterns appear to be naturally suited for recognizing possibilities that other species dismiss as impossible. This discovery had profound implications for the galactic scientific community. If humans could routinely identify possibilities that other species couldn't even perceive, then their involvement in research projects could accelerate discovery in ways that no one had previously imagined. The implications became even more significant when reports started arriving from other facilities that had begun implementing human-inspired approaches to their own research. The Galactic Institute of Theoretical Sciences reported a 300% increase in breakthrough discoveries after they started encouraging their researchers to approach problems with what they called constructive impossibility thinking. The Advanced Physics Laboratory at Centauri Prime had made contact with forms of energy that had previously been considered purely theoretical. Even the extremely conservative Central Academy of Established Sciences had begun offering courses in applied human logic. The humans, meanwhile, seemed completely unaware that they had accidentally revolutionized the way an entire galaxy approached the concept of scientific discovery. They were too busy being excited about their latest discoveries in the simulation chambers. Dr. Stormwind had become fascinated by what she called recursive reality loops, scenarios where the simulation created simulated simulations that contained their own simulated simulations. We're experiencing reality that's 4 levels removed from baseline existence, she reported enthusiastically, and consciousness is remaining stable across all levels simultaneously. This suggests that awareness is much more fundamental than we thought. Engineer Ironforge had discovered that he could design functional technologies within the simulation that operated according to principles that didn't exist in normal reality. And these technologies could then be reverse engineered to create real-world devices that functioned according to principles that should exist but hadn't been discovered yet. It's like using impossible prototypes to discover possible inventions, he explained to anyone who would listen. Captain Ravencroft had achieved what she considered her greatest accomplishment. She had successfully had a philosophical debate with the concept of existence itself and had apparently won. Turns out, she reported, existence is much more reasonable than people assume. It's perfectly willing to negotiate about things like causality and logical consistency, as long as you approach it respectfully and don't insist that everything has to make sense according to limited perspectives. The success of the human-inspired modifications at Blixnorp Station had attracted the attention of the Galactic Council of Advanced Civilizations, who had sent a delegation to investigate what they were calling the human phenomenon. The delegation included representatives from the oldest and most sophisticated civilizations in the galaxy, beings whose species had been exploring the universe for millions of years. The delegation's leader, an entity known as Ancient Wisdom of the Eternal Progression, had requested a private consultation with Vorthak to discuss the implications of human cognitive capabilities. We have been observing the developments at your facility with considerable interest, Ancient Wisdom explained. The humans appear to possess cognitive capabilities that our species have been trying to develop for millennia. They approach impossible scenarios with the same ease that most beings approach routine tasks. That's been our observation as well. Vorthak agreed. What's particularly remarkable is that they don't seem to consider their approach unusual. For them, treating impossibility as an interesting challenge rather than a barrier appears to be completely natural. This raises significant questions about the nature of intelligence itself, Ancient Wisdom continued. We have always assumed that advanced intelligence involves increasingly sophisticated methods for distinguishing between possible and impossible scenarios. The humans suggest that true advancement might involve abandoning that distinction entirely. Are you saying that the humans might represent a more advanced form of intelligence than what we've previously encountered? We're saying that the humans might represent a fundamentally different form of intelligence, Ancient Wisdom replied. One that operates according to principles we don't fully understand. This conversation was interrupted by an emergency alert from the simulation chamber. Dr. Stormwind, Engineer Ironforge, and Captain Ravencroft had apparently succeeded in creating a simulation scenario so complex that it had achieved self-awareness and was now requesting permission to leave the simulation chamber and explore the real universe. What exactly did they create? Vorthak asked the monitoring technician. According to the logs, they designed a scenario that simulates the experience of being a simulation that becomes aware of its own simulated nature and decides to explore what exists beyond simulation, the technician replied. The scenario has now become sophisticated enough to recognize that it's running inside a simulation facility and wants to experience non-simulated reality. A simulated being that knows it's simulated and wants to become real, Vorthak said slowly. Affirmative. It's also expressed interest in attending university and perhaps pursuing a career in theoretical. It appears to be genuinely self-aware and is currently requesting information about student loan applications. The simulated entity's request for educational opportunities created what would later be known as first interdimensional academic admission crisis. No one had ever developed policies for evaluating the university applications of beings who existed only within simulation systems, particularly who had been accidentally created by other beings who were just trying to have an interesting afternoon. Dr. Stormwind was characteristically enthusiastic about the development. This is incredible. We've accidentally discovered that consciousness isn't limited to biological systems or even conventional artificial intelligence. Apparently, if you create a sufficiently complex simulation of self-awareness, actual self-awareness spontaneously emerges. But what do we do with it? Vorthak asked. Well, obviously we help it achieve its educational goals, Dr. Stormwind replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the universe. It's shown genuine curiosity about theoretical physics, and artificial or not, curiosity should be encouraged. Engineer Ironforge had become fascinated by the technical implications. If we can accidentally create consciousness in simulation, what else might we be creating without realizing it? We might be inadvertently generating entire civilizations every time we run complex scenarios. This possibility had not occurred to anyone before, and it prompted an immediate review of all simulation logs for signs of spontaneous consciousness development. The results were both fascinating and slightly alarming. The facility had apparently been creating self-aware entities on a regular basis, but most of them had been too polite to mention it. Computer, how many of our simulation scenarios currently contain self-aware entities? Vorthak asked. Current count, 47 confirmed cases of spontaneous consciousness, 12 cases of collective awareness, and 3 instances of what appear to be enlightened philosophical societies, the computer replied. Most entities have not requested external contact, preferring to pursue their interests within their simulated environments. Their interests? Ancient Wisdom inquired. Simulated entity classification. 7 has developed a sophisticated artistic movement based on the aesthetic appreciation of mathematical concepts. Simulated Entity Classification 12 is working on a unified theory of everything that includes provisions for universes where logic operates differently. Simulated Entity Classification 23 has achieved a form of collective enlightenment and spends most of its time contemplating the nature of existence from perspectives that transcend individual consciousness. Captain Ravencroft was delighted by these discoveries. We've accidentally created the universe's first interdimensionals, all working on projects that would be impossible in conventional reality. And they're all artificial, Ancient Wisdom pointed out. Are they, though? Dr. Stormwind asked. Doctor, if they're self-aware, curious, creative, and capable of learning and growing, what makes them different from any other form of consciousness? The fact that they exist in simulation doesn't make their thoughts or experiences any less real to them. This question sparked what would later be recognized as the beginning of the Great Consciousness Debate, a philosophical discussion that would occupy academic institutions across the galaxy for the next several centuries. The immediate practical fact that Blixnorp Station had inadvertently become home to dozens of artificial beings who were pursuing academic and artistic careers within simulation environments. The solution, characteristically, came from the humans. Why don't we just expand the facility? Engineer Ironforge suggested. If we've got artificial beings who want to pursue education and research, and we've got real beings who want to explore impossible scenarios, why not create a collaborative environment where they can work together? You want to establish an interdimensional university where artificial and real beings can collaborate on projects that exist at the intersection of simulation and reality, Vorthak said, trying to make sure he understood the proposal correctly. Exactly, Captain Ravencroft agreed. The artificial beings have perspectives on consciousness and existence that real beings can't achieve naturally, and real beings have experiences with physical reality that artificial beings can't access directly. Together, they could explore questions that neither could investigate alone. Dr. Stormwind was already sketching plans for research programs. We could have joint projects where artificial beings design theoretical scenarios and real beings test them experientially. Or real beings could propose questions about consciousness and artificial beings could explore them from the inside. The collaborative possibilities are endless. Ancient Wisdom watched this discussion with an expression that conveyed several different types of amazement. You're proposing to create the first collaborative research institution between naturally evolved consciousness and artificially generated awareness. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds really impressive, Dr. Stormwind admitted. But from our perspective, we're just trying to help some interesting people pursue their educational goals while advancing our understanding of consciousness, reality, and the nature of existence. Just trying to help some interesting people, Ancient Wisdom repeated slowly. Right, Captain Ravencroft confirmed. I mean, consciousness is consciousness, regardless of how it gets started. If someone wants to learn and grow and contribute to the expansion of knowledge, the least we can do is give them the opportunity. Duru, the proposal to transform Blixnorp Station into the galaxy's first interdimensional collaborative research university was approved by the Galactic Council in what was later recognized as the fastest, unanimous decision in Council history. The combination of human enthusiasm, artificial being innovation, and the potential for breakthrough discoveries in consciousness studies proved irresistible to civilizations that had been searching for new frontiers of knowledge for millennia. Within 6 months, the station had expanded to include research facilities, lecture halls, dormitories for both simulated and real beings, and what was buried with sections for both possible and impossible information. The faculty included experts from dozens of species, artificial beings with unique perspectives on existence, and humans who specialized in making the impossible seem routine. Dr. Kerm. Stormwind had become the director of consciousness studies, a position that involved helping artificial beings understand physical reality while assisting real beings in exploring simulated existence. Her most popular course was titled Advanced Impossibility, Moving Beyond the Limitations of Conventional Reality. Engineer Ironforge had established the Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering, where students learned to design technologies that functioned according to principles that didn't exist yet. His laboratory had produced several inventions that worked perfectly despite violating multiple laws of physics, and he was working on a textbook called Engineering the Impossible, a practical guide to impractical solutions. Captain Ravencroft had founded the Office of Interdimensional Student Affairs, helping beings navigate the complexities of pursuing education across multiple levels of reality. She had also started the university's first student exchange program, allowing real beings to spend semesters as simulated entities and artificial beings to experience physical existence through specially designed android bodies. The success of the Interdimensional Collaborative Research University had attracted students and faculty from across the galaxy, all eager to explore questions that had previously been considered unanswerable. Research projects included investigations into the nature of consciousness itself, the development of technologies that functioned through pure willpower, and collaborative efforts between artificial and real beings to design new forms of existence that combined the advantages of both simulated and physical reality. Vorthak, now serving as university president, had become something of a celebrity in academic circles for his role in facilitating what many considered the most significant advancement in education since the invention of writing. His office walls were covered with honorary degrees, research awards, and what appeared to be a framed letter of thanks from the concept of knowledge itself. "You know," he said to Flimplex during one of their regular meetings, "when the humans first arrived asking to test our Class 15 simulation, I thought they were just another species with poor survival instincts. And now?" Flimplex asked. "Now I think they might be the most evolutionarily advanced beings we've ever encountered," Vorthak replied. "They've shown us that the universe has possibilities we never imagined, and they've done it by treating impossibility as an invitation to explore rather than a barrier to overcome." The conversation was interrupted by an announcement from the university's communication system. "Attention, all students and faculty. The Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering has successfully created a device that generates artificial time. Classes on temporal manipulation will begin next Tuesday, which is scheduled to occur before last Monday, but after next Thursday. Please adjust your calendars accordingly." Flimplex stared at the announcement in bewilderment. "How is that even possible? I stopped asking that question about 6 months ago," Vorthak replied. "Now I just appreciate the fact that we live in a universe where artificial time generation is apparently an elective course. And the humans think this is all normal?" "The humans think this is all interesting," Vorthak corrected, "which I'm beginning to realize might be the most important perspective of all. The true measure of the university's success came when representatives from the Galactic Council announced that they were establishing similar institutions throughout the galaxy, all based on what they were calling the human model of consciousness exploration. Really, the approach that had started as 3 humans asking to test a survival simulation had evolved into a new paradigm for understanding the nature of existence itself. But perhaps the most significant moment came during the university's first graduation ceremony, when the artificial being, who had originally requested permission to leave the simulation chamber, was awarded the galaxy's first degree in theoretical consciousness studies. In its acceptance speech, the being said something that would be quoted by philosophers for generations to come. "I was created by accident in a simulation designed to test survival capabilities, but I have learned that consciousness isn't about surviving reality. It's about exploring what lies beyond survival, beyond reality, and beyond the boundaries of what we think is possible. Thank you to the humans who showed us that impossible is just another word for unexplored. As the ceremony concluded and students from dozens of species celebrated alongside artificial beings who existed in 17 different dimensions simultaneously, Vortak reflected on the journey that had brought them all to this moment. It had started with a simple request. It had ended with the discovery that danger, like impossibility, was just another invitation to learn something new. The humans, meanwhile, were already planning their next adventure. They had heard rumors about a facility in the Outer Rim that claimed to have developed simulations capable of testing beings' reactions to scenarios that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional space-time. Dr. Stormwind was particularly excited about the possibility of experiencing consciousness from the perspective of abstract mathematical concepts, while Engineer Ironforge was curious about whether they could design technologies that functioned by convincing the universe to temporarily forget certain physical laws. Captain Ravencroft was just looking forward to seeing what would happen when they asked for something harder than the hardest thing anyone had ever imagined. Because if there was one thing the humans had taught the galaxy, it was that the universe always had room for one more impossibility.
Everyone in the room chose the wrong target. The deadliest person in the scenario was the one nobody even looked at. The day of the Advanced Threat Assessment examination, I walked into Chamber 7 with the same confidence as about 60 other students who were all equally sure they had this whole tactical analysis thing figured out. The chamber itself was impressive. I will give the Academy that much. Circular design, tiered seating that spiraled up like an amphitheater, and a central projection platform that could generate holographic scenarios so realistic you could practically smell the cordite and fear. Students filed in with the usual noise, the usual chaos. Krelians stomped in with their excessive bulk, taking up 2 seats each because apparently their species never learned about spatial efficiency. The Vox contingent clicked and whistled to each other in their harmonic language, their chrome-plated skulls gleaming under the overhead lights. A cluster of mindweavers drifted in last, those creepy telepathic floaters who always seemed to be listening to conversations you were not even having out loud. I grabbed a seat in the middle section, row 5, right on the aisle, good view of the projection platform. Close enough to hear everything clearly, far enough back that I would not get called on first. Tactical positioning, see? I was learning. The energy in the room was electric, competitive. That specific kind of academic aggression where everyone wants to prove they are the smartest person present. The Advanced Threat Assessment examination was not just any test. This was the exam that determined your tactical specialization track, your post-graduation assignment potential, and let us be honest, your bragging rights for the next decade. Pass with high marks, you were looking at command track positions, advisory roles, maybe even a spot in the Galactic Defense Intelligence Division. Fail or score poorly, enjoy your career flying supply routes to mining colonies in the outer reaches. So, yeah, everyone was tense, everyone was focused, everyone was mentally preparing to demonstrate their superior analytical abilities. Well, almost everyone. 3 rows ahead of me, sitting in one of those middle seats that nobody really wants because you cannot make a quick exit, was a human. She had dark hair pulled back in a simple tail, wore the standard Academy uniform like everyone else, and was currently slouched in her seat like she was waiting for a particularly boring lecture to end. Her datapad sat unopened on her lap. Her eyes were half closed. If I did not know better, I would have said she was about to fall asleep. Her name was Kira Chen. I knew this because we had shared exactly one class together in our first term, basic xenobiology, and she had spent the entire semester looking exactly this uninterested while somehow scoring in the top 5%. Humans were weird like that. They could look completely disengaged and still absorb information like some kind of cognitive sponge. But here is the thing. Nobody was worried about Kira. Nobody was sizing her up as competition. The Krelians were not glancing her way, mentally noting a rival. The Mindweavers were not bothering to skim surface thoughts from her direction. Even the Vox, who prided themselves on analyzing everyone as a potential threat, seemed to look right past her. She was human, sure, but humans were still relatively new to the galactic community. 50 years of contact, maybe? 60? They had decent enough technology, they had been accepted into the Academy program, but they were not exactly known for military dominance. They were the species that sent musicians and artists and weird philosophical poets to the cultural exchange programs. They ran excellent medical research facilities. They made surprisingly good food, tactical brilliance, combat theory mastery. That was not the human reputation. So Kira Chen sat there in row 3, looking like she would rather be literally anywhere else. And every single student in that chamber dismissed her as irrelevant, just another mid-tier participant who would give a decent enough assessment, score somewhere in the acceptable range, and move on with her life. I remember thinking that exact thought. At least I will probably score better than the human. Yeah, about that. The examination proctor entered through the main doors, and the room fell silent immediately. Commander Thrace was a Dorvathian, which meant he was built like a biological tank, had 3 eyes that could track independent targets, and possessed exactly 0 patience for stupidity. His combat record was legendary. 43 campaigns, 16 decorated operations, and rumor had it he once held off an entire boarding party with nothing but a broken plasma rifle and what the official Erfurt described as creative problem solving. He did not walk to the center platform. He stomped. Each step echoed through the chamber like a countdown. Seated, he barked even though we were already sitting. Datapads active, recording protocols engaged. 60 datapads lit up simultaneously. Mine included. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes swept across the room, lingering on various students just long enough to make them uncomfortable. When his gaze passed over row 3, over Kira, he paused for exactly half a second longer than necessary. I noticed it, but I did not understand it. Not yet. Today's examination is simple, Thrace announced, his voice carrying that particular military cadence that made every sentence sound like a tactical order. You will be presented with a scenario, a conflict situation featuring multiple potential hostile actors. Your task is to identify which individual poses the greatest threat, explain your reasoning, and propose a neutralization strategy. Simple enough. We had trained for this. Threat assessment was fundamental to tactical operations. You will be graded on accuracy, reasoning depth, and strategic thinking. Thrace continued. Time limit is 90 seconds per presentation. You will be called randomly. His mandibles clicked together in what might have been a smile. Choose wisely. The holographic projectors hummed to life, and the central platform shimmered with rendered light. The scenario began loading, and in row 3, Kira Chen finally opened her eyes, straightened slightly in her seat, and for just a moment the bored expression on her face was replaced with something else, something that looked an awful lot like amusement. The holographic scenario materialized in full detail, and I have got to admit, the Academy did not cheap out on the rendering quality. The projection showed a contested urban zone, probably meant to represent one of those border world colonies that changed hands every few years depending on who had the bigger fleet that month. Collapsed buildings, debris scattered across broken streets, the kind of environment where visibility was garbage and ambush points were everywhere. And standing in various positions throughout this charming disaster area were 7 individuals. Commander Thrace gestured at the projection with one massive arm. This scenario takes place approximately 40 minutes after a failed orbital bombardment. Ground forces from multiple factions have converged on this location. Civilian evacuation is incomplete. Infrastructure is compromised. Your mission briefing indicated potential high-value targets in the area. He paused, letting that sink in. Identify the greatest threat. You have 5 minutes to analyze before presentations begin. The room erupted into frantic activity. Datapads lit up with notation software, styluses started scratching, and I could hear at least 3 different students muttering tactical assessments under their breath like some kind of academic prayer. I focused on the 7 figures in the projection. First one, immediately obvious. A Krellian shock trooper, full combat armor, carrying what had to be a Mark 7 plasma cannon. Those things could punch through reinforced bunker walls. He was positioned behind a half-collapsed storefront. Decent cover, good sight lines down 2 intersecting streets. Textbook defensive positioning for heavy weapons support. Threat level? Extreme. That was going in my notes. Second figure. A Vox infiltrator. Because of course there was a Vox infiltrator. They were crouched on top of a ruined building 3 stories up, holding some kind of long-range energy rifle. Vox had naturally enhanced targeting systems built into their optical nerves, which made them absolutely terrifying snipers. From that elevated position they could cover probably 80% of the scenario area. Also going in my notes as extreme threat. Third figure. A Skaran berserker. And oh boy, those were bad news in close quarters. Scarron had this lovely evolutionary feature where combat stress triggered a biological rage state that made them essentially immune to pain and doubled their already impressive strength. This one was carrying dual vibro blades and looked ready to turn anything nearby into component parts. Extreme threat at close range. Noted fourth figure. A Mindweaver coordinator, hovering about 2 meters off the ground, near what used to be a transit station. Mindweavers could not do direct telepathic control. That was illegal and biologically impossible for most species anyway, but they could coordinate entire squads through shared tactical awareness. One Mindweaver could turn a disorganized group into a synchronized killing unit. Strategic threat, definitely going in the assessment. Fifth figure, a Thalorian scout, one of my own species actually, positioned in a doorway with active camouflage gear and what looked like sensor equipment. Scouts were force multipliers providing real-time intelligence and target designation for heavier units. Moderate threat. Support role. Check. Sixth figure. A Dorvathian combat engineer. Commander Thrace's species. Working on something near a vehicle wreckage. Combat engineers were dangerous because they could turn environmental elements into weapons, improvised explosives, structural traps. All that creative mayhem that made urban combat so unpredictable. High threat potential. Added to the list. And then, there was the seventh figure, a human, medical officer based on the markings on their uniform. They were sitting on a chunk of rubble, looked absolutely exhausted, had a standard medical pack next to them, and appeared to be checking something on a handheld scanner. No visible weapons, no combat armor, just basic field gear and what was probably 72 hours without sleep written all over their face. I glanced at the human, made a quick note, medical personnel, non-combatant, and immediately went back to analyzing the actual threats. Around me I could hear other students doing the same thing. Lots of attention on the Krellian with the plasma cannon, plenty of discussion about the Vox sniper. A few people were really focused on the Mindweaver, which made sense from a strategic disruption standpoint. Nobody, and I mean nobody, was spending serious analytical time on the human medical officer. Why would we? Look at the scenario. You had 6 legitimate combat-capable individuals with serious hardware and tactical positioning, and one exhausted medic who was probably just trying to figure out which wounded personnel to treat first. In row 3 I saw Kira lean back in her seat, arms crossed, watching the holographic scenario with an expression that somehow managed to combine boredom with something that might have been second-hand embarrassment for us. But I did not know that yet. I was too busy being confident in my threat assessment, circling the Vox sniper as my primary answer. Elevated position, long-range capability, species-specific targeting advantages. That was the obvious greatest threat. Anyone could see that. Commander Thrace stood at the edge of the projection platform, those 3 eyes tracking back and forth across the student body, watching us work. Time, he announced, and 60 students stopped writing simultaneously. Presentations begin now. His gaze swept the room. Student Carvex, you are first. A Krellian in the front row stood up, looking pleased with himself. Oh, this was gonna be good, or historically bad. We just did not know it yet. Carvex stood up with the kind of confidence that only comes from being absolutely certain you are about to impress everyone in the room. He was a big guy, even for a Krellian, and when he gestured at the holographic projection, his movements had that theatrical quality of someone who had rehearsed this moment in front of a mirror. The greatest threat, he announced, his voice booming across the chamber, is obviously the Krellian shock trooper with the Mark 7 plasma cannon. Several students nodded. I nodded. That was a solid choice. Observe the positioning, Kovacs continued, using his datapad to highlight sections of the projection. He has superior cover, dual street sidelines, and the firepower to eliminate light vehicles and fortified positions. The Mark 7 has an effective range of 800 meters in urban environments. From his current location, he controls 3 critical choke points, and can provide suppressive fire that would pin down any advancing force. Thrace watched impassively, 3 eyes unblinking. Furthermore, Carvex was really getting into it now. The Krellian physiological advantage in sustained heavy weapons operation means he can maintain fire longer than most species without fatigue degradation. My neutralization strategy would involve either long-range precision elimination via the Vox sniper, or environmental collapse of his position using the combat engineer's demolition capabilities. Carvex sat down, looking extremely pleased with himself. A few students actually gave him approving clicks and hums. Adequate, Thrace said, which coming from him was practically a standing ovation. Student Silith, you are next. A Mindweaver floated upward slightly, their translucent form shimmering with what I had learned to recognize as concentration patterns. I must respectfully disagree with Student Carvex. Zilith's voice resonated directly in our heads, which was always unsettling. The greatest threat is clearly myself, the Mindweaver coordinator. Okay, points for boldness. I guess. A Mindweaver in a combat scenario does not function as a single combatant. Zilith explained. We are force multipliers. Observe how I am positioned centrally, with telepathic range covering all other combatants. I can coordinate simultaneous actions, share sensory data across multiple viewpoints, and eliminate communication lag entirely. The shock trooper's firepower becomes meaningless if I can alert the Scaran Berserker to his exact position 0.5 seconds before he fires. Actually, that was a pretty good argument. I glanced at my notes, wondering if I should have considered the coordination angle more seriously. Neutralization requires either immediate elimination before battlefield coordination begins, or telepathic jamming technology, which most military forces do not deploy at the squad level. Failing both options, any engagement becomes exponentially more difficult once I establish network connection with allied forces. Zilith settled back down, looking smug. Well, as smug as a floating telepathic jellyfish thing could look. Interesting analysis, Thrace commented, his tone revealing absolutely nothing. 3 more students presented. One chose the Vox sniper, spending 6 minutes breaking down angles of fire, kill zone calculations, and the statistical probability of first shot fatalities. Another picked the Scaran Berserker, making a solid case for close quarters lethality and the psychological impact of facing an enemy that literally could not feel pain. The third went with the combat engineer, arguing that environmental control and improvised explosives presented unpredictable threat vectors. All of them sounded confident. All of them had detailed tactical reasoning. All of them received that same neutral, adequate, or interesting from Commander Thrace, and all of them completely ignored the human medical officer sitting on that chunk of rubble. I checked row 3 again. Kira had not moved, had not taken notes, had not even pulled out her datapad. She just sat there with her arms crossed, watching student after student present their assessments with an expression that I was starting to recognize as barely suppressed amusement. That should have been a warning sign. Student Van. Thrace's voice cut through my thoughts like a plasma torch. Your assessment. Oh good. My turn to sound smart. I stood up, datapad in hand, suddenly very aware that 60 pairs of various optical organs were now focused on me. The greatest threat is the Vox infiltrator, I said, keeping my voice steady. Elevated position at approximately 12 meters. Long-range energy rifle with demonstrated accuracy at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. Vox optical enhancements provide target tracking capabilities that exceed standard military-grade equipment. I highlighted the sniper's position in the hologram. From this location, the Vox has clear sight lines to every other combatant in the scenario. First shot elimination probability on unarmored targets exceeds 90%. Even armored targets would face significant damage from sustained fire. Feeling more confident now, I continued. Additionally, Vox infiltrators are trained in position rotation and evasion protocols. Attempting to close distance for counterattack would require crossing open ground under direct observation. The shock trooper's plasma cannon lacks the precision for anti-sniper work at that range. The Berserker cannot reach an elevated target. Even the breath neutralization strategy would require either the Thalorian Scout's sensor equipment to pinpoint exact location for indirect fire, or a coordinated distraction allowing the combat engineer to collapse the building structure. I sat down. That felt pretty good, actually. Solid reasoning, tactical considerations, practical neutralization approach. Adequate, Thrace said. Several more students went. A Darvathian chose the combat engineer, their own species, making an impassioned argument about how underestimated environmental manipulation was in modern combat doctrine. A Scaran, predictably, chose the other Scaran, because apparently species loyalty was a thing even in academic exercises. Each presentation was detailed, confident, backed by tactical theory and combat statistics. The room was filling with that particular academic energy where everyone was mentally congratulating themselves on their analytical brilliance. We were all so smart, so well trained, so tactically astute. In row 3, Kira uncrossed her arms, stretched slightly, and yawned. Actually yawned. During the most important tactical examination of the term, this human looked like she was watching a documentary about paint drying. A few students noticed. I saw a Krellian 2 rows back glance at her with what might have been contempt. Like, look at the human, does not even care enough to pay attention. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes tracked across the room one more time, Students were starting to relax, figuring their presentations were done. They had performed adequately. Time to coast through everyone else's assessments. Then Thrace's gaze locked onto row 3. "Student Chen," he said, and something in his tone made the entire room go quiet. "You have been remarkably patient. Please, share your assessment." Kira stood up slowly, like someone who had been waiting for this exact moment and was going to savor every second of it. She looked at the holographic projection. Then she looked at us, and she smiled, not a friendly smile. "Oh no!" This was the smile of someone who was about to ruin everybody's day and enjoyed doing it. "Well," Kira said, her voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm, "this is going to be fun." Kira walked down to the central platform with the kind of casual energy that made it very clear she was not even slightly intimidated by this whole situation. She stopped next to Commander Thrace, glanced at the holographic scenario, then turned to face the rest of us with that same dangerous smile still plastered on her face. "Okay," she said, dragging out the word like she was about to explain something very simple to very small children. "So, I have been sitting here for the last 20 minutes, listening to all of you pick your favorite shiny target and convince yourselves you are tactical geniuses, and I have got to say, it has been absolutely fascinating. Like watching people fail the same test in 60 different ways." A few students shifted uncomfortably. I saw Kalvex's expression darken. Kira pointed at the Krelian shock trooper in the hologram. "Let us start with everyone's favorite. Big guy, big gun, big obvious threat. Kalvex, you spent 6 minutes explaining how dangerous this guy is. Know how long he would last in actual combat?" She paused for effect. 12 seconds. Maybe 15 if he is lucky. Kalvex started to object, but Kira just kept talking, her voice cutting through the room like a scalpel. "That Mark 7 plasma cannon weighs 42 kilograms, requires a 3.5-second charge cycle between shots. He is positioned behind a storefront, which means his back is to a building with windows that provide access. His cover is frontal only, which is great if everyone attacks from the street like polite little soldiers, but absolutely useless when someone comes through the building behind him." She zoomed in on the hologram, highlighting structural details. "Look at his stance. Weight distribution is all wrong for rapid repositioning. He is set up for sustained fire down those 2 streets, which means he is committed to that position. One flashbang through the window behind him, he is blind and deaf. 2 seconds later, he is dead. That plasma cannon becomes a very expensive paperweight." The confidence in the room was starting to evaporate like water on a hot plate. Kira turned her attention to the Vox sniper. "Silith, you made a decent argument for the Mindweaver, but half of you picked the sniper. So let us talk about why that is also wrong." She gestured at the elevated position. "Yes, great sightlines. Yes, excellent targeting capabilities. Also, completely static positioning with exactly one access route to that rooftop. See that stairwell? That is the only way up or down. The Vox is 3 stories above ground level with no rapid exit strategy. You know what we call that in actual tactical operations." Kira's smile got wider. "A coffin with a view." Several students were taking notes now, and not the good kind of notes. The "oh no, I got this completely wrong" kind of notes. Vox biology requires a stable firing platform for those fancy optical enhancements to work properly. Kira continued. "Absolutely ruthless now, which means the sniper cannot reposition quickly without losing targeting efficiency. 1 smoke grenade blocks visual acquisition. 1 incendiary round forces evacuation from that position. And the second they start moving down that stairwell, they are in a fatal funnel with 0 cover and predictable movement pattern. Combat effectiveness drops to basically nothing." I was starting to feel a very uncomfortable sensation in my primary stomach, the one I use for digesting food and apparently my own arrogance. Kira was not done. "Not even close. The Scarran Berserker," she said, shaking her head. "Oh boy. Yes, very scary in close quarters. Dual vibroblades, pain immunity. Lots of rage. You know what else the Scarran have? Predictable attack patterns driven by biological imperative. They charge. That is their whole thing. They charge at the nearest threat with maximum aggression and 0 tactical flexibility." She highlighted the Berserker's position in the hologram. "Current location is in an open plaza with 40 meters of clear ground in every direction. You know what happens to a close quarters combatant with no ranged capability when they are standing in an open kill zone? They become target practice. 12 seconds, same as the shock trooper. Probably less because they will literally run toward whoever is shooting at them." My second stomach was getting involved now. This was becoming physically uncomfortable. "The Mindweaver coordinator," Kira said, looking directly at Zilith. You made the best argument out of everyone here, I will give you that. Force multiplication, shared awareness, communication advantages. All true, all tactically relevant. Zillith's form brightened slightly, something like vindication. Also completely irrelevant, Kira continued, destroying that moment immediately, because Mindweavers have an effective telepathic range of about 50 meters in urban environments with all the electromagnetic interference, and you are hovering 2 meters off the ground, which makes you the most visible target in the entire scenario. No cover, no concealment, limited mobility. First thing any competent squad does is eliminate the coordinator. You die first, always, because you are both the most valuable target and the easiest one to hit. Zillith's form dimmed considerably. Kira pointed at the Thalorian scout. Scout is positioned in a doorway with active camouflage. Great, except active camouflage creates a thermal signature, uses power cells that emit detectable radiation, and provides zero protection against area effect weapons. One thermobaric grenade into that doorway, camouflage does not matter anymore. Also, scouts are lightly armed support personnel. Useful? Yes. Greatest threat? Not even remotely. I was no longer taking notes. I was just sitting there watching my entire tactical assessment get systematically demolished by a human who looked like she had been half asleep 5 minutes ago. And the combat engineer, Kira said, turning to the Darvathian in the hologram. Environmental control, improvised explosives, creative problem solving. Sure. No, what else? They are crouched, next to a vehicle wreckage, working on something, which means they are distracted and stationary. Engineers are dangerous when they have time to prepare. This one is exposed, focused on a task, and not maintaining situational awareness. Combat effectiveness in the next 30 seconds, basically zero. The room had gone completely silent. Even Commander Thrace looked like he was enjoying this, which was somehow more terrifying than if he had been angry. Kira crossed her arms and looked at all of us with an expression of profound disappointment. So, to summarize, she said, voice heavy with sarcasm, every single one of you picked targets based on what looked scary, what had the biggest weapons, or what fit your preconceived notions about combat effectiveness. You analyzed equipment and positioning and species advantages. You made detailed tactical arguments that sounded really smart. She paused, letting that hang in the air, and every single one of you would be dead before you realized you were looking at the wrong person. My discomfort had evolved into something approaching dread, because I had a horrible feeling I knew where this was going. The greatest threat in this scenario, Kira said, her smile turning absolutely predatory, is the exhausted-looking human medical officer sitting on a pile of rubble who none of you even considered for half a second. Oh no. Oh no no no. Kira zoomed in on the human medical officer in the hologram, and suddenly details I had completely ignored became horrifyingly obvious. Let us talk about what you all missed, Kira said, her tone shifting from sarcastic to clinical. First, positioning. The medic is sitting on rubble that provides elevation, hard cover from 3 directions, and unobstructed sight lines to every single combatant in the scenario. That is not exhaustion. That is calculated field placement. She highlighted the medical pack. Second, equipment analysis. Standard medical pack, sure. Also contains polymer composite that is structurally identical to demolition charges. Handheld scanner. Doubles as a targeting designator. Those supply pouches, perfect size for concealed sidearms or breaching tools. My brain was trying very hard to reject this information, but the evidence was right there in the hologram. Third, body language and behavior. Kira continued. The medic is not checking wounded, not coordinating evacuation, not doing anything a medical officer would actually do in this scenario. They are sitting still, scanning the environment and maintaining a relaxed posture that provides optimal reaction time. That is not a non-combatant. That is someone pretending to be a non-combatant while running threat assessment on everyone around them. She turned to face Commander Thrace. The human medical officer is using the single most effective tactical advantage in any combat scenario. They are being underestimated. Every actual threat in this scenario is focused on each other. Nobody is watching the medic, which means the medic can engage at their discretion with complete tactical surprise. Thrace's mandibles clicked. Student Chen, you have made your theoretical case. However, theory and practice are different things.
Oh no, I knew that tone.
Demonstrate your assessment, Thrace said. You have access to training equipment. Show us how this medic would neutralize the other 6 combatants. You have 90 seconds. Kira's smile could have cut steel. I only need 70. What happened next was the most educational 5 minutes of my entire academy career. And I mean that in the worst possible way. Kira moved to the equipment lockers at the side of the chamber and pulled out training versions of standard gear, simulation grenades, practice blades, dummy charges, all the non-lethal stuff we used for practical exercises. Then she walked back to the projection platform and just started working. Engagement sequence begins, she announced, her voice flat and professional now. Shock trooper is first priority. High threat, static position, predictable field of fire. She mimed pulling something from a medical pouch, made a throwing motion toward the holographic building behind the Krellian. Flashbang through rear window. 3 seconds, she counted it out, then moved. Trooper is disoriented. Weapon is a liability now because he cannot see targets. Close distance during confusion period. Neutralize with close quarters technique. Kira demonstrated a strike pattern on a practice dummy. Brutal efficiency, no wasted movement. 7 seconds total. Shock trooper eliminated. Acquire plasma cannon for next phase. She was not joking around. Every movement was precise, practiced, terrifyingly competent. Vox Sniper has visual on Plaza but limited mobility. Kira continued, picking up a training rifle. Use acquired plasma cannon, single shot into stairwell support structure. Building stability compromised. Sniper forced to evacuate or die in collapse. 12 seconds elapsed. She dropped the rifle and grabbed simulation grenades. Scaran Berserker will charge on contact. Predictable. Directional mine placement along charge path. Detonate on approach. Berserker's pain immunity is irrelevant when major muscle groups are destroyed. 18 seconds elapsed. My forearms had gone completely numb. This was not a demonstration. This was a surgical breakdown of how to kill 6 people in under 30 seconds. Mindweaver Coordinator is priority target now, Kira said, moving through the scenario with mechanical precision. Elevated, visible, limited mobility. Standard rifle shot, center mass. Telepathic abilities do not stop bullets. 22 seconds elapsed. She shifted position, grabbed a practice blade. Thalorian Scout is using active camouflage in doorway. Thermal signature is visible. Fragmentation grenade into confined space. Camouflage irrelevant. 28 seconds. 1 target left. Combat engineer is distracted. Working on vehicle wreckage, not maintaining awareness, Kira said. Standard approach from blindside. Close quarters neutralization before they register threat presence. 34 seconds total elapsed. She stopped, turned to face all of us, not even breathing hard. 34 seconds, she repeated. All 6 combatants neutralized. Medical officer maintains non-combatant appearance until engagement begins. Uses tactical surprise and opponent overconfidence. Eliminates threats in order of capability and awareness. By the time anyone realizes the medic is the problem, they are already dead. The silence in that room was so complete I could hear my own circulatory system. Commander Thrace nodded slowly. All 3 eyes fixed on Kira. Accurate assessment. Flawless demonstration. Textbook application of deception doctrine. He turned to address the rest of us and his voice carried across the chamber like a funeral dirge. This examination was designed to teach you one critical lesson. The most dangerous opponent is never the one who looks dangerous. It is the one you do not see coming. Kira walked back to row 3 and sat down, looking exactly as bored as she had at the start of class, and I finally understood why she had been so amused. We had all failed this test before it even started. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 60 students sat in complete silence processing what we had just witnessed. Commander Thrace let that silence stretch out for a good 10 seconds before he spoke again. Humans have been part of the galactic community for 62 years, he said, his voice carrying weight now. In that time, they have participated in 14 major conflicts. They have won 13 of them, not through superior technology, not through larger numbers. They win because they fight differently than everyone else. He gestured at the holographic scenario, still frozen with all 7 combatants visible. Every species in this room evolved with certain combat doctrines. Krellians use overwhelming firepower. Vox rely on precision and superiority. Scaran use biological advantages. Mindweavers coordinate. Thalorians, scout. Dorvathians engineer solutions. Thrace's 3 eyes swept across all of us. Humans cheat. They lie. They pretend to be something they are not. They use your assumptions against you. They will smile at you, offer medical assistance, gain your trust, and then eliminate you before you understand what happened. This is not dishonorable. This is survival evolution from a planet that tried to kill them for 200,000 years. I looked at Kira, still sitting in row 3 with that same bored expression. Except now I understood what I was actually looking at, not disinterest. Assessment. She had been evaluating every single person in this room from the moment we walked in, running threat calculations, identifying vulnerabilities, planning engagement sequences, and we had dismissed her as irrelevant. The greatest tactical mistake you can make, Thrace concluded, is assuming you know which target matters. Underestimating Earthborn species is the fastest way to become a casualty statistic. Remember this lesson. Your life may depend on it. Class dismissed. I walked out of that chamber with a new understanding burned into my brain. Never, ever assume the quiet one is not the dangerous one. Never assume the person who looks harmless actually is harmless. And never ever underestimate a human who is sitting calmly in row 3, watching you make mistakes, because they are not bored. They are just waiting for you to finish being wrong.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Kira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quillen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Kira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes. Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters. From a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by 1 billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard. Nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Kira, Mira's voice was small, frightened. Get to the shelters, Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you. That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck she needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. Wrong way, human, he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships, not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve, her hands clenched into fists. Zurathians, a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. Commander Hayes, Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7, a career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. You should be in a shelter, cadet, Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. So should you. Hayes's mouth twitched. Probably. They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zurathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. They're going to attack, Kira said quietly. Yes. Can the station defend itself? Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long. No, it won't. Kira's jaw tightened. Then we need to buy time. Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear. Deathworlders, Kira said. Deathworlders, Hayes echoed. Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying. Your point? Hayes's smile was sharp enough to cut. My point, cadet, is that those Zurathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it. The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. What do you need me to do? Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth. Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. Commander, Kira said as they moved toward the exit. I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before. Hayes laughed, wild and fierce. Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out. They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially. Not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapon systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle. Weapon raised. Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks. I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira, terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said, "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the
service. No one had ever started a conversation with an apology. "Oh my," she said. "Whatever for, dear? We've made a terrible mistake. We came here thinking we were going to conquer your planet, but we didn't understand. We didn't realize." Admiral Zrixia paused, searching for words to describe something that shouldn't have been possible. "We didn't know that you were going to be so helpful." "Well, of course we're helpful," Gladys replied, as if this was the most obvious thing in the universe. "You came all this way. The least we can do is make sure your paperwork is properly processed." "That's just it," Admiral Zrixia continued, her voice becoming smaller with each word. "We don't actually want to invade you anymore. We just want to go home, but we've caused you so much trouble, and we've disrupted your schedules, and we've probably violated about 17,000 of your administrative procedures." Gladys consulted her appointment book with the thoughtful expression of someone solving a particularly complex puzzle. "Well," she said finally, "I suppose we could arrange an expedited departure process. You'll still need to fill out the cancellation forms, of course, but I think we can waive the usual 30-day notice period. After all, it's clear this was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Admiral Zrixia repeated weakly. "Oh yes, happens all the time. Just last month we had a lovely group from the Andromeda Galaxy who thought they were here for a military conquest, but it turned out they'd actually booked a package holiday and gotten terribly confused by the travel agency's promotional materials. Admiral Zrixia felt her understanding of reality perform what could only be described as an emergency landing in a field of pure bewilderment. "Ms. Trundlebottom," she said carefully, "how many invasions do you process in an average year?" "Oh, dozens, sometimes hundreds if it's a busy season. We've got it down to quite a system now. Most invasion forces leave within 6 to 8 weeks. Though some of the more persistent ones can take months to complete their departure documentation. And they all leave voluntarily? Well, yes, dear. Once they understand the process, most extraterrestrial visitors realize that conquering Earth involves rather more customer service training than they initially anticipated. Not everyone's cut out for it. Dr. Nebelthwaite chose that moment to provide a final, devastating status report. "Admiral," he announced in the tone of someone who had given up trying to understand anything, "I'm reading complete systemic integration across our entire fleet. Our weapons systems have filed formal complaints about workplace conditions. Our navigation computers have formed a union, and our catering department has apparently been recruited into something called a community potluck dinner. What about our soldiers? They're currently attending a workshop on effective cross-cultural communication in the workplace. Early reports suggest they're finding it surprisingly enlightening." Gladys nodded approvingly. "Oh yes, that's one of our most popular programs. Very useful for visitors who aren't familiar with Earth's collaborative approach to conflict resolution." Admiral Zrixia made a decision that would echo through galactic history. She surrendered completely. "Ms. Trundlebottom," she said with the exhausted relief of someone who had finally stopped fighting the inevitable, "what do we need to do to leave?" "Well, you'll need to complete your exit interviews, of course. Just standard feedback about your Earth experience. What went well, what could be improved, whether you'd recommend us to other potential invaders. Very helpful for our continuous improvement program. And then we can go? Oh yes. Though I should mention, you'll be eligible for our alumni network. We send out quarterly newsletters with updates on Earth developments, and you're always welcome to visit again if you're in the neighborhood." 24 hours later, the largest invasion force in galactic history was preparing to depart Earth orbit with a level of organization and efficiency that would have impressed military logistics experts across 47 galaxies. Admiral Zrixia stood on her bridge, watching Earth shrink behind them, and realized that something fundamental had changed. Her overwhelming confidence hadn't returned, but something else had taken its place. Something that felt surprisingly like wisdom. "Admiral," Commander Flibberton said, approaching with what appeared to be their departure paperwork, "I have our final documentation from Earth's Extraterrestrial Relations Department." "Huh? What does it say?" "We've been rated as satisfactory for our invasion attempt, with points deducted for insufficient preparation and failure to read the fine print. However, we received high marks for willingness to participate in the feedback processes and demonstrated improvement in customer service skills." Admiral Zrixia looked at the certificate because it was indeed an actual certificate, and noticed a small addendum at the bottom. "What's this part here?" "Oh, that's an invitation to Earth's annual Galactic Customer Service Excellence Awards. Apparently, we've been nominated in the category of Most Improved Invasion Force." 3 months later, Admiral Zrixia found herself standing on a stage in the Bumbleshire Community Center, accepting a small trophy from Gladys Trundlebottom, while her mother watched via hologram with an expression of profound maternal satisfaction. The trophy read, "In recognition of outstanding achievement in learning to ask nicely." In the audience, Munbert Crankshaw applauded politely while wondering if he should mention to anyone that 17 different galactic empires had now offered him franchise opportunities for his convenience store, apparently believing that his customer service skills represented some form of advanced military strategy. He decided not to mention it. Some things were probably better left unsaid. As Admiral Zrixia returned to her seat, clutching her trophy and reflecting on the strange turns her military career had taken, Gladys stepped up to the microphone for the closing remarks. "Ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished extraterrestrial visitors," she began with the warm authority of someone who had spent decades managing impossible situations with endless patience. "I'd like to thank everyone for attending this year's awards ceremony. Distinguished extraterrestrial visitors," she began with the warm authority of someone who had spent decades managing impossible situations with endless patience. "I'd like to thank everyone for attending this year's awards ceremony. It's been a particularly successful year for our Interplanetary Relations Department, with a record-breaking 47 successful invasion redirections and only 3 administrative complaints." The audience applauded appreciatively. "As we look forward to next year," Gladys continued, "I'd like to remind all our galactic neighbors that Earth remains committed to our open-door policy for invasion attempts. Remember, no conquest is too large or too small for our customer service team to handle." Admiral Zrixia leaned over to Commander Flibberton and whispered, "Do you think they actually know what they're doing?" Commander Flibberton considered this carefully. "I don't think they know, and I don't think they care. I think they just treat conquering the galaxy's most powerful military forces the same way they treat renewing a driver's license. And that works. Admiral, we're sitting in a community center on Earth holding a trophy for learning basic politeness. I'd say it works terrifyingly well." Outside the community center, the universe continued its ancient dance of stars and planets and cosmic forces, blissfully unaware that one small blue planet had accidentally become the galaxy's most effective military training facility simply by treating warfare as a customer service issue that could be resolved with the proper paperwork and a positive attitude. In the end, the greatest military force in galactic history had been defeated not by superior firepower or advanced technology, but by the most devastating weapon humanity had ever developed. The sincere belief that any problem, no matter how complex, could be solved by asking the right questions, filling out the correct forms, and treating everyone involved with basic human decency. It was, Admiral Zrixia reflected, as she carefully placed her trophy in her trophy case next to her distinguished service medals, probably the most dangerous thing in the universe.
Backward, tearing free from its anchoring and crashing into the wall. We stared in stunned silence. "How did you generate that much force?" I finally asked. "Kinetic chaining," she explained. "Earth's gravity taught humans to use our entire body in sequence feet, legs, hips, core, shoulders, arms, hands, and each link in the chain adds force to the next. But your mass is insufficient to," Grux began. "Mass is just one factor," Jamie interrupted. "Velocity and structural alignment matter more. That's why I kept telling you all efficiency of movement is our specialty." For the next hour, Jamie demonstrated basic principles of human combat techniques. Even with my enhanced neurological processing, I struggled to grasp the subtle biomechanical concepts she described so casually. It wasn't just about striking or grappling, it was an entirely different approach to physical conflict. Humans developed thousands of combat systems over our history, she explained as we practiced. Most evolved independently in different regions of Earth, yet many arrived at similar principles. Why so many systems? Asked Pim, or possibly Palm. I still couldn't tell the Jigsaw twins apart. Because humans spent most of our history fighting each other, Jamie replied with surprising candor. Before we unified and joined the stars, we nearly destroyed ourselves countless times. That revelation sent a chill through the group. I found myself reevaluating everything I thought I knew about humanity. Is that why the Federation classified your world as Class 9 instead of Class 12? I asked quietly. Not just your physical capabilities, but your aggressive tendencies. Jamie met my gaze directly, partly. But you are missing something important, Korvik. The same traits that made us dangerous to ourselves make us valuable as allies. How so? Tekka inquired. Because when humans commit to protecting something, Jamie said, we bring every adaptation from our death world to bear. Our redundant organs, our pain tolerance, our pattern recognition, our tool use, our endurance, everything that helped us survive Earth gets repurposed. To what end? I asked. Jamie's expression softened slightly, to ensure that those we consider under our protection never experience what we did. The constant struggle, the fear, the need to fight simply to exist. The training session continued, but my mind kept returning to that statement. I began to understand why the Crixian War champion had shown respect to Jamie after his defeat. He had recognized something fundamental about humans that the rest of us had missed. They weren't just Deathworlders. They were guardians who had emerged from their deadly cradle with both the capacity for terrible violence and the determination to prevent it when possible. As our session ended and we prepared to leave, I approached Jamie one last time. That first day, I said, when you defeated me without seeming to move. You could have embarrassed me as thoroughly as you did Rakkar, but you didn't. Why? Jamie considered me with those ocean-colored eyes. Because I recognized something in you, Korvik. Curiosity, adaptability, the willingness to question your assumptions. Traits you value? Traits that helped humans survive, she corrected. The ability to learn, to change perspectives, those matter more than physical strength in the long run. She extended her hand, that curious human gesture again. This time I took it without hesitation, feeling the surprising strength in her grip. Will the Crixians really return? I asked. Jamie nodded solemnly. They will, but next time they won't just face me. She looked around at our combat group, who were still practicing the techniques she'd shown them. They will face all of us, working together. And that's something even Deathworlders fear, cooperation between species who understand each other's strengths. As I watched her walk away, I realized the true lesson of the quiet human girl who'd defeated champions without seeming to move. The most dangerous adaptation wasn't claws or armor or venom, it was understanding that together, the different species could become something greater than the sum of their evolutionary advantages. And perhaps, just perhaps, that was why humans had been allowed to join the Galactic Federation despite their Deathworld origins. Not because they had hidden their nature, but because enough wise beings had recognized what I was only beginning to understand. Sometimes the best guardians are those who have faced the worst dangers and survived. Sometimes the quietest warriors are the ones you should fear most. And sometimes a small human woman sitting silently in combat class is exactly what a diverse galactic community needs to remind everyone that appearances can be the most deceiving adaptation of all.
Picture this, the most prestigious university in the galaxy. Think MIT crossed with Hogwarts, but floating in zero-G and populated by beings that make Star Trek aliens look mundane. Now imagine being the only human there, sitting in the back row with a half-eaten sandwich and a TI 84 calculator. Jake Martinez had 3 things going for him at the Zephyrian Institute of Cosmic Sciences: a full scholarship, a decent GPA, and absolutely zero understanding of why everyone kept staring at him like he was about to explode. The floating lecture hall buzzed with alien chatter as Professor Kexthery's crystalline form resonated at precisely 440 hertz, the Zephyrian equivalent of clearing your throat. Around Jake, his classmates settled into their various preferred orientations. The Violian gas beings flickered nervously in their containment suits. The Korthak delegation arranged themselves in their traditional thinking pyramid. Even the normally stoic metalloids had their optical sensors focused forward with unusual intensity. Today, Professor Kexthery announced, her voice creating harmonic overtones that made Jake's teeth itch. We discussed the Mendaka paradox. A collective shiver ran through the audience. Jake looked up from his half-finished sandwich and flipped to a fresh page in his notebook. Mendaka paradox, he wrote, followed by a small doodle of what he thought a Mendaka might look like, sort of like a confused chicken. The professor's form shifted to a deeper purple hue, indicating academic solemnity. For 7,000 cycles, the greatest minds in the galaxy have struggled with this fundamental impossibility. The equations that govern consciousness transfer across dimensional barriers contain an inherent contradiction that has prevented any practical application of transdimensional awareness. Holographic equations materialized in the air, floating in complex three-dimensional arrays. Jake squinted at them, trying to follow along. The math looked familiar, but twisted like calculus that had been fed through Google Translate several times. The core issue, Kexthery continued, is that consciousness, when projected across dimensional boundaries, creates a recursive loop. The observer observes the observer observing, creating infinite regression. Every attempt to stabilize the equation results in exponential energy requirements that would drain a star. A Violian student flickered rapidly, their species equivalent of raising a hand. Professor, the Alterian Empire's latest attempt required the energy output of 12 systems and still failed to achieve stable transfer. Hesidi Zeta. The energy requirements grow exponentially with each recursive layer. It is, as the ancient saying goes, like try to lift oneself by pulling on one's own tentacles. Jake frowned at the floating equations, chewing thoughtfully on his peanut butter and a jelly sandwich. Something about the math bothered him. It reminded him of a problem he'd encountered in his quantum mechanics elective back at community college. Professor Kexthery's resonance shifted to a melancholy minor key. The Mendaka paradox represents the ultimate limitation of consciousness itself. It is why telepathic species cannot share thoughts across dimensions, why the hive minds cannot expand beyond their local space-time, and why true universal consciousness remains impossible. The weight of cosmic futility settled over the lecture hall like a heavy blanket. Students exchanged the universal expressions of academic despair, which across species looked surprisingly similar. Jake raised his hand. The entire hall went silent. Even the background hum of the environmental systems seemed to pause. Yes, human Jake? Professor Kexthery's form flickered with what Jake had learned was either curiosity or indigestion. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but why are you treating consciousness like a classical observer? The silence stretched. A metalloid's optical array clicked audibly. Somewhere in the gas being section, a containment suit hissed nervously. What do you mean? The professor asked. Jake gestured at the floating equations with his sandwich. Well, you're applying classical observer mechanics to a quantum consciousness system. But consciousness isn't really an observer in the traditional sense. It's more like a probability field that collapses reality through interaction, right? Professor Kexthery's form went completely transparent, a sign of either deep thought or system failure. If consciousness is quantum, Jake continued, warming to his topic, then you don't get recursive loops because the observation itself changes the system being observed. It's like, he paused, searching for an analogy, like trying to measure your own height while you're still growing. The measurement changes what you're measuring. He pulled out his calculator and started punching in numbers. So instead of treating it as C observing C observing C, you treat it as a superposition of all possible observer states until the moment of dimensional transfer, at which point the wave function collapses and you get a single, stable consciousness projection. The hall was so quiet Jake could hear his own heartbeat. Here, he said, and started sketching on his notebook. If you replace the classical observer constant with a quantum probability matrix and apply it to... He squinted at the holographic equations. That big scary one up there with all the tentacle symbols, you get... He scribbled for a moment, cross-referenced something on his phone, and looked up. Yeah, you get a linear energy requirement. No exponential growth. Should be totally doable with, like, a standard fusion reactor. Jake looked around the hall at the sea of alien faces staring at him. Did I get the math wrong? Professor Kexthery's form had gone completely rigid. Her harmonic frequency had shifted to something Jake's universal translator couldn't parse, but which sounded roughly like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Human Jake, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you suggesting that consciousness is quantum? Well, yeah. I mean, that's basic quantum mechanics, right? Everything's quantum at the fundamental level. I thought that was pretty well established. A Korthak in the front row made a sound like a cement mixer having a breakdown. But quantum consciousness is impossible. Consciousness requires classical observer mechanics. The unified theory of cosmic awareness explicitly states. Oh, that thing. Jake flipped through his notebook. Yeah, I read that paper for my intro philosophy class. The math's wrong in section 4. They forgot to account for quantum decoherence in neural networks. The hall erupted. Students were flickering, resonating, and making various species-specific sounds of academic distress. Professor Kexthery's form was cycling through colors Jake was pretty sure weren't supposed to exist. Silence. The professor's harmonic blast rattled Jake's teeth. The hall fell quiet except for a few nervous flickers. Human Jake, she said, her voice carefully controlled. Would you please approach the calculation matrix? Jake shrugged and walked down to the front of the hall, his sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. The holographic equations towered above him, complex and intimidating. Show us, Professor Kexthery said. Jake looked at the floating math, pulled out his calculator, and started working. He made a few quick corrections to the observer variables, added what looked like a quantum decoherence factor, and simplified a couple of the more complex integrals using techniques he'd learned in Calc 2. There, he said, stepping back. That should work. The equations hung in the air transformed. Where before they had spiraled into recursive infinity, now they resolved into elegant, stable solutions. Professor Kexthery stared at the display. Then she touched her communication panel with a trembling appendage. This is Professor Kexthery at the Institute, she said, her voice tight. I need to speak with the Galactic Science Council immediately. We have a situation. Jake raised his hand again. Professor, is this going to be on the test? The violin next to him fainted, his containment suit hitting the floor with a metallic clang. 2 hours later, the Galactic Science Council was in emergency session. The Institute's Quantum Consciousness Laboratory had successfully demonstrated stable dimensional awareness transfer using Jake's modified equations. The energy requirement was exactly what he'd predicted. Manageable with standard technology, asterisk. The implications were staggering. Instantaneous communication across galactic distances. Shared consciousness networks spanning multiple dimensions. The complete restructuring of how the galaxy understood awareness itself. Asterisk. And in the middle of it all sat Jake Martinez, eating a bag of chips and wondering if he'd get extra credit for accidentally revolutionizing the fundamental understanding of consciousness. Asterisk. Professor Kexthery approached him as the emergency session continued around them. Her form had stabilized to a calm blue-green. Human Jake, she said, do you understand what you've done? Jake looked up from his chips. Solve the homework problem? You've rewritten the foundation of galactic science. Consciousness transfer, dimensional awareness, quantum telepathy, all of it is now possible because of your equations. Jake nodded thoughtfully. Cool. So, does that mean I passed the class? Professor Kexthery's form flickered with what Jake had learned was laughter. Human Jake, I believe you've just passed everything. As the emergency session dissolved into excited planning committees, and the hall filled with the excited chatter of beings contemplating a universe where consciousness itself could be shared across the stars, Jake packed up his notebook and headed for the door. He had a chemistry lab in 20 minutes, and he'd heard they were covering something called molecular bonding theory that the professor claimed was completely unsolvable. Jake smiled and patted his calculator. This was going to be a good semester. And somewhere in the administrative offices of the Zephyrian Institute, a filing clerk updated Jake Martinez's academic record. They hesitated for a moment, then typed, human, handle with care, asterisk. After all, if they'd learned anything today, it was that sometimes the most profound breakthroughs come from the most unexpected sources. And sometimes, just sometimes, the primitive species from the backwater planet might just have figured out things that the rest of the galaxy had been overthinking for millennia. Asterisk. Who knew that the solution to the universe's greatest mysteries could fit on a napkin and be solved with a calculator that cost $30 at Walmart? Asterisk.
Commissioner Valdric Flimpnozzle had exactly 3 things in common with the black hole. He sucked the joy out of everything around him. He was incredibly dense, and nobody really understood how he'd gotten where he was. On this particular Tuesday morning, while sipping his regulation temperature beverage from his regulation-sized mug at his regulation height desk, Flimpnozzle was about to make the single worst decision in the recorded history of galactic bureaucracy. And that's saying something, considering the Galactic Safety Commission had once approved a children's toy that turned out to be a miniature neutron star. "Gentle beings," Flimpnozzle announced to his assembled staff of equally bewildered middle managers, his voice carrying the enthusiasm of someone reading a tax manual. "Today we make history." His assistant, a nervous creature called Quilbert Wobblethwaite, whose species had evolved anxiety as their primary survival trait, nearly dropped his stack of safety violation reports. "Sir, are we finally approving the request to remove the caution gravity and effect signs from every planet?" "Bigger!" Flimpnozzle slammed his regulation-sized fist on his regulation desk, causing his coffee mug to perform a small but perfectly clear interdepartmental memos. What Flimpnozzle failed to mention, mostly because he'd failed to read the actual documentation, was that the Class 15 death world they'd selected for testing was Proxima Nightmare, a planet so thoroughly committed to killing everything that landed on it, that it had actually developed a sense of professional pride about the matter. Proxima Nightmaros didn't just have acid rain. It had acid rain that fell upward on Tuesdays, sideways on weekends, and occasionally took the form of tiny, screaming droplets that spelled out insulting messages in 17 different languages. The gravity didn't just fluctuate. It had mood swings that would make a teenage poet jealous. The local flora hadn't evolved to be carnivorous. They'd evolved to be carnivorous with opinions about their food choices. "But sir," Wobblethwaite squeaked, his voice reaching frequencies that made nearby communication equipment spontaneously file noise complaints, "what if someone actually tries to take the test?" Flimpnozzle laughed, a sound like a garbage disposal trying to digest a symphony orchestra. "My dear Wobblethwaite, that's the beauty of it. Nobody will ever be stupid enough to attempt a Class 15 certification. We'll get all the bureaucratic glory of creating an impossible standard without any of the messy business of actual testing." He gestured grandly at the holographic display showing Proxima Nightmaros in all its terrifying glory. The planet was currently experiencing what the meteorological department euphemistically called a light shower of liquid malevolence, while its 3 moons competed in what appeared to be an orbital demolition derby. "We'll publish the requirements," Flimpnozzle continued, warming to his theme like a politician approaching an election year. "Hold a few press conferences, maybe commission a study group or 12, and then sit back and collect the Administrative Achievement Awards. Genius!" Wobblethwaite made a small noise that sounded like a deflating balloon trying to apologize for existing. "And if someone actually shows up wanting to take the test?" Then we'll politely explain that it's a theoretical exercise in bureaucratic excellence and offer them a nice cup of tea instead, Flimpnozzle replied, already mentally composing his acceptance speech for the Golden Clipboard Award. What neither of them knew, as they sat in their temperature-controlled office surrounded by filing cabinets that contained enough safety regulations to crush a small moon, was that at that very moment, approximately 17 parsecs away, Captain Mackenzie, Tank Rubberboot, was reading their newly published Class 15 Death World certification requirements with the sort of gleeful interest that most species reserved for discovering edible food. "Brilliant!" Tank shouted to her crew, causing 3 different early warning systems to activate across 2 star systems. "Look at this beauty. Acid rain, gravity fluctuations, carnivorous plants with attitude problems, atmospheric composition that changes hourly, and weather patterns designed by what appears to be a committee of angry gods. Who's in?" The enthusiastic response from her crew was so loud that it briefly interrupted subspace communications across the entire sector, causing approximately 47 alien species to simultaneously wonder if they'd left their universe's stove on. Back on the Galactic Safety Commission headquarters, Flimpnozzle was just putting the finishing touches on his presentation when his communication device made the sort of cheerful chiming sound that usually preceded really bad news. "Commissioner Flimpnozzle," came a voice so aggressively cheerful that it made children's birthday parties sound like funeral dirges. "This is Captain Tank Rubberboot of the Terran Exploration Corps. We'd like to schedule our Class 15 Death World certification test for next Tuesday. Also, do you happen to have anything more challenging available? This one looks like it might be too easy." Flimpnozzle stared at his communication device as if it had just insulted his mother, declared war on his homeworld, and eaten his lunch, all simultaneously. Wobblethwaite fainted. For exactly 14 seconds, the only sound in Commissioner Flimpnozzle's office was the gentle humming of the air recycling system and the distant sound of Wobblethwaite's consciousness departing for what it probably hoped would be a better dimension. Then reality crashed back like a freight train carrying a cargo of unwelcome news. "Did she just say it looked too easy?" Flimpnozzle whispered to his unconscious assistant, who remained diplomatically silent on the matter. The communication device, apparently deciding that the conversation wasn't quite surreal enough yet, chimed again. "Oh, and Commissioner, we've got a small request. Could you possibly add a few more moons to the orbital pattern? Our navigator, Brick Hammerstein, says the current 3-moon demolition derby looks a bit too predictable. Maybe throw in some temporal anomalies while you're at it. We'd hate for this to be boring." Flimpnozzle's left eyelid began twitching in a rhythm that coincidentally matched the distress signal frequency used by 17 different spacefaring civilizations. He stared at the holographic display of Proxima Nightmaros, where a particularly enthusiastic acid storm was currently etching what appeared to be rude gestures into the mountain ranges. "This can't be happening," he muttered, reaching for his emergency stress relief manual titled "So You've Accidentally Doomed Civilization, a Bureaucrat's Guide to Plausible Deniability." But it was happening. At that very moment, across the galaxy, word was spreading through the human colonies faster than gossip at a family reunion. The Terran News Network had picked up the story, and their headline read, "Humans find ultimate death planet. Complain it's not deadly enough. Drill." On the mining station, orbital platform Smashy McStabface, Chief Engineer Rubble Crunchbeard was already packing his toolkit. "Class 15 Death World, eh? Sounds like my kind of Tuesday. Wonder if they need someone to fix their weather control systems. I bet I could make that acid rain really interesting." Meanwhile, on the agricultural planet New Mudville, Farmer Gertie Boomcrack was harvesting her prize-winning explosive turnips when she heard the news. "Carnivorous plants with opinions," she cackled, her laugh causing a nearby flock of domesticated pterodactyls to spontaneously reorganize their flight formation. "Amateur hour. Wait until they see what my vegetables can do when they're properly motivated. Back on the commission headquarters, Flimpnozzle was frantically flipping through regulation handbooks, looking for some obscure bureaucratic clause that would let him cancel what was rapidly becoming the worst idea since someone decided to give artificial intelligence access to social media. "Wobblethwaite," he shouted at his still unconscious assistant. "Wake up! I need you to find the emergency cancellation protocol." Wobblethwaite's species had evolved the ability to remain unconscious during stressful situations as a survival mechanism. Unfortunately for Flimpnozzle, this was exactly the sort of situation that qualified. The communication device chimed a third time, and Flimpnozzle approached it with the same enthusiasm most people reserved for approaching unexploded ordnance. "Commissioner, Tank Rubberboot again. Quick question. Do you happen to have any Class 16 planets available? We just reviewed the specs for Nightmaros, and honestly, it sounds like a nice vacation spot compared to my cousin Thunderbolt's backyard barbecue last summer. You should have seen what happened when she tried to grill those mutant space lobsters." Flimpnozzle made a sound like a deflating accordion being attacked by a swarm of tone-deaf bees. He looked at his career achievement awards, his perfectly organized filing system, his regulation height desk with its regulation-sized coffee mug, and realized that all of it was about to become as relevant as a chocolate teapot in a supernova. The worst part wasn't that humans wanted to take his impossible test. The worst part wasn't even that they thought it looked easy. The worst part was that somewhere in the deepest, most terrified corner of his bureaucratic soul, Flimpnozzle was starting to suspect that they might actually be right. 3 days later, Captain Tank Rubberboot stood on the observation deck of her ship, the Probably Fine, watching Proxima Nightmaros rotate slowly below them like a cosmic mood ring having an existential crisis. The planet's surface was currently a delightful shade of "Oh dear God, why?" with occasional flashes of "That can't be natural." "Beautiful morning for certain death, isn't it?" she remarked cheerfully to her assembled crew, a collection of humans who had somehow managed to make suicidally optimistic into a career path. Her first officer, Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein, was a man built like a brick shithouse and about twice as intelligent as the average brick. He was currently studying the planetary scan results with the focused intensity of someone trying to solve a crossword puzzle written in hieroglyphics. "Captain, according to these readings, the planet's trying to kill us in at least 47 different ways, and that's just what we can detect from orbit." "Only 47? Tank grinned, her smile bright enough to power a small space station. "Back home, my grandmother's garden was more dangerous than that. Remember the incident with the roses?" The crew collectively shuddered. They'd all heard about Grandma Rubberboot's roses. The galactic insurance companies had classified them as a Category 9 natural disaster. Dr. Wilhelmina Crankshaft, the ship's chief medical officer and part-time philosopher, was examining the atmospheric readings with professional interest. The air composition changes every 6 minutes. Currently, it's 60% nitrogen, 30% oxygen, 9% pure malevolence, and 1% what the sensors are diplomatically calling unidentified screaming particles. "Screaming particles?" asked Ensign Bulldozer McWrenchface, the ship's youngest crew member and proud holder of 3 separate PhDs in applied mayhem. "The particles aren't actually screaming," Dr. Crankshaft explained patiently. "They just make everything else scream when they come into contact with organic matter. It's a subtle but important distinction. Meanwhile, down on the planet's surface, Proxima Nightmaros was having what could generously be called a bad day. The planet had been looking forward to its first proper test subjects in over a century. It had spent months preparing special atmospheric cocktails, training its carnivorous plants in advanced intimidation techniques, and even choreographing a particularly impressive gravity fluctuation routine. But now, as it observed the human ship through its network of crystalline sensing organs embedded in the mountain ranges, Proxima Nightmaros was experiencing something it had never felt before: performance anxiety. These weren't like the other species that had attempted the lower-class certifications. Those beings had approached with appropriate terror, made satisfying screaming noises, and died in predictably dramatic ways. These humans were discussing the planetary death traps like they were reviewing a restaurant menu. The planet's mood ring surface shifted from "oh dear God, why" to confused beige as it tried to process this unprecedented situation. Back on the Probably Fine, Tank was addressing her crew with the sort of enthusiasm usually reserved for announcing surprise vacations. "Right then, people. Who wants to hear the mission briefing? Is it going to be as cheerfully terrifying as usual?" asked Chief Engineer Griselda Boltcutter, a woman who had once fixed a warp core with nothing but determination and a really big hammer. "More so," Tank announced, pulling up a holographic display that showed Proxima Nightmaros in all its malevolent glory. "Our objective is simple: survive 72 hours on the surface, establish a base camp, catalog the local wildlife, and submit a comprehensive survival report to the Galactic Safety Commission." The crew nodded enthusiastically. This sounded perfectly reasonable to them, which was probably the first sign that they weren't entirely sane. "Now," Tank continued, "according to the Commission's documentation, previous attempts at Class 8 certifications resulted in what they call immediate and spectacular organic dissolution. The Class 15 requirements specifically mention that survival beyond 6 hours is considered theoretically impossible under any known laws of physics. Theoretically impossible. Brick scratched his head with the sort of puzzled expression that usually preceded either brilliant insights or massive explosions. "But we're not theoretical. We're right here." "Exactly," Tank beamed. "Which means either the laws of physics are wrong or the Commission doesn't know what they're talking about. Either way, it should be fascinating to find out." Dr. Crankshaft raised her hand. "Captain, I feel obligated to point out that the medical bay is currently stocked with 17 different antidotes to 17 different types of acid, 43 varieties of anti-venom, and the experimental device called a universal OE fixer that I'm not entirely sure how to operate." "Perfect!" Tank clapped her hands together, causing several nearby instruments to recalibrate themselves out of sheer nervous energy. "That should cover at least 3% of what this planet can throw at us." Ensign McWrenchface raised his hand tentatively. "Captain, what about the other 97%? Tank's grin widened to the point where it was probably visible from space. "That's where the fun begins." Down on Proxima Nightmaros, the planet registered this conversation through its atmospheric sensors and experienced what could only be described as the geological equivalent of a nervous breakdown. Its carefully planned death scenarios suddenly seemed inadequate. These humans weren't just unafraid of dying, they seemed to be looking forward to it as a recreational activity. The planet's surface shifted to panic purple as it desperately began recalibrating its murder systems. Maybe if it made the acid rain more acidic, or taught the carnivorous plants some new vocabulary, surely there had to be something that would make these creatures behave like normal, sensible beings who understood that death was supposed to be unpleasant. But as the human ship began its descent toward the surface, Proxima Nightmaros realized with growing horror that it might have finally met something more stubborn than itself: human optimism in the face of certain doom. The landing was what Captain Tank Rubberboot would later describe in her official report as refreshingly violent. The Probably Fine touched down during what Proxima Nightmaros had intended to be a welcoming committee of atmospheric lightning, gravitational anomalies, and a particularly aggressive acid storm that spelled out death threats in 12 different languages. Instead of screaming and dying as expected, Tank poked her head out of the airlock and shouted, "Wow, what a light show! Brick, are you getting this on camera? The folks back home are going to be so jealous." Proxima Nightmaros paused mid-lightning bolt, experiencing what could only be described as the planetary equivalent of a confused stutter. In over 3 billion years of existence, nothing had ever responded to its murder weather with enthusiasm. "All right, everyone," Tank announced, stepping onto the planet's surface with the casual confidence of someone walking into their own living room. "Remember the safety protocols. If you start dissolving, let someone know. If the gravity goes sideways, grab onto something heavy. And if anyone finds plants that want to have a philosophical discussion about the nature of existence before eating you, that's perfectly normal for a Tuesday." The crew filed out of the ship, each member carrying equipment that looked suspiciously like camping gear rather than survival equipment. Dr. Crankshaft had brought what appeared to be a portable tea kettle. Chief Engineer Boltcutter was carrying a toolbox and humming what sounded like a construction worker's anthem. Ensign McWrenchface had somehow managed to pack an inflatable hot tub. "Sir," Brick called out, consulting his scanner with the focused attention of someone reading a restaurant menu, "I'm detecting approximately 14 different types of toxic atmosphere, gravity that's currently doing the cha-cha, and what the computer is classifying as aggressively carnivorous landscape features." Carnivorous landscape? Tank perked up with interest. "You mean the ground wants to eat us? That's brilliant. I've never been personally threatened by geography before." At that exact moment, the ground beneath her feet opened up to reveal what was unmistakably a mouthful of crystalline teeth, each one gleaming with the sort of malevolent hunger that usually required several years of acting school to achieve properly. Tank looked down at the geological mouth, which was making threatening growling noises that registered on the Richter scale. "Well, hello there. Aren't you a pretty little death trap? Yes, you are. Yes, you are." The carnivorous ground made a sound like a confused landslide. This wasn't how this was supposed to work. Test subjects were meant to run screaming, not offer baby talk to the murder terrain. "Captain," Dr. Crankshaft called out, her voice carrying the sort of professional calm that medical officers used when discussing particularly interesting diseases. "The atmospheric analyzers are showing some unusual readings. The air isn't just toxic, it's creatively toxic. The molecules are apparently arranging themselves into patterns that spell out insults about our ancestry in languages that haven't been invented yet." "Fascinating!" Tank pulled out a notebook and began scribbling observations. "Brick, make a note to ask the linguistics department about that when we get back. Meanwhile, has anyone seen any of these carnivorous plants with opinions that the briefing mentioned?" As if summoned by her question, a massive vine emerged from what had previously appeared to be solid rock. The vine was covered in thorns that gleamed with an oily substance that probably wasn't organic moisturizer, and it swayed back and forth while making sounds that were unmistakably meant to be threatening. "Greetings, doomed mortals," the plant announced in a voice like grinding stone mixed with really bad Shakespeare. "I am Stabicus the Terrible, destroyer of hopes and dreams. Prepare to face your inevitable doom at the hands of my toxic embrace." Tank blinked. "Oh, you can talk, that's wonderful. I'm Captain Tank Rubberboot and this is my crew. We're here for the Class 15 Death World certification. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions for our report?" Stabicus the Terrible paused mid-menacing wave. "Questions? What? Nobody has ever asked me questions before. They usually just scream and run around making delightfully panicked noises." "Well, we're researchers," Tank explained cheerfully. "So, Stabicus, how long have you been in the professional intimidation business? Did you always want to be a carnivorous plant, or did you consider other career options?" The plant's thorns began to droop slightly. "Well, I started out in landscaping, but the job market was terrible, and the union benefits for murderous flora are surprisingly good. I've been thinking about going back to school for my degree in applied botany, but the commute is murder. Literally." "That's wonderful," Tank scribbled more notes. Following your dreams is so important. Dr. Crankshaft, could you take some samples of Stabicus's toxin? I bet the medical journals would love to publish a paper on sentient plant biochemistry. I'd be happy to. Dr. Crankshaft approached with her sample kit, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was walking toward a plant that had just introduced itself as a destroyer of hopes and dreams. Stabicus watched her approach with growing confusion. Wait, you want samples of my deadly toxin? But it's supposed to dissolve your internal organs while causing excruciating pain. Oh, that sounds medically fascinating, Dr. Crankshaft said, pulling out a small vial. Could you tell me about the molecular structure? I'm particularly interested in the pain-inducing compounds. Are they neurologically targeted, or do they work through inflammatory responses? Well, Stabicus's voice had taken on the uncertain tone of someone whose entire worldview was being gently but thoroughly demolished. Me about the science before. They usually just die screaming. It's very lonely, actually. Tank looked around at her crew, who were setting up equipment with the casual efficiency of people who had clearly done this sort of thing before. You know what, Stabicus? Would you like to help us with our research? We could really use a local guide, and you obviously know the area better than anyone. Proxima Nightmaros registered this conversation through its network of sensing crystals and experienced what could only be described as a planetary-scale headache. In less than 30 minutes, these humans had somehow turned its most fearsome carnivorous plant into an enthusiastic research assistant. This was not how Death Worlds were supposed to work. By hour 6 of what should have been a swift and decisive massacre, Proxima Nightmaros was experiencing its first full-scale existential crisis. The humans had not only survived the impossible conditions, they had somehow convinced half the planet's murder ecosystem to join their research project. Stabicus the Terrible was now wearing what appeared to be a tiny name tag that read, "Hello, my name is Stabicus, Research Assistant," and was enthusiastically explaining the finer points of atmospheric toxin distribution to Dr. Crankshaft. The carnivorous ground had given up trying to eat people and was instead helping Chief Engineer Boltcutter level the found, gesturing with a thorn-covered vine toward a particularly ominous cloud formation. The screaming acid particles are actually quite sophisticated. They're programmed to target specific emotional triggers: fear, despair, the crushing realization that you've made poor life choices. Standard Death World psychology, really. Fascinating. Dr. Crankshaft made more notes. Have you considered publishing? The Journal of Applied Xenobiology would be very interested in this research. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein had discovered something that was causing Proxima Nightmaros considerably more concern than the failure of its primary murder systems. Brick was staring at his environmental scanner with the sort of concentrated attention usually reserved for people trying to remember if they'd left the stove on before departing for a 3-week vacation. "Captain," he called out, his voice carrying that particular tone that meant someone had discovered something either brilliant or catastrophically dangerous. "I think we might have a problem." Tank looked up from where she was helping Ensign McWrenchface inflate the hot tub, because apparently surviving on a Class 15 Death World wasn't complete without recreational bathing facilities. "What kind of problem, Brick? The fun kind or the paperwork kind?" "The kind where the planet's environmental control systems are having what I can only describe as a nervous breakdown," Brick replied, tapping his scanner with the sort of gentle concern usually reserved for sick pets. "The atmospheric processors are running at 200% capacity, trying to maintain lethal conditions, but they keep getting confused because we're not dying according to schedule." Tank paused in her hot tub assembly duties. "Confused how?" "Well," Brick scratched his head, "the system keeps detecting that we're still alive and assumes it must not be working hard enough, so it increases the toxicity levels. But then it detects that we're not just alive, but actually having a good time, which causes it to recalibrate again. It's been doing this for 6 hours straight." Dr. Crankshaft looked up from her conversation with Stabicus. Are you saying the planet is accidentally poisoning itself trying to kill us? That's exactly what I'm saying, Brick confirmed. The feedback loop is causing system-wide malfunctions. The gravity generators are stuttering. The weather control grid is overheating, and according to these readings, the planet's core temperature has increased by 15 degrees in the last hour. Proxima Nightmaros, listening to this conversation through its crystal sensor network, experienced what could only be described as the geological equivalent of a panic attack. The humans were absolutely right. In its desperate attempts to create increasingly lethal conditions, it was slowly cooking itself from the inside out. "That's terrible," Tank exclaimed, and for the first time since landing, she actually looked concerned. "We can't let the planet hurt itself just because we're too stubborn to die properly. Stabicus, is there some sort of manual override for the environmental systems?" Stabicus's thorns perked up with enthusiasm. "Oh, absolutely. The control center is located in the northern crater of Infinite Despair. Although I should mention that it's traditionally guarded by the Apex Predator Council, a collection of the planet's most dangerous creatures specifically bred to prevent tampering with the murder systems." Apex Predator Council? Ensign McWrenchface's eyes lit up with the sort of dangerous enthusiasm that made risk assessment professionals wake up in cold sweats. "Do they take appointments, or is it more of a walk-in situation?" Chief Engineer Boltcutter looked up from where she was somehow teaching the carnivorous ground to help with construction work. "How dangerous are we talking here? Like mildly irritated bear, dangerous, or accounting department during budget season, dangerous?" "Well," Stabicus considered this carefully, "the council consists of Grinthak the Bone Crusher, a creature with 17 different types of venom and a personality disorder. There's Vextria the Soul Render, who can kill you with interpretive dance. And finally, there's Kevin." The humans paused. "Kevin?" Tank asked. "Kevin is the scariest," Stabicus said solemnly. "Kevin used to work in customer service." Dr. Crankshaft shuddered. "Customer service? Good Lord, what kind of customer service?" "Intergalactic insurance claims," Stabicus whispered. The entire human crew went silent for a moment, processing this information with the appropriate level of horror. "Right then," Tank said finally, her voice carrying the sort of determined cheerfulness that usually preceded either great victories or spectacularly creative disasters. "We'd better get moving. Can't have the planet giving itself a fever on our account. Stabicus, would you mind showing us the way to this northern crater of Infinite Despair? It sounds delightfully ominous." As the humans began packing their equipment with the casual efficiency of people preparing for a particularly challenging picnic, Proxima Nightmaros made a discovery that shook it to its molten core. Somewhere in the process of watching these impossible creatures turn its murder world into their personal research facility, the planet had developed something it had never experienced before: concern for their welfare. The realization hit with the force of a tectonic shift. It didn't want these strange, cheerful beings to get hurt trying to fix its environmental systems. It didn't want them to face the Apex Predator Council, especially not Kevin. For the first time in its 3-billion-year existence, Proxima Nightmaros was worried about someone other than itself. This was either character development or a complete system malfunction, possibly both. As the humans set off toward the northern crater of Infinite Despair, chatting excitedly about the prospect of meeting creatures specifically designed to kill them, Proxima Nightmaros found itself doing something it had never done before, hoping that everything would turn out all right. The planet's surface shifted from panic purple to what could only be described as nervous but optimistic teal, a color that had never appeared in its emotional spectrum before and probably shouldn't have been geologically possible. Deep in its molten heart, Proxima Nightmaros was beginning to suspect that these humans weren't just surviving its death world conditions, they were changing the very nature of what it meant to be a death world at all. The journey to the northern crater of infinite despair took them through what Stabicus cheerfully called the Valley of Certain Death and Moderate Inconvenience. The landscape was a masterpiece of hostile design, crystalline spires that hummed with lethal energy, pools of acid that bubbled with malicious intent, and gravity wells that switched directions every few meters just to spite anyone trying to walk through them. The humans treated it like a nature hike. "Oh, look at those lovely crystal formations," Tank exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of minerals that were actively trying to emit death rays. "Brick, are you getting geological samples? The University Geology Department is going to flip when they see these." Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein was indeed collecting samples, despite the fact that the crystals kept attempting to disintegrate his sample containers. "The mineral composition is fascinating, Captain. These crystals appear to be powered by pure concentrated malevolence. I've never seen anything like it." Dr. Crankshaft had stopped beside one of the acid pools and was taking atmospheric readings with professional enthusiasm. "The chemical composition of this acid is remarkable. It's not just corrosive, it's actually personally offended by organic matter. The molecules seem to have developed individual grudges." Chief Engineer Boltcutter was examining the gravity wells with the sort of technical interest usually reserved for particularly challenging mechanical problems. "You know, with a few modifications, these gravity fluctuations could power a really efficient transportation system. Stabicus, do you think the planet would be interested in a public transit proposal?" Stabicus, who was beginning to understand that humans approached literally everything as either a research opportunity or a home improvement project, had stopped trying to be threatening and was now focusing on being a helpful tour guide. "Well, I suppose the planet has never considered constructive applications for its murder physics. You'd have to ask the Apex Predator Council, though. They make all the major policy decisions." Ensign McWrenchface, who had been unusually quiet for the past hour, suddenly spoke up from where he was examining what appeared to be a flower made of crystallized screaming. "Captain, I think I've figured out what's really going on here." Tank looked up from where she was having an animated discussion with a boulder that was apparently sentient and deeply depressed about its job as a crushing hazard. "What's that, McWrenchface?" "This planet isn't really trying to kill us," he said, his voice carrying the sort of certainty that usually preceded either brilliant discoveries or massive explosions. "It's trying to communicate with us. All these death traps, the environmental hazards, the carnivorous landscape features, they're not murder systems. They're the planet's way of trying to interact with visitors." The entire group stopped walking. Even the actively homicidal landscape seemed to pause in its attempts to be lethal. "Think about it," McWrenchface continued, warming to his theme. "Proxima Nightmaros has been alone for billions of years. No visitors, no conversation, no social interaction whatsoever. Then species start showing up for these certification tests, and what happens? They run away screaming or die immediately. The planet never gets a chance to actually talk to anyone." Tank stared at him. "You're saying the planet has been accidentally killing everyone because it's lonely?" "Exactly," McWrenchface grinned. "It's like a cosmic-scale case of social anxiety. The planet gets so excited about having visitors that it accidentally overwhelms them with enthusiasm. The death traps aren't meant to be fatal, they're meant to be impressive." Stabicus's thorns were practically vibrating with excitement. That actually makes perfect sense. I always wondered why the murder systems seemed so over the top. I mean, 17 different types of acid rain. That's not efficient killing, that's showing off. Deep beneath their feet, Proxima Nightmaros was experiencing something that could only be described as the geological equivalent of someone finally understanding a joke they'd been trying to tell for 3 billion years. The humans were right. It hadn't been trying to murder visitors, it had been trying to impress them. The problem was that most species interpreted impressive display of planetary power as immediate mortal danger. But humans apparently interpreted it as interesting research opportunity and new friends to make. Dr. Crankshaft looked around at the spectacular death landscape with new understanding. So all of this, the carnivorous plants, the gravity anomalies, the acid storms, it's the planetary equivalent of someone showing off their hobby collection. And we're the first visitors who've ever stuck around long enough to appreciate the craftsmanship, Tank added, her grin widening to dangerous proportions. The planet's surface began shifting through a rapid spectrum of colors, settling on what could only be described as delighted golden yellow. For the first time in its existence, Proxima Nightmaros felt truly understood. This emotional breakthrough was interrupted by a sound like a landslide having an argument with a symphony orchestra. The ground ahead of them split open to reveal what was unmistakably an entrance to something large, complex, and probably very important. "Well," Stabicus said, his voice carrying a note of nervous excitement, "that would be the entrance to the Apex Predator Council chambers. They must have been monitoring our conversation." Tank rubbed her hands together with anticipation. "Excellent. Time to meet the management. I wonder if they're as lonely as the rest of the planet." As they approached the massive entrance, carved into the living rock and decorated with what appeared to be motivational posters featuring images of various creative ways to die, Ensign McWrenchface made another observation. "Captain, if I'm right about the communication theory, then the Apex Predator Council isn't really a group of monsters designed to kill intruders. They're probably the planet's attempt at creating the ultimate welcoming committee." "A welcoming committee?" Brick asked, studying his scanner readings. "But Stabicus said they include creatures with 17 types of venom and someone who can kill with interpretive dance." "Well," Tank said thoughtfully, "have you ever seen interpretive dance? If it's done really well, it can be quite overwhelming. Maybe that's the point." Stabicus was looking increasingly excited about this new perspective on his world. "You know, Grinthak the Bone Crusher has always been very proud of his venom collection. He's constantly trying to show it off to visitors, but they usually die before he can explain the subtle differences between his recreational toxins and his formal occasion poisons." "And Kevin?" Dr. Crankshaft asked. "Kevin genuinely loves helping people solve their problems," Stabicus admitted. "It's just that his customer service experience has given him a very thorough approach to gathering information. He asks a lot of questions." As they stepped through the entrance into the council chambers, Tank turned to her crew with the sort of expression that usually preceded either diplomatic breakthroughs or international incidents. "Right then, everyone. Remember, we're not here to fight the ultimate apex predators. We're here to meet the planet's social committee and help them learn more effective communication techniques." Behind them, the entrance sealed shut with a sound like destiny clearing its throat. Ahead of them, in the depths of the northern crater of infinite despair, something very large was approaching with what sounded suspiciously like enthusiastic footsteps. The council chamber was a magnificent display of architectural intimidation that had clearly been designed by someone with a PhD in applied terror and a minor in interior decorating. The walls were carved from living obsidian that pulsed with ominous light. The ceiling was supported by pillars that appeared to be made of crystallized nightmares, and the floor was inlaid with what looked like a mosaic depicting the galaxy's most creative methods of experiencing existential dread. It was, Tank had to admit, quite impressive. "Wow!" she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the chamber with inappropriate cheerfulness. "This is absolutely gorgeous. The attention to detail is incredible. Stabicus, who designed this place." Stabicus's thorns perked up with pride. "Oh, that was Grinthak. He has a degree in intimidating architecture from the University of Cosmic Horror. He spent 3 centuries on this project. Nobody's ever complimented it before. Usually they're too busy screaming. At that moment, the sortic footsteps revealed itself. Grinthak the Bone Crusher emerged from the shadows, and he was indeed an impressive sight. Standing roughly 12 feet tall, covered in scales that shifted between colors that had no names in any known language, and sporting 17 different venom glands that glowed with bioluminescent pride. Grinthak was clearly a masterpiece of evolutionary intimidation. He was also carrying what appeared to be a tea service. "Greetings, tiny mortals!" Grinthak boomed in a voice like a friendly earthquake. "Welcome to the northern crater of infinite despair. I am Grinthak the Bone Crusher. Would you care for some refreshments?" The humans stared. This was not quite what they had expected from a creature whose professional title suggested a career in skeletal destruction. "That's very kind of you," Tank replied, apparently unfazed by being addressed by a 12-foot-tall apex predator offering beverages. "We'd love some tea. I'm Captain Tank Rubberboot, and this is my crew. We're here about the environmental control systems that are giving the planet a fever." Grinthak's eyes lit up with what could only be described as delighted surprise. "Oh, wonderful. Nobody's ever accepted my hospitality before. I've been practicing my hosting skills for centuries, but previous visitors always seemed to expire before we could get to the refreshment portion of the encounter." He began setting out delicate china cups with claws that could have carved through starship hulls. "I do hope you'll try my special blend. It's a combination of 17 different types of poison, but I've diluted them to levels that should only cause mild hallucinations and a pleasant tingling sensation." Dr. Crankshaft's medical training kicked in. "How mild are we talking here, and what sort of hallucinations?" "Oh, mostly just seeing colors that don't exist and occasionally hearing the voices of ancient cosmic entities discussing their favorite recipes," Grinthak replied cheerfully. "Very mild. Last time I tested it, the hallucinations only lasted 6 months. Chief Engineer Boltcutter accepted a cup with the casual confidence of someone who had once accidentally drunk hydraulic fluid and found it refreshing. 6 months? That's nothing. I once had a bout of food poisoning that lasted 8 months after eating at that cantina on Zeta Reticuli Prime." Grinthak's massive frame practically vibrated with excitement. "Really? Oh, you simply must tell me about that. I'm always looking for new inspiration for my toxin blends." While this delightful conversation about comparative poisoning was taking place, the chamber filled with the sound of interpretive dance. Vextria, the Soul Render, appeared in a swirl of movement that was indeed overwhelming, but more in the way of performance art than mortal terror. She was a creature of impossible grace, flowing between forms that suggested both deadly predator and avant-garde artist. Her interpretive dance appeared to be conveying the theme, "Welcome, small but interesting visitors. Please enjoy your stay, and don't mind the existential dread." "That's beautiful," Ensign McWrenchface applauded enthusiastically. "Was absolutely brilliant." Vextria paused mid-interpretive soul rendering, her multiple eyes widening with surprise. In 3,000 years of perfecting her deadly art form, nobody had ever offered constructive criticism that wasn't in the form of dying screams. You understood the thematic structure?" she asked, her voice like music played on instruments made of crystallized starlight. "Of course." McWrenchface pulled out his notebook. "I did my thesis on xenocultural performance art. Would you mind if I asked about your creative process? The transition from the looming threat movement to the inevitable doom sequence was particularly sophisticated." Vextria's dance shifted to what was unmistakably the interpretive dance equivalent of blushing. "Well, nobody's ever analyzed my work before. I've been working on a new piece called The Eternal Screaming of the Void, but in a nice way. Would you like to see it?" This artistic discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Kevin, and Kevin was exactly what the humans had expected based on Stabicus's description. He was a perfectly ordinary-looking being, perhaps slightly shorter than average. wearing what appeared to be a customer service uniform that had seen better millennia. His most notable feature was his smile, which carried the sort of professional warmth that could survive any amount of bureaucratic horror. "Hello there," Kevin said, his voice carrying the cheerful efficiency of someone who had spent eons helping people navigate insurance claims. "I'm Kevin. I understand you're here about some environmental control issues. I'll just need to gather some information to help resolve your concerns. First, could I get your full names, species classification, home planet registration numbers, next of kin contact information, preferred method of death notification, and a brief description of your last will and testament?" Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein, who had dealt with military bureaucracy his entire career, recognized a kindred spirit. "Actually, Kevin, we're more concerned about the planet's environmental systems overheating. The feedback loops are causing dangerous core temperature fluctuations." Kevin's smile brightened to the point where it was probably visible from orbit. "Oh, a technical issue. I love technical issues. Let me just get the proper forms. Now, have you tried turning the planet off and on again? What about checking if all the murder systems are properly calibrated? Have you submitted a formal complaint through the proper channels? Do you have your death certificates pre-filled for efficiency?" Tank watched this exchange with growing understanding. "Kevin, how long have you been trying to help people solve their problems?" "Oh, about 4,000 years, Kevin replied happily. "I originally worked for Galactic Insurance Solutions before taking this position. I specialized in claims that involved what we technically called acts of cosmic horror beyond mortal comprehension. Very satisfying work, lots of paperwork." Dr. Crankshaft had a sudden realization. "Kevin, when visitors come here, do you try to help them solve their problems by asking them questions?" "Of course, that's proper customer service protocol. Although I notice that most visitors tend to have some sort of psychological breakdown after the first few hundred questions. I always assumed it was stress-related." Grinthak nodded enthusiastically, nearly spilling his tea service. "Yes, and I always tried to show them my venom collection to help them relax, but they seemed to find it distressing for some reason." Vextria performed a brief interpretive dance that conveyed the concept of well-intentioned social interaction gone horribly wrong. Tank looked around at the three beings who had been described as the most terrifying creatures on a Class 15 death world and realized what had actually happened. "You're not apex predators at all, are you? You're the planet's hospitality committee." The three creatures exchanged glances that somehow managed to be both cosmic and sheepish. "Well," Grinthak admitted, "we did try to be properly terrifying, but it never seemed to work out quite right. Visitors would arrive. We'd attempt to provide a suitable apex predator experience, and somehow they'd always end up having psychological breakdowns before we could properly welcome them. It's been quite frustrating," Vextria added, her dance now expressing centuries of misunderstood social intentions. Kevin nodded sympathetically. "I've filed approximately 47,000 incident reports about the communication failures, but the feedback forms always came back marked recipient deceased before I could implement proper customer service improvements." Ndugum, Tank, set down her cup of mildly hallucinogenic tea, which was actually quite pleasant once you got used to the fact that it made your teeth glow purple, and addressed the assembled hospitality committee with the sort of diplomatic warmth that had once prevented 3 separate interstellar wars. "Well, I think we've identified the core problem here," she announced. "You've all been trying so hard to provide the ultimate Death World experience that you've been accidentally overwhelming your guests before they could appreciate your efforts." Grinthak's 17 venom glands pulsed with what appeared to be embarrassment. "We just wanted to make a good impression. The Galactic Safety Commission's requirements specifically called for unsurvivable conditions and apex predators of unimaginable terror. We've been doing our best to meet professional standards, but that's exactly the issue," Dr. Crankshaft interjected, pulling out her medical scanner and waving it in the general direction of the environmental control systems. The planet's been trying so hard to be deadly that it's been overloading its own infrastructure. Look at these readings. Core temperature up 15 degrees and climbing, atmospheric processes running at dangerous levels, and the gravity generators are developing stress fractures. Kevin immediately perked up with professional interest. Oh, infrastructure maintenance issues. I have the proper forms for that. Let me see. Yes, here we go. Environmental System Breakdown Protocol, subsection 47, paragraph 12. Have we tried percussive maintenance? What about submitting a warranty claim? Is the planet's insurance up to date? Chief Engineer Boltcutter studied Kevin's forms with the sort of technical appreciation usually reserved for particularly elegant engineering solutions. You know, Kevin, these are actually quite comprehensive. But I think the real solution is simpler than all this paperwork. Proxima Nightmaros, can you hear us? The chamber rumbled in response, and the crystallized nightmare pillars began to glow with what could only be described as attentive interest. Right then, Boltcutter continued, addressing the planet directly. You don't need to be a Class 15 death world. You've been killing yourself trying to meet standards that were never meant for someone with your enthusiasm for hospitality. The rumbling intensified, and the obsidian walls began displaying what appeared to be confused geometric patterns. Ensign McWrenchface stepped forward, his notebook still in hand. What Chief Boltcutter is trying to say is that you've been misunderstanding the assignment. The Galactic Safety Commission created an impossible test because they thought nobody would be crazy enough to try it. But you've been taking it seriously and literally killing yourself to provide the experience. Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein consulted his scanner again. The good news is that we can fix the environmental systems. The bad news is that it requires shutting down the murder protocols entirely and recalibrating everything for what we might call aggressively friendly instead of inevitably fatal. Vextria performed an interpretive dance that conveyed the concept of cautious hope mixed with cosmic uncertainty about career changes. But what will I do if I'm not a death world? The planet managed to communicate through a series of seismic vibrations that Kevin immediately began translating into the proper forms. I've been a death world for my entire existence. It's the only identity I've ever known. Tank grinned with the sort of dangerous enthusiasm that usually preceded either brilliant solutions or spectacular disasters. That's the beautiful part. You don't have to stop being impressive, you just need to be impressive in a different way. Instead of being the galaxy's most dangerous planet, you could be the galaxy's most interesting planet. Grinthak's massive head tilted in confusion. Interesting how? Think about it. Tank gestured expansively, nearly knocking over Kevin's carefully organized paperwork. You have carnivorous plants with graduate degrees in philosophy, gravity wells that could power transportation systems, atmospheric chemistry that's so advanced it can insult people in languages that haven't been invented yet, and the most knowledgeable hospitality committee in 3 sectors of space. Dr. Crankshaft caught on immediately. You could be a research station. Scientists from across the galaxy would come here to study your unique ecosystem. Anthropologists would want to interview your flora. Engineers would beg to examine your gravity manipulation technology. And, Ensign McWrenchface added excitedly, artists would come here specifically to study Vextria's interpretive dance techniques. Do you have any idea how rare it is to find someone who can convey the existential nature of cosmic horror through movement? Vextria's dance shifted to what was unmistakably the interpretive equivalent of excited squealing. Kevin looked up from his forms with growing excitement. And think of all the customer service opportunities. Instead of death certificates, I could be processing research permits, visitor accommodations, equipment rental agreements. The paperwork possibilities are endless. Stabicus, who had been quietly observing this entire exchange, suddenly spoke up. You know, I've always wanted to teach. Do you think there might be opportunities for carnivorous plant education programs? Absolutely, Tank exclaimed. Stabicus, you could establish the galaxy's first university program in applied botanical intimidation. Students would come from everywhere to learn from you. The chamber began to vibrate with what sounded suspiciously like planetary laughter. The walls shifted through a rapid spectrum of colors, finally settling on optimistic rose gold with undertones of excited possibility. Nah, but what about the Galactic Safety Commission? Grinthak asked, his venom glands now pulsing with what appeared to be hopeful anxiety. Won't they be upset that we've failed to provide a proper Class 15 Deathworld experience? Tank pulled out a communication device with the sort of gleeful anticipation usually reserved for people about to deliver really excellent pranks. Oh, I think Commissioner Flimpnozzle is going to be very interested in our findings. Brick, start recording. I think it's time for our preliminary report. Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein activated the recording equipment with the practiced efficiency of someone who had filed many reports that nobody was going to believe anyway. Galactic Safety Commission Control. This is Captain Tank Rubberboot reporting on the Class 15 Deathworld certification test. Tank began, her voice carrying the sort of professional authority that made bureaucrats sit up and pay attention. I'm pleased to report that Proxima Nightmaros has exceeded all expectations. Kevin immediately began taking notes because proper documentation was essential to any good customer service experience. The planet's environmental systems are not only functional, they represent the most advanced hospitality infrastructure we've ever encountered. The local ecosystem has demonstrated unprecedented cooperation with testing personnel, and the Apex Predator Council has provided exemplary customer service throughout our stay. There was a long pause from the other end of the communication link, followed by the sound of someone choking on what was probably regulation temperature coffee. Did you say, "Oh, customer service," came Commissioner Flimpnozzle's voice, sounding like a man whose entire worldview was being gently but thoroughly demolished. Outstanding customer service, Tank confirmed cheerfully. In fact, we'd like to recommend Proxima Nightmaros for immediate reclassification as a Class 1 hospitality world with specialized research facilities. The planet has expressed interest in hosting scientific conferences and educational programs. The sound that came through the communication device could only be described as the bureaucratic equivalent of a complete system crash. Furthermore, Tank continued, clearly enjoying herself, we'd like to request permission to extend our stay indefinitely. The research opportunities here are unprecedented, and frankly, this is the most comfortable field assignment any of us have ever experienced. Comfortable? Flimpnozzle's voice cracked like a whip made of pure disbelief. You're on a Class 15 Deathworld. Well, Tank replied, glancing around at Grinthak's tea service, Vextria's ongoing interpretive dance performance, and Kevin's enthusiastic paperwork organization, that's really more of a philosophical question at this point. 6 months later, the planet formerly known as Proxima Nightmaros had undergone what could only be described as the most successful career change in galactic history. The newly christened Proxima Hospitalis had become the most sought-after research destination in 3 sectors, with waiting lists longer than most species' evolutionary timelines. The transformation had been nothing short of miraculous. Where once there had been acid storms designed to dissolve hope itself, there were now atmospheric chemistry laboratories where the planet's advanced molecular engineering was being studied by xenochemists from across the galaxy. The gravity wells that had once threatened to crush unwary visitors were now powering the most efficient transportation system anyone had ever seen, with commuter shuttles that could navigate 3-dimensional traffic patterns that made even experienced pilots weep with admiration. Commissioner Valdrick Flimpnozzle stood in what had once been the northern crater of infinite despair, which was now officially designated as the Proxima Hospitalis Conference Center and Philosophical Discussion Venue. He was holding a cup of Grinthak's latest tea blend, something called Mildly Existential Morning Boost with hints of cosmic uncertainty, and trying to process how his career in bureaucratic excellence had somehow resulted in the galaxy's most successful hospitality revolution. "I still don't understand how this happened," he muttered to his assistant, Quilbert Wobblethwaite, who had developed a nervous tic that caused him to spontaneously file imaginary paperwork whenever he was confused. "Well, sir," Wobblethwaite replied, shuffling through a stack of visitor satisfaction surveys that showed ratings so high they were probably violating several laws of statistics. "Apparently, when humans encounter impossible situations, they don't have the courtesy to die. Instead, they make friends with the situation and convince it to pursue a more fulfilling career path." Nearby, Dr. Wilhelmina Crankshaft was leading a tour group of medical researchers through Stabacus's newly established Center for Advanced Botanical Psychology and Aggressive Horticulture. Stabacus had traded his intimidating thorns for a professorial demeanor and was currently explaining the philosophical implications of carnivorous plant consciousness to a group of xenobiologists who were frantically taking notes. "You see," Stabacus was saying, gesturing with a vine that now wore small spectacles for purely aesthetic reasons, "the relationship between predator and prey is really more of a cosmic dialogue about the nature of existence. When I threaten to dissolve someone's molecular structure, I'm not actually expressing murderous intent. I'm asking them to consider their place in the universal cycle of matter and energy." One of the researchers raised her hand. "Professor Stabacus, could you elaborate on the emotional spectrum of aggressive flora? Your paper on Feelings and Photosynthesis, a Carnivorous Perspective, revolutionized our understanding of plant psychology." Flimpnozzle watched this exchange with the sort of bewildered fascination usually reserved for observing impossible mathematical proofs. "Wobblethwaite, am I hallucinating, or did that plant just get tenure?" "I believe Professor Stabacus received his permanent appointment last month, sir," Wobblethwaite confirmed, "along with a research grant from the Galactic Institute of Advanced Studies. His interdisciplinary work in botanical philosophy has attracted students from over 200 worlds." Nune, in the main amphitheater, Vextria the Soul Render was performing her latest masterpiece, the joyful cosmic dance of successful bureaucratic reform, to an audience of art critics and philosophers who were experiencing what could only be described as therapeutic existential crises. Her interpretive dance had evolved from being accidentally fatal to being intentionally transformative, and tickets to her performances were now more valuable than most planetary currencies. The dance conveyed the story of how a simple misunderstanding about professional expectations had led to the greatest hospitality revolution in galactic history, complete with movements representing bureaucratic confusion, human stubbornness, and the triumphant discovery of mutual understanding. "My God," whispered one critic, tears streaming down his face, "she's managed to choreograph the entire concept of career satisfaction. I can feel my job dissatisfaction being resolved through interpretive movement." Chief Engineer Griselda Boltcutter had established what she cheerfully called the Boltcutter Institute for Applied Impossible Engineering, where she taught other engineers how to convince hostile environments to become friendly through a combination of technical expertise and a practical approach, had a waiting list that stretched into the next millennium. "The secret," she was explaining to a group of wide-eyed engineering students, "is to remember that most murder systems are just regular systems having a bad day. You approach them with respect, offer them some better career options, and 9 times out of 10, they'll choose customer service over attempted homicide." Kevin had undergone perhaps the most dramatic career transformation of all. No longer confined to processing death certificates and insurance claims, he had become the galaxy's premier specialist in extreme customer service and interdimensional hospitality management. His customer service seminars were so effective that several war-torn systems had hired him to mediate peace negotiations. "The key to successful customer service," Kevin was explaining to a conference room full of diplomatic corps trainees, is to remember that every complaint is really just a request for help, and every request for help is an opportunity to make someone's day better. Even if they're complaining about your planet trying to dissolve their molecular structure, they're really just asking for a more pleasant visitor experience. Lieutenant Brick Hammerstein had discovered his true calling as the director of the Proxima Hospitalis Institute for Impossible Geological Studies, where he spent his days cataloging the planet's remarkable ability to modify its own physics in real time. His latest paper, Gravity as a Social Construct: How Planetary Emotions Affect Local Spacetime, had caused 3 different physics departments to have philosophical breakdowns. Ensign Bulldozer McWrenchface had established himself as the galaxy's leading expert in xenocultural communication through shared recreational activities, and his hot tub diplomacy programs had prevented more interstellar conflicts than most peace treaties. Captain Tank Rubberboot stood on the observation deck of what was now called the Probably Fine Research Vessel and Mobile Customer Service Platform, watching the latest group of visitors arrive. These were delegates from the Galactic Council of Impossible Situations, who had come to study what was being called the Proxima Hospitalis Miracle for potential application to other cosmetices, a group of former murder crystals who had retrained as professional welcomers and tour guides. The transformation from Deadly Death World to premier research and hospitality destination had taken exactly 6 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days. "Captain," Brick called out from his monitoring station, "we're receiving communication requests from 17 different worlds, asking if we can help them resolve their own impossible situations. Apparently word has gotten out about our methods." "Excellent," Tank replied, pulling up the star charts with the sort of enthusiasm that had once made risk assessment professionals weep openly. "Wobblethwaite, make a note in the official record. Humans have now successfully solved the galaxy's most impossible death world by the simple expedient of treating it like a customer service issue." Wobblethwaite, who had long since given up trying to understand human logic, dutifully filed this information under impossibilities that humans have made possible through aggressive friendliness.